After becoming the top genius of Kanglan City, I developed a strange condition. Every night at 4 a.m., my cultivation would regress by 1%. Thus, I transformed from a genius into what people call trash. Yet I remained unfazed. Each day, I either taught ants to read, or instructed rats in tune rating. All because 1 year ago, the celestial maiden told me, shatter your dantian voluntarily, and after 1 year you'll gain supreme foundations. Today marked the final day of that year-long period. Lin Che sat cross-legged, holding an ancient jade of inheritance in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes. Soon after entering a meditative state, a void space suddenly unfolded before Lin Che. At this moment, Lin Che seemed to be standing in the Milky Way. Before him stretched an incredibly vast starry sky. Countless silver rays cascaded down, brilliant and dazzling. And within that starry expanse, a majestic palace floated mid-air, imposing and magnificent. Faced with this breathtaking scene, Lin Che no longer reacted like his first visit, when he had been utterly dumbstruck. He even felt somewhat familiar now. Gently pushing open the palace gates, Lin Che stepped inside. At that very moment, a pleasant female voice rang out. On that grand hall's platform, a woman of peerless beauty stood with hands clasped behind her back, smiling faintly as she gazed at Lin Che. Her elegance was unmatched. Clad in a pale purple long dress, her jade-like feet bare, suspended effortlessly in mid-air, her skin white as snow. Even though this wasn't Lin Che's first encounter with her, he still felt his breath catch momentarily. But he quickly composed himself, and said, Celestial Maiden Senior, when exactly can I master the supreme divine skill you mentioned? It's not that simple. The purple-clad woman chuckled coldly. Common mortals have short-sighted views, taking the Dantian as martial foundation, unaware that in advanced martial stages, the Dantian becomes a cultivator's greatest shackle. My method teaches you to abandon the Dantian, condense the Qi from the very beginning of martial path, to build the true supreme foundation. Having said this, the woman suddenly shifted her tone. You doubt the celestial maiden's method? Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. Having trained under this woman for over a year, Lin Che knew well that despite her world-toppling beauty, her temper was rather formidable, especially when others questioned her martial insights. I understand. The celestial maiden sized up Lin Che from head to toe. Your original talent, though as insignificant as dust in my eyes, in this barren minor world, could barely be called genius level. A year ago when you began training with me, your Dantian shattered, your cultivation regressed rapidly. In this past year, you must have tasted the fickleness of human relationships. You regret it now. Lin Che laughed freely. The regression in cultivation isn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, I've seen through some people and matters this year, and matured considerably. A glimmer of approval flashed through the celestial maiden's eyes. Though you're weak now, at least your mental state remains decent. At that moment, the purple-robed woman lightly raised her hand. A dark pagoda flew out, suspending itself in the great hall. Beneath the dark pagoda, formed a storm of sword energy that seemed capable of cleaving space itself. The purple-robed woman pointed with her jade-like finger. Enter. Lin Che nodded solemnly, took a deep breath, and strode resolutely toward the dark pagoda. Ah! The moment Lin Che stepped into the sword energy storm, his face twisted in agony, and he let out a pained scream. The purple-robed woman had explained it very clearly before. Her method was to rebuild one's foundation, but to rebuild, one must first destroy. At this moment, as Lin Che stepped into the Dark Tower's domain, thousands of sword energies came howling towards him. Ethereal sword lights pierced through his Dantian one after another. Each strike brought bone-deep agony. These were the swords of law. Each sword not only destroyed your Dantian, but also established new order within your body. When the Dantian was completely destroyed, that would be when a new foundation took shape. Now was the crucial moment. Don't give up easily. I understand. Lin Che roared, clenching his teeth in perseverance. In truth, he didn't need the celestial maiden's reminder, because this kind of pain, Lin Che had endured nearly every day, for a full year already. A year ago, when Lin Che's spirit first opened the divine jade space, amidst his astonishment at first seeing the celestial maiden, this mysterious woman had explained these things to him. At that time, the celestial maiden's exact words were, the cultivation methods in your world are far too backward, but I have a method that can make your future cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. However, this method requires you to abandon your Dantian, rebuilding the foundation. During this period, your cultivation will also drastically regress. Are you willing? Hearing these words, Lin Che at that time didn't hesitate in the slightest and decisively chose this method. This means that Lin Che's cultivation regressing rapidly a year ago, even to the point of his Dantian shattering, wasn't actually caused by some strange illness. Rather, it was a path he chose for himself. In Lin Che's view, 1 year of dormancy meant nothing. Once all these trials passed, it would be time for the hidden dragon to emerge from the depths and reveal its sharp edge. Chapter 2, Supreme Foundation. 2 hours later. The shattering of Lin Che's dantian deepened, and what little cultivation he had left became even more sparse. Yet Lin Che felt no discouragement, understanding that this condition meant he was one step closer to his goal. However, this method was extremely painful and mentally taxing. Going too far would be worse than not going far enough. When Lin Che felt he had reached his limit, he decisively stopped today's cultivation and withdrew his consciousness from the divine jade space. Creak. Soon after, Lin Che's door was gently pushed open, following which, a fresh and beautiful young girl entered carrying a food box. Young master, it's time to eat. Seeing the girl, Lin Che shook his head and said, Xiaoyao, I'm no longer the young master of the Lin family now. You don't need to serve me anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao shook her head vigorously while arranging the food on the table, saying, I've been serving by young master's side since childhood. I remember those times when young master would return from outside, always bearing severe injuries, and it was always Xiaoyao who applied medicine for you, so I know very clearly how much young master has sacrificed for the Lin family. In the entire Lin family, young master is the one I admire most. No matter what situation young master is in now, Xiaoyao is willing to serve you forever. Seeing the firm expression on the young girl's face, Lin Che could only shake his head helplessly. But in his heart, an involuntary warmth surged through him. Ever since a year ago, Lin Che had only experienced the fickleness of human relationships in the entire Lin family. Only this girl before him gave Lin Che the slightest sense of warmth. As she arranged the dishes on the table, Xiaoyao took something from the food box and presented it to Lin Che with both hands, smiling gently, Young master, this is for you. Lin Che lowered his gaze and saw it was actually a spirit fruit. A purple spirit fruit. Seeing this, Lin Che frowned slightly. Where did you get this? The value of a single purple spirit fruit was 30 gold coins, yet this little maid's monthly allowance was merely 10 gold coins. I bought it with my savings. Hearing this, Lin Che said directly, take it back and return it. Truthfully, this thing is useless to me. That can't be. I heard the clan physician say purple spirit fruits have nourishing effects on dantians. Since young master's dantian is damaged, this might help somewhat. Looking at the girl's earnest expression, Lin Che shook his head with a smile but couldn't bear to disappoint her. Alright then, I'll accept it. But don't buy any more in the future. Oh. Xiaoyao nodded, a sly glint flashing through her eyes while unknown thoughts brewed in her mind. After having lunch with Lin Che, Xiaoyao left his residence. Not long after, her figure arrived at a certain place. Yunqiu Workshop. This was a place for tailoring garments serving the noble families of Kanglin City. Only those with exceptional craftsmanship qualified to work here as embroiderers. Xiaoyao had passed the evaluation 1 month prior. Arriving here, she began working with practiced ease. Before long, a middle-aged woman entered. An order from the city lord's manor, 10 sets of garments to be completed within 1 month. Payment is 10 gold coins. Any takers? City lord's manor. At hearing these words, the room fell silent. The city lord's manor wielded immense authority in Kanglin City. Though the payment was generous, their standards were exacting. Even the slightest imperfection in the garments would result in rejection. Thus, those present hesitated somewhat. Yet at that moment, a young girl's voice declared firmly, I'll take it. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman looked at the girl called Xiaoyao and nodded slightly. Though you've only been at Cloud Embroidery Workshop for a month, your needlework is excellent and never flawed. I feel at ease entrusting this order to you. Then she turned to the others. Does anyone else wish to take it? Just then, Xiaoyao stood up and said, may I take this entire order? The middle-aged woman gave Xiaoyao a profound look. Are you certain? If 10 sets of garments can't be completed within a month, the city lord's residence. Don't worry. Even if I have to forego food and sleep, I'll definitely complete this order on time. Xiaoyao guaranteed with determined expression. After some hesitation, the middle-aged woman nodded. Very well, then it's all yours. Meanwhile, the aunties around began whispering as they observed the young girl. This lass has gone mad. Making 10 sets of garments in a month, isn't she afraid she'll ruin her eyes? Hey, I heard this girl used to be the personal maid of the Lin family's young master. While not exactly living in luxury at the Lin household, she certainly lived more comfortably than some daughters from ordinary families. But now, I heard that young Master Lin was stripped of his heir position, and this girl has fallen to such circumstances. Quite pitiful when you think about it. Alas, a plucked phoenix isn't even worth as much as a chicken. Xiaoyao seemed completely oblivious to these discussions around her. Completing this order will earn me 10 gold coins. My monthly allowance from the Lin family is also 10 gold coins, plus working 2 hours daily at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. This way, young master can have 1 purple spirit fruit every month. In the corner, Xiaoyao counted on her fingers, her face lighting up with hopeful anticipation. For the next month, Xiaoyao's petite figure remained buried in her work. Even so, she never failed to deliver meals to Lin Che at every mealtime. During this period, Lin Che noticed that Xiao Yao appeared particularly pale every time he saw her. However, whenever Lin Che inquired about it, she would just smile and shake her head. Lin Che didn't pay too much attention to this matter, as he felt his cultivation had reached a critical juncture during these days. On this day, Lin Che stepped into the shadow tower, and suddenly thousands of sword energies became violently agitated. Swish, swish, swish. The raging sword energies beneath the shadow tower pierced through his body. Lin Che's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with intense pain as his body convulsed uncontrollably. But he understood he must persevere through this critical moment, or else an entire year's efforts would be wasted. Boom! Finally, after 2 hours, a thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Che's body. Lin Che's dantian was completely destroyed, but from this destruction came rebirth. I've succeeded. Is this the Qi Si? Lin Che looked inward, seeing that the dantian in his lower abdomen had disappeared, replaced by a sea of Qi. As the Qi Si circulated, an endless stream of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged toward him. If the spiritual energy previously delivered by the dantian was like a small stream, now it was a roaring river completely incomparable. Feeling all this, Lin Che's face instantly erupted with wild joy. After more than a year of effort, he had finally achieved his rebirth and successfully taken this step. Then, he sat cross-legged and began frantically absorbing that heaven and earth spiritual energy. After an entire night, Lin Che finally absorbed all the spiritual energy, and a drastic transformation suddenly occurred within his body. Qi Gathering Realm 5th Layer. Lin Che abruptly opened his eyes, sensing his new cultivation stage, his heart surging with excitement. Martial cultivation realms are divided into Qi Gathering Realm, Spirit Martial Realm, Profound Martial Realm, Dao Martial Realm, Celestial Martial Realm. 1 year ago, at his peak, Lin Che had reached the 8th level of Qi Gathering Realm. But this year, with his dantian shattered, he had fallen back to the 1st level of Qi Gathering Realm. But now, as the Qi Si had just formed within him, his cultivation had surprisingly recovered to the 5th level of Qi Gathering Realm. How could he not be excited? How unbecoming. The violet-skirted woman rolled her beautiful eyes at him and said, "This is merely the beginning. Although your cultivation regressed this past year, that was due to your shattered dantian. Now that your foundation is rebuilt, it's natural for some of your original cultivation to return. However, from now on, any further progress will depend on the Qi Si within you." Qi Si. Lin Che showed confusion. Devour. Seek all spiritual objects that can be devoured: spiritual herbs, spiritual veins, various natural treasures. In short, you'll come to understand the power of the Qi Si in time enough for today. I'm tired. The violet-skirted woman showed signs of weariness as she slightly shook her head. Very well. Though countless questions still lingered in Lin Che's mind, seeing the woman unwilling to speak further, he could only withdraw his consciousness from the divine jade space. Meanwhile, at the Lin clan's spiritual item exchange center, Xiao Yao arrived at the location and respectfully bowed to the elder behind the counter. "Greetings, elder." The old man behind the counter glanced at her. "Little lass, here to exchange for purple spirit fruits again?" "Yes." Xiao Yao smiled and placed 30 gold coins on the counter. Sigh, with Lin Che's shattered dantian, all physicians in the city have declared he'll never set foot on the martial path again. Why do you persist in this futile effort, young girl? That's not true. I believe young master's talent will surely return, Xiao Yao refuted firmly. Heh, very well. The elder shook his head helplessly, knowing the stubbornness of this young girl, and thus said no more as he retrieved a purple spirit fruit and handed it over. Many thanks, elder. Having successfully obtained the item, Xiao Yao carefully cradled it in both hands before departing. After leaving the exchange hall, she headed cheerfully towards Lin Che's residence. However, just halfway there, several figures appeared before her. Saint Steward Zhao. Xiao Yao showed a trace of reverence in her eyes upon seeing the middle-aged man leading the group. This person was none other than Zhao Hu, one of the Lin family's stewards. Zhao Hu glanced sideways at the purple spirit fruit in Xiao Yao's hands. "Whose is this?" "It's for the young master," Xiao Yao replied in a low voice. "Lin Che." Xiao Yao dared not conceal the truth and nodded. Whack! Before her words could settle, Zhao Hu violently slapped the purple spirit fruit to the ground, then raised his foot and stomped on it. Juice splattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yao trembled from head to toe. This purple spirit fruit was what she had painstakingly obtained through a month of sleepless nights. Now, it was being trampled into the dust just like this. Nevertheless, Xiao Yao didn't become hysterical. She just stood watching this scene, her small mouth quivering as tears welled up in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back from falling. For she understood that the other party held a high position in the Lin family, someone a mere maid like her couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Che has already become good-for-nothing trash, yet still wants to waste our Lin family's resources. Even feeding these to dogs would be better than giving them to him. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yao, who hadn't even dared utter a word of complaint when the violet spirit fruit was crushed, reacted as if her tail had been stepped on. "The young master is not trash," she suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Zhao Hu suddenly grinned viciously. "What? Say that again." Xiao Yao raised her head and met his gaze directly. "The young master is not Smack! This time, Zhao Hu didn't wait for her to finish, delivering a heavy slap across her face. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly bloomed on Xiao Yao's originally fair complexion. With a shattered dantian and stripped of the young master position, this trash is simply wasting the Lin family's resources by staying here coincidentally. I was just planning to visit him today. As he spoke, he ordered his followers behind him, bring her along. Today, this steward will let this wretched girl witness exactly how useless that cripple is. Immediately, Steward Zhao led his men with aggressive momentum towards Lin Che's residence. Chapter 3, Heaven is Witness. Bang! Upon arriving at Lin Che's room, Zhao Hu kicked the door open with one foot. At this moment, Lin Che was in the midst of consolidating his cultivation realm. The sudden disturbance made him open his eyes and look towards the source. When Zhao Hu saw Lin Che, his face was filled with mockery. Well, young Master Lin, the sun is already high in the sky, yet you're still holed up in your room. Do you still think you're the Lin family's young master who can live in luxury? Lin Che slightly furrowed his brows. Zhao Hu, what do you mean by barging into my room with your men? Zhao Hu grinned mockingly. Your room. Ha! From this moment onward, this is no longer your chamber. By order of young Master Lin Yu. Beginning today, you Lin Che are to vacate the Lin clan and be exiled to Punishment Mountain. Lin Yu. As this name surfaced in his mind, Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yu was the son of the Lin family's great elder, whose talent ranked second only to Lin Che within the clan, though his limelight had been consistently overshadowed by Lin Che in previous years. When Lin Che was still the young master, this person had behaved with utmost deference toward him, practically obeying his every command. Who would have thought that having just ascended to power, he would target Lin Che so directly? Truly vile and vicious. Once gaining power, his true nature was immediately revealed. As for the so-called Punishment Mountain Zhao Hu mentioned, it was an extremely barren wilderness with harsh living conditions where one could barely subsist on husks and wild vegetables, sleeping under open skies. Only those who committed grave offenses against the clan would be banished there to transport stone materials and giant logs, enduring suffering and hardship. Lin Che's heart turned icy cold. He had shed blood and risked his life for the Lin family, yet now they wanted to exile him to Penal Mountain. Just as Lin Che was about to speak, his attention was caught by a frail figure being escorted behind Zhao Hu. Noticing the 5 bright red finger marks on Xiao Yao's face, Lin Che's gaze abruptly turned frigid. He stared at Zhao Hu. You did this. So what if? Swish! Before Zhao Hu could finish, Lin Che, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly sprang up and lunged at Zhao Hu with terrifying speed. His movement resembled a pouncing tiger. Seeing this, Zhao Hu felt a momentary chill, but then remembered this was just a cripple with a shattered dantian, nothing to fear. Stacking waves fist. Zhao Hu roared as he threw a punch, his force resembling crashing tidal waves. Facing this, Lin Che neither dodged nor flinched. In the next instant, twisting his body, he delivered a punch of his own. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, after this fierce collision, Zhao Hu actually let out a piercing shriek. All 5 fingers of his hand were completely shattered. Ugh, you're not. Steward Zhao's mind reeled in shock as he staggered backward with terror written across his face. Hadn't Lin Che's cultivation been crippled? Xiao Yao belongs to me. How dare you lay hands on her? Having said this, Lin Che took a step forward and delivered a vicious kick right between Zhao Hu's legs. Arf! Zhao Hu's eyes bulged out as his entire body curled up like a shrimp, flying several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Ruthless! Back when Lin Che represented the Lin family in battles for various mineral veins, he had made countless juniors of Kenglin City tremble in fear precisely because of his consistently merciless and decisive attacks. Witnessing this scene, all the attendants who had come with Steward Zhao fell deathly silent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Che swept his gaze over them, seemingly disdaining to strike these servants. In a deep voice, he said, "Go back and tell Lin Yu that in the past I crushed him so thoroughly he couldn't lift his head. Now, he can only grovel before me like a dog begging for mercy. If he wants to turn the tables, he'll have to wait for his next life. Get out of my sight, all of you." Yes. Seeing this, the servants felt as if they'd received imperial pardon. Supporting Steward Zhao, who looked like a dead dog, they retreated from Lin Che's room in terrified haste. Young master, your cultivation has been restored. Xiao Yao stood rooted to the spot, having witnessed everything with her own eyes. Her small mouth hung open in amazement, her eyes shining brightly. Lin Che nodded slightly. Just partially restored. Truly. This is wonderful. Hearing this, Xiao Yao immediately began jumping for joy. It was clear the little maid felt genuine happiness from the bottom of her heart at Lin Che's partial recovery. But then, Xiao Yao seemed to realize something and worriedly said, "Young master, now that Lin Yu has become the heir of the Lin family and Steward Zhao came here on his orders, you beat Steward Zhao to that state, he will definitely not let this matter rest." Lin Yu. Lin Che chuckled casually. When have I ever feared him? Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment before nodding firmly. That's right. Young master was once the #1 genius of Kenglin City. Now that your talent has returned, you can surely reclaim your position as the Lin family's heir. None of the Lin family's younger generation could possibly threaten you. It seemed this young girl held an almost blind admiration and confidence in Lin Che, reclaimed the position as heir. But Lin Che shook his head. Over this past year, I've already seen through everything about the Lin family. What is left in this family worth holding on to? After speaking, he asked with a serious expression, Xiao Yao, would you be willing to leave the Lin family with me? Leave the Lin family. Hearing these words, Xiao Yao didn't hesitate for even a moment. Wherever young master goes, Xiao Yao will follow. Good. Seeing Xiao Yao's agreement, Lin Che went straight to the desk and sat down. After taking out brush and ink, he wrote several lines with swift strokes. Having finished this, he suddenly looked at Xiao Yao. Since we're leaving, won't you leave some words too? Oh. Xiao Yao nodded obediently. After taking the brush, she hesitated slightly before beginning to write. Lin Che's brutal beating of Steward Zhao, who was undoubtedly explosive news for the current Lin family. Half an hour later, this news spread rapidly. The patriarch's residence. Hearing a guard's report before him, Patriarch Lin Xianghai's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Is what you say true? Every word I've said is true, Patriarch. Steward Zhao, who went to provoke Lin Che at his residence, only to have his right palm shattered by a single punch and his manhood destroyed, without any ability to resist throughout. Without any ability to resist, Lin Xianghai murmured thoughtfully. After a moment, he asked again, what was the reason? It is said that young Master Lin Yu gave the order to send Lin Che to Punishment Mountain starting today, which caused the conflict, the guard answered. Utterly presumptuous. Hearing this, Lin Xianghai's expression darkened abruptly. Yet no one could discern whether his rebuke was directed at Lin Yu's or Lin Che's actions. After a moment of silence, Lin Xianghai seemed to reach a decision and said directly to the guard, go and have Lin Che brought to me. After speaking, he suddenly added, remember, be polite. Understood. The guard bowed respectfully before withdrawing. Afterward, Lin Xianghai stood and paced slowly around the room. Could it be that Lin Che's talent never truly vanished? Has he been concealing himself deliberately all this past year? Impossible. Back then, when Lin Che's cultivation regressed, he had personally examined him and confirmed that his dantian was shattered with no possibility of recovery in this lifetime. So how could he now effortlessly overpower Zhao Hu? Countless conjectures flashed through Lin Xianghai's mind. Finally, Lin Xianghai reached a conclusion: Lin Che's cultivation must have been restored, though to what extent remained unclear. That was why he had summoned Lin Che to test the truth. Moments later, the guard returned, and seeing him alone, Lin Xianghai's brows furrowed deeply. Where is he? Reporting to the family head, young Master Lin Che is no longer in the residence. This letter was all I found in his room. What? Lin Xianghai took the letter, unfolded it, and skimmed the still wet ink. It bore only a few short lines. From this day forth, I, Lin Che, formally secede from the Lin family, severing all ties henceforth. Let heaven bear witness, and the earth stand testament. Lin Che's final words. Beneath this, surprisingly, was an additional line of delicate script. Family head, after all the young master has sacrificed for this family, you repaid him with cruelty. Since Xiao Yao will be following him away from the clan, I leave you no parting blessings, only this wish: may you rest in eternal slumber. Bang! After reading the letter's contents, Lin Xianghai's rage erupted as he smashed the table before him into powder with a single palm strike. Chapter 4: The Tyrannical Cultivation Method. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. At this moment, Lin Xianghai clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging visibly on his face. He truly hadn't expected Lin Che to dare openly rebel against the family. If your talent had truly recovered, this old man might have considered giving you another chance. But since you're being so ungrateful, don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship. Uncle Patriarch. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Enter. Lin Xianghai quickly composed his gloomy expression and said. A young man of impressive bearing then entered. This was none other than Lin Yu. Ah, so it's you who's come. Lin Xianghai revealed a benevolent smile. Uncle Patriarch, it seems I've made a mistake. I sent brother Lin Che to Punishment Mountain originally to oversee matters, but Zhao Hu misunderstood my intentions and angered brother Lin Che. I've already severely punished Zhao Hu and came specifically to explain the situation to you, Uncle Patriarch. I await your punishment. Lin Yu's face bore a trace of guilt. Lin Xianghai glanced at him, then laughed. Ha ha, you're now the young master of the Lin family. Do you really need to explain such an insignificant little order to me? Oh. Lin Yu's eyes rolled thoughtfully as he probed further. I heard brother Lin Che's cultivation might have recovered, though I don't know if it's true. Haha, if it is, then truly heaven blesses our Lin family. Though his words sounded thus, Lin Yu felt extremely depressed in his heart. For if Lin Che's cultivation had truly recovered, given his prestige in the Lin family, Lin Yu feared his newly obtained position as young master might slip away before he'd even warmed the seat. Given Lin Che's temperament, now that he had shown his fangs and kicked him when he was down, how could Lin Che possibly let him off easily? This was precisely why Lin Yu had rushed over in such haste. He wanted to ascertain Lin Xianghai's stance at the earliest opportunity. It's true that Lin Che has regained some of his cultivation. However, his rebellious and ungovernable nature has completely disappointed me. I've expelled him from the family henceforth. He shall have no connection with our Lin family whatsoever. What? This upon hearing this, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with secret joy, though he feigned astonishment on the surface. The shrewd Lin Xinghai knew exactly why Lin Yu had come. Patting Lin Yu's shoulder meaningfully, he said, "You are, no matter what, Lin Che doesn't carry our Lin family's blood in his veins, while you are the true legitimate heir. Our Lin family has endured for centuries. How could we possibly let an outsider inherit the position of family head? From beginning to end, Lin Che was merely a pawn of our Lin family. You are the true blood of our lineage. I have always held the highest expectations for you. 1 month from now will be the sex selection tournament. The premier force of Yangzhou, Dao Song Academy, will descend upon Kanglan City to select disciples. If you can join Dao Song Academy, it will bring boundless glory to the Lin family and elevate us to unprecedented heights. Therefore, all our family's hopes now rest upon you. I shall issue orders that during this period, both the Lin family's resource vault and combat technique pavilion will be fully open to you. You must work diligently to bring honor to our Lin family. Truly, truly. Many thanks, Patriarch Uncle. You will certainly not disappoint you, nor will I disappoint the Lin family." Hearing Lin Shanghai's promise, Lin Yu felt incomparably excited. "Very well, if there's nothing else, you may withdraw and continue your cultivation." Yes, this child takes his leave. Watching Lin Yu depart, Lin Shanghai once again took out the letter left by Lin Che. With a slight movement of his hand, he reduced it to powder. After a long silence, a flash of coldness passed through his eyes before disappearing instantly. The Divine Wind Mountain Range. Located hundreds of miles from Kanglan City, this place features towering mountains and ancient trees reaching the sky, presenting a pristine landscape. One could say this mountain range is a paradise for demonic beasts, and likewise, an adventurous land for many explorers filled with various opportunities. At this moment, the figure of a youth carrying a long sword on his back appeared in this place. This person was none other than Lin Che. Several days prior, after leaving the Lin family, Lin Che had arranged for Xiao Yao to stay in a nearby small town while he journeyed alone to this location. The mysterious woman within the ancient jade space had mentioned that after reconstructing Lin Che's foundation, he would need to seek out heaven and earth treasures for absorption. Thus, Lin Che immediately thought of this place. This is a third-grade spirit herb, the heavenly dragon fruit. After venturing dozens of miles into the Divine Wind Mountain Range, Lin Che made this delightful discovery. Ahead, on a coiling dragon-like vine, a gleaming green light revealed a longan-sized fruit. The fruit was pure white throughout, and even from a distance, one could sense the dense spiritual energy it contained. Am I really this lucky? Just after entering the Divine Wind Mountains, I've made such a discovery. This celestial dragon fruit seems to have just ripened. A thick smile surfaced at the corners of Lin Che's mouth as he stepped toward the celestial dragon fruit. But at that very moment, Lin Che suddenly felt a dangerous aura locking onto him. Alert, Lin Che looked ahead and saw, from within the jungle, a pair of blood-red beastly eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light fixed tightly upon him. Crimson Moon Demon Wolf. Lin Che frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I almost forgot, in such wilderness, rare treasures usually have guardian beasts. An adult Crimson Moon Demon Wolf could grow into a 5th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a human martial artist at the 5th level of Chi-gathering realm. Moreover, due to their inherently robust physique, demon beasts were generally stronger than human martial artists of the same rank. The Crimson Moon Demon Wolf currently facing Lin Che stood about 10 feet tall, with sharp fangs and sleek muscle lines that radiated explosive power, clear signs of having reached adulthood. Roar! The standoff between the Crimson Moon Demon Wolf and Lin Che lasted for an indeterminate period before the beast finally lost patience. With a furious roar, it launched a ferocious charge at Lin Che. Its massive body transformed into a streak of light as a vicious claw came slashing down toward Lin Che's head with brutal force. Confronted with this scene, Lin Che's expression remained extraordinarily calm. During those years of competing for mineral veins for the Lin family, Lin Che could be said to have experienced countless life and death battles. While his cultivation realm might have fallen, this combat instinct and experience would never disappear. Swish! A sword cry resembling a dragon's roar. Just as the Scarlet Moon Demon Wolf's attack was about to reach Lin Che, he drew his sword and delivered a slash. The long sword in his hand traced a bizarre arc through the air while the chi within Lin Che's body suddenly boiled, with true chi condensing at the sword's tip. This sword moved like startling thunder, fast as a swift wind. Clang! Thwack! The Scarlet Moon Demon Wolf's attack was fast, but clearly Lin Che's sword was faster. Before the demon wolf could complete its descent, the sword tip had already sliced through its throat. A crimson line of blood shot out. With a boom, the massive frame of the Scarlet Moon Demon Wolf heavily crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A clean kill with a single stroke, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Che appeared quite satisfied with this outcome. I didn't expect, after not fighting for a year, I'm still this heroic and valiant, Lin Che murmured to himself, feeling somewhat nostalgic for the thrill of battle. Thicker-faced than city walls, utterly shameless. No sooner had Lin Che spoken these words than a disdainful voice suddenly echoed within his sea of consciousness, the mysterious woman's. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly, but after a year of this, he'd grown accustomed to the woman's ability to communicate telepathically. Having plucked the heavenly dragon fruit, Lin Che asked, "Senior celestial maiden, you told me to search for rare treasures, then what?" "Swallow it," the mysterious woman said succinctly. Hearing this, Lin Che's mind jolted with alarm. The heavenly spirit fruit was a spiritual herb, and not a low-grade one at that. Such rare treasures typically grew for centuries, absorbing the essence of sun and moon, their energy extraordinarily violent. If consumed directly, for a martial artist's fragile dantian, there could only be one outcome: explosive death. There are generally only two methods for utilizing such martial resources. The first is to enlist a prestigious alchemist to refine it into absorbable pills. The second requires investing considerable time to gradually refine it over years. "Celestial maiden, if I swallow it directly, I fear my dantian won't be able to withstand it," Lin Che said worriedly. "Do you even have a dantian?" the mysterious woman retorted. Lin Che froze. She was right, his dantian was completely shattered and had been replaced by a chi-si. This celestial maiden has long maintained that the dantian is nothing but a constraint for martial artists. Only in these lower realms would practitioners use such crude and primitive cultivation methods. "Trust me, swallow it directly. It's quite sweet." The mysterious woman's voice was enchanting, like a mischievous older sister coaxing a young boy. "All right, fine." Lin Che gritted his teeth, hesitated briefly, but ultimately swallowed the heavenly spirit fruit in one gulp. Boom! The moment the spirit fruit entered his stomach, a surge of violent energy erupted within Lin Che's body. At this moment, the chi-si within his body suddenly boiled like parched soil welcoming sweet rain, completely devouring this energy in an instant. Simultaneously, Lin Che's aura directly surged from the initial stage of chi gathering 5th layer to its peak, seemingly just one step away from breaking through to chi gathering 6th layer. In this moment, Lin Che was dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that such a domineering cultivation method existed in this world. Now, Lin Che finally understood the advantage of a warrior's chi-si compared to dantian. It was time. Cultivation time. What might take other warriors months to refine from the heavenly spirit fruit, he could accomplish in an instant. Moreover, even the most skilled alchemists could only preserve partial essence when refining spiritual herbs into pills. Yet Lin Che could clearly feel his chi-si had absorbed this spiritual herb completely 100% without the slightest waste. If this matter were to spread, it would surely shock the entire world. If others possess a small pond, what lies before me now is an endless ocean, brimming with infinite possibilities. Lin Che murmured in a daze. "Indeed, your potential is limitless," said the mysterious woman. "But let's start with a small goal first, for instance, stepping beyond this very world." The mysterious woman's words snapped Lin Che back to reality. Yes, he was merely a youth who hadn't even ventured beyond Kanglan City. Even with this heaven-defying cultivation method, he was only at the very beginning. The path ahead was destined to be fraught with countless hardships and obstacles waiting for him. Let's continue. Having calmed his emotions, Lin Che decided to press deeper into the Divine Wind Mountains. Yet compared to before, he now brimmed with confidence. With such an overpowering cultivation technique, restoring his former strength within a month no longer seemed so difficult after all. Chapter 5: Black Dragon's Stronghold. Deep within the Divine Wind Mountains, in an unnamed great valley. At this moment, space rippled as a streak of light shot across the sky. Then the beam of light landed on a blue stone atop the mountain peak, revealing the figure of a person walking through the air. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be profoundly shocked in their hearts. For flying unaided requires at minimum a martial artist who has reached the Xuanwu realm. And a Xuanwu realm expert, with just a single thought, could plunge a borderland like Kanglan City into irreversible ruin. Even in Yangzhou, where numerous heroes gather, such beings could make the earth tremble merely by stamping their feet. This was a woman with delicate eyebrows, a straight nose, bright eyes, and white teeth. Clad in black robes that outlined her graceful figure, her snow-white skin appeared even more flawless and peerlessly beautiful. Shortly after the black-clad beauty arrived at this place, several more whooshing sounds of cutting through air were heard. 3 figures clad in silver cloaks and wearing silver masks came speeding over, respectfully saluting the woman. "Hall Master." The black-clad woman glanced at them and parted her thin lips to ask, "Have you found it?" Reporting to Hall Master Luo, "We have been incompetent. After fleeing to this place, the 9 Dragons Taoist seems to have vanished into thin air. We can find no trace of him whatsoever." Hearing this, the black-clad woman nodded slightly before saying calmly, "No matter. These mountains have been sealed off. We'll find him eventually, it's only a matter of time." "Continue the search." The woman paused briefly before speaking. "Yes, Hall Master." Upon receiving the woman's orders, the 3 silver-cloaked experts immediately acknowledged and dispersed in different directions. At this moment, the black-clad woman also prepared to leave. Yet as she took just one step forward, she suddenly stopped as if sensing something. She turned her gaze toward an empty space within the canyon, her lips curling into a cold smile. "The most dangerous place is the safest. 9 Dragons Taoist, you're clever indeed, hiding here all along, nearly deceiving even my eyes. But hiding beneath my very nose must have been nerve-wracking. No. Since it's been such torment, why not show yourself?" At this very moment, the patch of void she was staring at rippled slightly after remaining silent for a brief period. Then, an old man dressed in golden Taoist robes materialized out of thin air. The old man's eyes seemed filled with unwillingness as he said coldly, "Though I, Nine Dragons Taoist, am most skilled in the art of void concealment, never did I expect to be hunted down without any place to hide all along. Hallmaster Luo's perceptive abilities are truly extraordinary." The black-clad woman shook her head with a smile. "Nine Dragons Taoist, you should originally be called Severed Void, known as the Phantom Thief of Void. 10 years ago, you changed your appearance and infiltrated our Dao Song Academy, ultimately stealing the Kalandaka martial scripture from the scripture depository. Am I wrong?" "Correct. However, this humble Taoist has one thing that puzzles me. 10 years ago, during that turmoil at Dao Song Academy, Hallmaster Luo suffered such unjust treatment. Hadn't you already become disheartened and chosen to retire from worldly affairs? Why then, today, are you still working so hard for Dao Song Academy?" Hearing this, the black-clad woman replied, "I have indeed withdrawn from power struggles. But having grown up in Dao Song Academy since childhood, receiving teachings from my late master, this kindness I dare never forget. The Jialan Martial Classic is one of Dao Song Academy's 3 supreme scriptures. For a martial academy, it's considered an inviolable treasure. By stealing this method, you've shaken the very foundation of Dao Song Academy. Tell me, how could I face my late master's cultivation if I don't recover this scripture?" "Enough, enough." Nine Dragons Taoist shook his head helplessly. "Since this is so, this old man admits defeat. Hallmaster Luo, if I surrender the Jialan Martial Classic, would you spare this old man's life?" The black-clad woman pondered briefly before saying, "Surrender the scripture, sever one arm yourself, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." "Very well." After long hesitation, Nine Dragons Taoist seemed to reach a decision. With a wave of his large hand, an ancient tome flew directly from his sleeve. The black-clad woman raised her jade-like hand to catch it, then lowered her gaze to examine. It was indeed the genuine Jialan Martial Classic. But before the smile could fully bloom at the corners of her mouth, she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Suddenly, Nine Dragons Taoist took a step forward in midair, closing the distance rapidly. Luo Royu and Feng Feiyang were once hailed as the twin prodigies of Dao Song Academy, but this old man has roamed the world for decades. Today, let's see how a junior like you can possibly kill me." Boom! Before his words even finished echoing, Nine Dragons Taoist unleashed a mountain-shaking punch that seemed to completely seal off the black-clad woman's position. It turned out Nine Dragons Taoist had only pretended to return the martial scripture. His real intention was to lull this woman named Luo Ro into lowering her guard before delivering a thunderous strike. Stubborn old fool. Witnessing this scene, the black-clad woman called Luo Ro slightly furrowed her brows, yet her face showed no trace of panic. Whoosh! In the next instant, she raised her jade-like hand, releasing a palm force vast as a sea of stars that swept forward. Boom! Under Nine Dragons Taoist's horrified gaze, this overwhelming palm force instantly engulfed him. This impossible. Nine Dragons Taoist let out an unwilling roar of fury. Only after the black-clad woman made her move did Nine Dragons Taoist truly comprehend the gap between them as vast and insurmountable as an abyss. He couldn't even withstand a single move from this woman. The next moment, Nine Dragons Taoist's body shattered along with the surrounding space, vanishing without a trace. The black-clad woman's palm strike had reduced Nine Dragons Taoist's corpse into dust particles too fine for naked eyes to discern, leaving not the slightest trace. "Resist, and you won't even get a proper burial." Indeed, the woman meant what she said, and proved it with action. After eliminating Nine Dragons Taoist, the black-clad woman didn't leave. Instead, she sent out a message signal and calmly waited for the dispersed silver shadow guards to return. Meanwhile, not far from this great canyon, after slaying the serpent demon beast, Lin Che once again obtained a 3rd-grade spiritual herb. This marked the 10th demon beast he had killed and the 15th spiritual herb he had collected since entering the Divine Wind Mountain range. Without any hesitation, Lin Che plucked the herb and immediately swallowed it whole. Boom! Pure energy exploded within his body, causing Lin Che's aura to surge dramatically. In mere moments, the violent spiritual energy within the herb had been completely refined by Lin Che. Qi gathering 7th layer. Feeling his current realm, Lin Che's eyes brimmed with joy. Having spent only 10 days in the Divine Wind Mountain range, advancing from Qi gathering 5th layer to 7th layer in this short time would surely shock countless people if word got out. At this rate, the day I gain the strength to leave Kanglan City shouldn't be far off. Even when hailed as Kanglan City's top genius among the younger generation a year ago, Lin Che had never possessed such confidence before. At this moment, the celestial maiden shook her head helplessly. "Is your ambition merely to leave Kanglan City? Can't you set a grander goal?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che pondered for a moment. "Then I'll leave Yangzhou." "Think even bigger." Then in the future I'll make my name resound through Tsangfeng." "Yes, that's right. I'm determined to become Tsangfeng Nation's strongest cultivator." Lin Che clenched his fists and declared firmly. The celestial maiden felt utterly defeated. Flustered and exasperated, she exclaimed, with this celestial maiden personally guiding you, you only aim to become the strongest in some petty kingdom. Do you want to anger this celestial maiden to death? Boasting costs nothing, so reach for the heavens when you brag. Fired up by this encouragement, Lin Che suddenly felt his blood surge. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he swore, I, Lin Che, hereby vow that I shall become the sovereign of the cosmos, treading upon all 8 directions and 6 harmonies, my sword sweeping through myriad realms. Demons, monsters, gods, Buddhas, and immortals shall all kneel before me. Those who chant my true name shall attain eternal life. As Lin Che made his passionate vow, the celestial maiden remained silent this time. Lin Che frowned and asked, Senior Celestial Maiden, is this goal still not grand enough? Enough to be honest, I actually quite like this goal too, just don't aim too high in the future. Okay, the Celestial Maiden muttered quietly. Lin Che. After a moment, Lin Che couldn't help but ask, Senior Celestial Maiden, in this past year of interacting with you, I've noticed you always like to mock me. Do we have some grudge between us? I have no grudge against you, but with your parents perhaps there is some resentment. Ha! Lin Che was stunned. Why? This celestial maiden has been suppressed in this space to accompany your growth. Who else do you think would do this besides your parents? The celestial maiden gritted her teeth slightly, speaking with evident bitterness. This mysterious woman was actually suppressed within the inheritance jade by his own parents. How could this be possible? Although Lin Che didn't know the exact cultivation realm of this mysterious woman, he understood she was extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that she didn't belong to this realm. If they could suppress her here, did that mean his biological parents were actually that formidable? Senior Celestial Maiden, have you met my biological parents? Could you tell me where they are now and why they abandoned me in Kanglan City? Lin Che asked again. I don't know, part of my memories seem to have been forcibly erased. When I awoke, I was already inside this ancient jade. The Celestial Maiden snorted coldly, sending chills down Lin Che's spine. If there was likely enmity between her and his parents, wouldn't cultivating under her guidance be tantamount to seeking death? Rest assured, I won't harm you. Your life is now connected to the inner space of this inheritance jade. If you die, I will cease to exist too. Moreover, if I wish to leave, only you can lift the restrictions within this jade. The mysterious woman explained, seemingly perceiving Lin Che's concerns. I can release Senior Celestial Maiden. Not yet for the current you. Grow stronger, only when you become stronger can you do it. So that's how it is. Lin Che finally understood why the mysterious woman was teaching him cultivation and felt somewhat relieved. At the very least, before the Celestial Maiden emerges from the divine jade space, she shouldn't pose any threat to him. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Lin Che was thinking this, the area where he stood suddenly trembled violently. Lin Che looked ahead in confusion and saw a group of burly men riding savage beasts galloping past not far away. Black Dragon Stronghold. Recognizing the insignias on their clothing, Lin Che identified their origins. The Black Dragon Stronghold was a bandit organization that frequently operated near Kanglan City. Rumors said these ruthless outlaws committed every imaginable crime, rape, plunder, and atrocities, terrifying many citizens of Kanglan City. What are these bastards doing here? Frowning at the sight, Lin Che then, driven by curiosity, concealed his presence and quietly followed them. Chapter 6, Spirit Rank Combat Technique. Third in command, when you said you saw a beautiful woman near this area, you weren't lying to me, were you? As the Black Dragon bandit group advanced, a scar-faced man looked toward one of their members and asked. Upon hearing this, the man fawned and replied, Chief, my words are absolutely true. I indeed saw a woman near this canyon just now. Not only was her beauty peerless, but most importantly, she seemed to be traveling alone. Good, if what you say is true, I'll reward you handsomely. At the mention of a peerless beauty, greed flashed in the Black Dragon Chief's eyes before he ordered his men to pick up their pace. Not long after this, the Black Dragon bandits arrived at the base of a cliff. Chief, look, the beauty is right over there. The group followed his gaze. Indeed, on a sheer cliff edge stood a woman clad in a black dress, her jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She possessed an ethereal, otherworldly grace, resembling an exiled immortal ready to ride the wind away at any moment. Beautiful. Exquisitely beautiful. At this moment, every member of the Black Dragon Stronghold was utterly spellbound, unable to tear their eyes away. The Black Dragon Stronghold leader's eyes gleamed fiercely, nearly popping out of their sockets. Third captain, you truly didn't deceive this leader. I've bedded many women in my time, but never one so exquisite. Brothers, surround her. At the Stronghold leader's command, numerous Black Dragon Stronghold warriors riding savage beasts charged up the mountain peak, swiftly encircling the black-clad beauty. Damn! So these scoundrels intend to forcibly abduct a woman. Simultaneously, Lin Che, who had been following them all this way, immediately understood their intentions upon witnessing the scene. Having grown up in Kanglan City, Lin Che naturally knew these bandits were capable of all manner of evil. If the black-clad woman fell into their hands, her fate would be extremely tragic. With this thought in mind, Lin Che couldn't stand idly by. However, just as he took his first step, the Celestial Maiden's voice suddenly came through. What are you doing? Saving her. She doesn't need your help. Why? Lin Che asked, puzzled. This woman is very strong. Lin Che froze. How strong? The celestial maiden gave him a helpless look. With your current strength, she could crush you with just a flick of her finger. Hearing this, Lin Che finally understood why this woman dared venture alone into the divine wind mountains inhabited by demonic beasts. She was clearly an extraordinary powerhouse. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Che's figure still moved forward. Didn't you understand what I meant? With this woman's strength, she doesn't need you to rescue her. Seeing Lin Che's actions, the celestial maiden slightly frowned. Hearing this, Lin Che responded, I know since she's so powerful, there's nothing wrong with me trying to gain some favor with a strong expert, right? The celestial maiden. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Stronghold warriors had already surrounded the black-clad beauty. Little miss, you're so pretty. Come back to the stronghold with me, and let's have some fun. The Black Dragon Stronghold leader leered at the woman's curvaceous figure with a vulgar expression. Luoro frowned at these ferocious-looking men, her beautiful eyes showing clear disgust. What a nuisance. No matter where I go, there are always these suicidal fools. Shaking her head slightly, she prepared to deal with these lust-addled idiots. However, before she could actually make a move, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! As the voice faded, a tall young figure carrying a longsword over his shoulder came walking toward them step by step. There was no doubt this person was Lin Che. Lin Che walked up to the black-clad woman and stopped, his gaze sweeping over the Black Dragon Stronghold members as he declared with righteous indignation, How dare you harass an innocent woman in broad daylight? This is utterly unconscionable. Having said this, he turned to the black-clad woman with a warm smile and thumped his chest. Fear not, miss. With me here, they'll only harm you over my dead body. The black-clad woman. Even with her composed nature, the black-clad woman couldn't help showing a trace of peculiar expression in her eyes as she regarded this suddenly appearing youth. Meanwhile, within the divine jade space, the celestial maiden finally understood what Lin Che meant by earning some goodwill from the powerful after witnessing his actions. Shameless. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? The celestial maiden couldn't help but scorn inwardly. This is just too pretentious. You're Lin Che. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon Stronghold leader seemed to recognize the youth before him, his expression changing abruptly. Lin Che. Upon hearing this name, the Black Dragon Bandit members involuntarily stepped back, as if instinctively intimidated by the mere mention of it. The reason was simple. In previous years, the Black Dragon Bandits had frequently competed with various city families for resources near Kanglan City. But apart from the dominant Morone clan, the Lin family was whom they least wanted to confront. Although the Lin family hadn't been considered top tier before, with young Master Lin Che's presence, they had been virtually unbeatable in resource competitions. Moreover, judging by past records, though Lin Che was younger generation, his actions were consistently decisive and ruthless, the type who fights without regard for his own life. Didn't expect you all to recognize me. Well then, who among you wants to die first? Step forward, Lin Che said coldly. After these words, the Black Dragon Bandits seemed truly intimidated, each one hesitating to move forward. At this moment, the Black Dragon Fortress leader flew into a rage. What are you afraid of? This brat's dantian shattered a year ago. He's no longer the Lin Che of old. Now he's just a cripple, yet still dares to play the hero saving duties. All of you, attack. Kill him for me. With this command, the Black Dragon Fortress fighters steadied their minds. That's right. This kid became useless for some unknown reason a year ago. What's there to fear? Russell. At this thought, the Black Dragon Fortress warriors instantly became as if pumped with adrenaline, charging murderously toward Lin Che. They all seemed eager to be the first to kill this youth and earn the fortress leader's favor. However, unfortunately, they clearly underestimated Lin Che's current strength. Seeking death, Lin Che watched the incoming battle formation without a trace of panic. Instead, he charged straight toward them. Swish! His sword drawn, Lin Che plunged into the crowd and began cutting them down. His momentum was unstoppable. Although the Black Dragon Stronghold warriors had superior numbers, most were only at Chi Gathering level 3 or 4. Against Lin Che, who had now reached Chi Gathering level 7, they stood virtually no chance of resistance. This was practically a one-sided massacre. No! Bad news. How does this brat resemble a cripple with a shattered dantian? We've been tricked. Retreat quickly. Witnessing Lin Che's incredible ferocity, the Black Dragon Stronghold warriors finally came to their senses, and their formation immediately collapsed. At this moment, Lin Che clearly had no intention of letting them escape. His figure darted rapidly through the crowd, with every step bringing fresh blood sprays. The long sword in his hand seemed to transform into the scythe of death itself, effortlessly reaping lives. Swish! 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 Within just a few breaths, this dozen or so Black Dragon Stronghold bandits had all been slaughtered by him alone. The ground was littered with corpses, all bearing fatal wounds from single strikes. I'm impossible. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon Stronghold leader was utterly dumbfounded. 7th layer of Chi Gathering. Weren't you crippled? How can you still display 7th layer strength? Upon hearing Black Dragon Fortress Lord's question, Lin Che sneered coldly, "Go ask Yama about that in the underworld." Damn you! The Black Dragon Fortress Lord didn't expect such arrogance from his opponent, his expression suddenly contorting with rage. "What does it matter even if you've recovered to 7th layer? Your father here is an 8th layer chi gathering expert. How dare you slaughter all my men? Lin Che, today this Fortress Lord will surely tear you limb from limb." The Black Dragon Fortress Lord roared explosively and charged wildly toward Lin Che. Then, a spatial ring on his palm suddenly flashed with light. In his originally empty hand, a massive spiked club materialized out of thin air. "Die for me!" The Black Dragon Fortress Lord swung with all his might, the spiked club descending like a miniature mountain, creating oppressive whistling sounds in the air. But just as the Black Dragon Fortress Lord thought his earth-shaking strike would surely force Lin Che to retreat, Lin Che actually chose to meet the attack with his sword. Clang! The iron sword and the spiked club collided violently in midair, sending sparks flying everywhere, yet the outcome was completely unexpected. Thud! 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 To everyone's astonishment, Lin Che's body remained immovable as a mountain, while the burly Black Dragon Stronghold Chief was forced back 6 or 7 steps from the impact. How is this possible? The Stronghold Chief felt a numbing pain in his tiger's mouth, his complexion turning ashen. They were a whole realm apart. How could he be at a disadvantage in a pure contest of strength? Only Lin Che knew. After his Dantian had been replaced by a Chi Si, not only had his physical body become extraordinarily strong, but the quality of his internal energy now far surpassed that of any martial artist at his level. It was enough to let him challenge opponents beyond his realm. Sensing something unusual about this young man, the Black Dragon Stronghold Chief realized he couldn't be judged by ordinary standards and immediately discarded any thought of underestimating him. Having reached this conclusion, the Stronghold Chief directly activated a combat technique. Combat techniques can significantly enhance a martial artist's utilization of inner chi. They are classified into human rank, spirit rank, mystic rank, earth rank, heaven rank. Each rank is further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. This spirit rank combat technique was obtained by the Black Dragon Stronghold Lord from an ancient cave. He had always treasured it and secretly devoted himself to its mastery. It wasn't until the Black Dragon Stronghold Lord sensed a threat from Lin Che that he finally decided to employ it. "Forcing me to use this combat technique, boy, you should die content now." With a fierce roar, the Black Dragon Stronghold Lord took 9 consecutive steps on the ground, each step amplifying his aura by another layer. 9 reversal forms. As the 9th step landed, the Stronghold Lord's aura reached its peak concentration, and his spiked club came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! Lin Che could clearly perceive that the power behind the Black Dragon Stronghold Lord's current club strike had multiplied several times over compared to before. Even with his formidable physical strength, he dared not attempt to face this attack head-on again. At this thought, Lin Che swiftly sidestepped, barely avoiding the strike at the last possible moment. Boom! The ground where he had stood moments before shattered violently, leaving a crater several meters in diameter. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che's gaze sharpened like a honed blade. Spirit rank combat techniques truly are formidable. Had he chosen to block it head-on, the least consequence would have been multiple bone fractures. But after the initial shock, a faint smirk reappeared on Lin Che's lips. "Though what a pity you haven't fully mastered this spirit rank technique, have you?" Black Dragon Fortress leader's face darkened at Lin Che's remark. The accusation struck true. Due to innate limitations, he'd only comprehended about 50% of the technique's essence since obtaining it. "What does it matter? I'll still kill you today," the fortress leader growled through clenched teeth, steeling his resolve. Finishing his threat, he began gathering energy for another devastating attack. "Oh really?" But Lin Che merely responded with an icy laugh. Lin Che noticed that although the battle technique mastered by the Black Dragon Stronghold leader was immensely powerful, each strike required charging time. Had he truly comprehended this technique to perfection, this wouldn't have been an issue. But precisely because of the Black Dragon Stronghold leader's incomplete understanding, the charging moment became his most fatal weakness. Whoosh! The Black Dragon Stronghold leader's energy had just begun gathering when Lin Che's figure abruptly shot forward, accompanied by the dazzling flash of a domineering sword. One sword strike, swift as wind, quick as lightning, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Thud! As the sword light descended, the Black Dragon Stronghold leader's head flew high into the air while blood gushed forth violently. Only after a moment did his body collapse heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 7: Rapid Advancement. The Black Dragon Stronghold that had plagued Kanglan City for years was thus completely eradicated by Lin Che. After dealing with them, Lin Che immediately began clearing the battlefield. Only after completely looting the valuables from the bodies of the Black Dragon Stronghold warriors did Lin Che approach the black-clad beauty, saying, "Miss, though I lent a hand, it was but a trivial effort. No need for thanks." "No need for thanks." Luo Ro remained completely silent, simply staring at the young man before her. Lin Che felt somewhat awkward, fully aware that she was a terrifyingly powerful expert. Her unwavering gaze made his hair stand on end. "How about I share some of the spoils with you?" "No need." Keep them for yourself this time, the black-clad woman finally spoke, her tone distinctly cold. In that case, I'll take my leave. Until we meet again. With those words, Lin Che turned and strode away without hesitation. Earlier, he had known she was a formidable expert yet intervened regardless not for any particular reason, merely to plant the seeds of goodwill. But he understood just as clearly that given their disparity in status and his current strength, deeper connections were presently impossible. If he could leave even the slightest favorable impression in her mind, that would suffice. At this moment, Luo Ro, who had maintained an expressionless face until now, watched the retreating young figure as a soft smile subtly veiled her eyes. Truly an interesting youth. Hall Master, I see this boy is merely overestimating his capabilities. As Luo Ro's words faded, the space nearby rippled and a silver-robed man materialized. With the Hall Master's strength, eliminating these people would be but the work of a snap. Why would this boy need to meddle in others' affairs? Hearing this, Luo Ro responded, the key is he didn't know I possessed the means to protect myself. His willingness to stand up for justice proves his excellent character. Could it be that the Hall Master has taken a liking to his talent? At these words, Luo Ro shook her head. I've long ceased involvement in worldly affairs and have no interest in nurturing juniors. However, I dislike owing favors. Follow him and find an opportunity to repay this kindness. Understood. After bowing in acknowledgement of the order, the silver-robed man vanished once more. By now, Lin Che had already left that cliffside. He strolled leisurely along a mountain wilderness path. The Black Dragon Bandit Gang has been committing atrocities near Kanglan City for years. Now that I've eradicated this criminal organization today, Senior Celestial Maiden, do you think I'll receive good karma for this? Perhaps the mysterious woman's voice echoed in Lin Che's consciousness, her tone noticeably cold. Sigh, why do I always feel like you're giving me the cold shoulder every time we talk? As cold as an iceberg. Though my parents might have had some feud with you, I'm innocent. There's no need to vent all that resentment on me. To this, the Celestial Maiden chose silence. Seeing this, Lin Che secretly made a helpless expression. But then he continued somewhat shamelessly, to be honest, that woman in black today was incredibly beautiful. If not for my extraordinary self-control cultivated through daily training, I might have had some improper thoughts. This finally piqued a trace of curiosity in the Celestial Maiden's heart, and she asked doubtfully, your daily training in self-control. Although that black-clad woman was exceptionally beautiful today, she still couldn't compare to the peerless beauty of Celestial Maiden. Following your guidance in daily cultivation has naturally strengthened my self-restraint. By the way, since I saved her today, do you think she might have been impressed by my heroic demeanor and secretly developed feelings for me, Senior Celestial Maiden? I think you're somewhat shameless. The mysterious woman's voice carried a hint of disdain this time. Of course, any woman, especially a beautiful one, wouldn't mind receiving compliments about her appearance. Though the Celestial Maiden's tone carried some disdain, within the divine jade space invisible to Lin Che, a faint curve appeared on her snow-like countenance. A smile that could topple cities. Whether you stirred her heart or not, I don't know, but I do know your actions have brought you some trouble. After a pause, the Celestial Maiden suddenly said. Lin Che was taken aback. What trouble? The Celestial Maiden didn't answer but instead said, these coming days, continue searching for heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, but you must no longer use your chi si to devour them or casually display your cultivation method. Why? Lin Che grew even more puzzled in his heart. Because someone is following you, the Celestial Maiden said casually. What? Lin Che was startled and became cautious. His spiritual sense rapidly expanded outward, but after a while he failed to detect any traces. His realm far surpasses yours, you can't sense him. However, this person means no harm, so there's no need for concern, just listen to me. Alright. Hearing the Celestial Maiden's words, though Lin Che found it strange, he didn't ask further questions. In the following days, Lin Che continued searching for various spiritual herbs in the Divine Wind Mountain range, inevitably engaging in bloody battles with various fierce beasts. It must be said that for martial artists, only through life and death combat can one progress rapidly. Although his cultivation level remained at Chi-gathering 7th layer, Lin Che's combat instincts, techniques, and experience were all improving by leaps and bounds at a visible rate. Senior Celestial Maiden, when exactly can I refine these precious medicines? Finally, after the 10th day, Lin Che couldn't help but ask aloud. In fact, during these 10 days he had collected no less than 30 spiritual herbs. Just being able to refine them with his dantian could make his cultivation level advance rapidly once again. Yet during this period, the Celestial Maiden never mentioned letting him cultivate, making Lin Che feel like he was guarding a treasure mountain but couldn't enter. You're very eager to break through. Yes. There are less than 7 days left until the sect selection battle in Kanglan City. Lin Che slightly clenched his fist. Having severed ties with the Lin family this time, and knowing Lin Shanghai's ruthless nature, Lin Che knew that once his recovered cultivation became known, the family head would never leave such a potential threat unchecked. Therefore, Lin Che speculated that there must already be killing traps set by Lin Shanghai waiting for him to appear outside. With Lin Che's current strength, attempting to oppose the entire Lin family would be no different from an egg striking a rock. Even escaping beyond the boundaries of Kanglan City might prove impossible. He could only knowingly march toward danger, for the sect selection tournament might be his only chance victory that would grant him entry to Dao Song Academy. At that point, even if Lin Shanghai still wished to kill him, there would be no further opportunity. Then you should enter that cave and begin refining these spiritual herbs. After a moment of silence, the celestial maiden spoke. Lin Che scanned his surroundings and indeed discovered a naturally formed cave on a nearby cliff face. Hearing the celestial maiden's words, joy rose in Lin Che's heart, and without hesitation he climbed the stone cliff to enter the cave. The light abruptly dimmed as Lin Che sat cross-legged in a relatively dry area of the cave, taking out a ring. A spatial ring. This was precisely the spoils Lin Che had obtained after killing the Black Dragon stronghold leader. Don't underestimate this ring, it's a luxury item that only clan leaders and elders of major families in Kanglan City could possess. Even when Lin Che held the position of young master of the Lin family, he wasn't qualified to own one. Over these past few days, Lin Che had already mastered the usage of this spatial ring. With a single thought, 30 spirit herbs harvested these days materialized out of thin air. Immediately, Lin Che activated his Qi Si and began absorbing the spiritual energy from these herbs. What Lin Che didn't know was that shortly after he entered the cave, a silver-robed man had appeared out of nowhere, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Strange, does this boy possess some kind of mental shielding artifact? Why can't I sense his aura after he entered the cave? However, Hall Master Luo's earlier command was merely to find an opportunity to repay a favor. So although the silver-robed man found it peculiar, he had no interest in investigating further. Finally, his figure flickered and disappeared once more. One day later, inside the stone cave, all 30 medicinal herbs placed before Lin Che had been completely refined by him. It must be said, the Qi cultivation method was truly domineering. At this moment, Lin Che could clearly feel the dense spiritual energy contained within the medicinal herbs raging violently through his body. Such violent energy would have surely caused a spiritual martial realm expert to explode and die dozens of times over. Yet under the guidance of Qi, this terrifying energy was continuously tempering Lin Che's physique. Every inch of his bones, flesh, blood, and meridians were all being frantically forged. Boom! Finally, the martial barrier within Lin Che's body was broken once again, and his realm smoothly broke through to Qi gathering 8th layer. Qi gathering 8th layer. An intense excitement appeared on Lin Che's face. A year ago, before my realm declined, I was at Qi gathering 8th layer. Now, after rebuilding my foundation, I've returned to my peak once more. Moreover, advancing from the first level of Qi gathering to the 8th level only took a single month. Lin Che could clearly perceive that after his Dantian was replaced by a sea of Qi, although his cultivation realm showed no difference from a year ago, his actual combat power was incomparably stronger. Now, with just a casual movement, explosive Qi sounds erupted from within his body. This level of formidable power was something he had never achieved before. Chapter 8, The Fifth Elder. Senior Celestial Maiden, this cultivation speed is too heaven-defying. Will there be any after effects later? Though exhilarated by his progress, Lin Che couldn't help but feel concerned after calming down. The martial philosophy he'd learned since childhood emphasized that cultivation shouldn't be rushed, foundations must be solidified, otherwise one risked Qi deviation in the future. You call this fast? The Celestial Maiden shook her head slightly. What do you know, kid? A frog in a well. You haven't seen the terrifying beings beyond the star domains that devour entire planets for cultivation. If there were any real risks, these ruthless experts within the star domains would have had their souls annihilated 10,000 times over. Of course, the Celestial Maiden's muttering was extremely subtle and would never be heard by Lin Che. She explained, you just focus on cultivation. As for whether this technique has flaws, that's for its creator to consider. This is beyond your current level. Alright, Lin Che nodded. But immediately after, Lin Che's mind became active again. Senior Celestial Maiden, since you've reached such incredible heights before, you must have collected many powerful combat techniques. How about casually teaching me too? To this, the Celestial Maiden responded, have you heard of a child wielding a 10,000-pound hammer as a weapon? You're currently too weak. The combat techniques I know aren't suitable for you to learn. When you reach the heavenly martial realm, perhaps I can teach you 1 or 2 techniques. But for now, don't count on me for combat techniques. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed through Lin Che's eyes, though he understood the Celestial Maiden's words held truth. Although he didn't yet know the Celestial Maiden's exact origins, he realized this mysterious woman must have extraordinary background. The combat techniques she possessed were undoubtedly beyond his current level of attainment. Naturally, Lin Che's thirst for combat techniques stemmed from having served as the Lin family's young master for years, yet Lin Shanghai had never taught him a single proper technique. The blood flowing through my veins isn't the Lin family's direct lineage. This proves Lin Shanghai has been holding back from me all along. Thankfully, this year's realm regression has allowed me to see the Lin family's true nature clearly. Thinking this, Lin Che once again took out that spatial ring. With a flash of radiance, a yellowed ancient manual appeared before him. 9 forms of chaos reversal. This must be that lower grade spirit rank combat technique the Black Dragon stronghold leader used earlier. The Morong family, ranked first among Kanglan City's great clans, treasures nothing more than a single low-grade spirit tier combat technique. One must admit, the Black Dragon Stronghold Chief had remarkable luck to encounter such fortune and obtain a technique of this level. No, I should say my luck is truly excellent. Holding this ancient manual, Lin Che thought somewhat smugly, feeling a flash of relief in his heart. At the very least, this technique's grade wouldn't be inferior to the ancestral techniques treasured by Kanglan City's various great families. Then, over the following days, Lin Che began cultivating this technique. The technique was profound and obscure. Even the Black Dragon Stronghold Chief had only mastered about 50% of it. But one must remember that Lin Che's natural talent far surpassed the Stronghold Chief's. Thus, nearly 3 days later, Lin Che had completely mastered it. After 3 days, Lin Che emerged from the cave. Having grown accustomed to the cave's darkness, the slightly glaring light now made Lin Che narrow his eyes. Stretching comfortably, breathing in the fresh air outside the cave through his nostrils, Lin Che currently felt a sense of rebirth. A year ago, when his cultivation realm fell, the Lin family that once gave him a sense of belonging was completely overturned in his mind overnight, making him taste all the fickleness of human relationships. Those who haven't personally experienced this feeling would never understand. This also made Lin Che thoroughly understand one truth in the martial world: strength commands respect. Only by possessing strength can one possess dignity. There are still 3 days left. The sect selection battle is about to begin. It's time to return to Kanglan City. Lin family, wait for me. I'll give you a surprise. After making this decision, Lin Che began making his way back along the route to Kanglan City. 1 day later, his figure appeared at the outskirts of the Divine Wind mountain range. But just as he was about to leave this mountain range, a sense of ominous foreboding suddenly struck him. Lin Che's expression darkened as he decisively stopped in his tracks. Who's there? No need to hide in the shadows. Come out. I didn't expect you to discover me. I must have been careless. Lin Che, it seems your cultivation has indeed recovered somewhat. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows in the darkness. It was a middle-aged man with a gaunt face, his eyes fixed on Lin Che while emanating a trace of coldness. Fifth Elder. Seeing this middle-aged man, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. This person was none other than the 5th elder of the Lin family. I never thought the Lin family would go so far as to send an elder to kill me. It seems Lin Shenhai truly fears me as a potential threat. This is called prudence. The 5th elder sneered. For a family to stand firm for a century without falling, it's like a sailing ship. The helmsman must naturally be cautious and steer clear of storms in advance. Lin Che, with your talent, once your Dantian fully recovers, you could become quite a troublesome foe for our Lin family. So it's naturally best to nip this trouble in the bud. Lin Che shook his head with a cold laugh. This is the first time I've seen someone describe such heartlessness with such lofty rhetoric. Unfortunately, with foolish helmsmen like you steering the Lin family, it's only a matter of time before the ship capsizes. At that moment, the 5th elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Che, even if your cultivation were restored to its peak state from a year ago, you would still be no match for this elder. In truth, killing you wouldn't even require my personal intervention, yet here I am. Since that's the case, you ought to understand that resistance is meaningless. So you might as well submit to your death obediently. The 5th elder's icy words faded as his figure abruptly moved. Swish! His speed was ghostly as he closed in on Lin Che with terrifying swiftness. Perish! The 5th elder roared, then clenched his palm into a fist. Dark light surged as he delivered a crushing blow straight toward Lin Che's heart, overwhelming in both momentum and force. 9th layer of Qi gathering. The aura erupting from the 5th elder's body proved he hadn't been bluffing earlier. Even if Lin Che recovered to his cultivation level from a year ago, there would still be a full realm's gap when facing the peak Qi gathering 5th elder. Yet facing the 5th elder's overwhelmingly powerful aura, Lin Che's expression remained utterly calm. Swish! Only when the opponent closed within a certain distance did Lin Che's figure finally move. Boom! With just one step forward, an aura no weaker than the 5th elder's suddenly erupted from Lin Che's entire body. Without doubt, Lin Che had employed the spiritual ranked combat skill 9 Reversals of Chaos to unleash such terrifying momentum. Moreover, unlike how the Black Dragon Stronghold leader needed 9 full steps back then, Lin Che condensed this powerful aura with merely a single step. One step to gather momentum. What defines a genius? The ability to push any combat skill or technique to its absolute limit when mastered in present. Lin Shen unquestionably proved this truth. In the next instant, Lin Che drew his sword and executed a single slash forward. Boom! The violent sword force clashed fiercely with 5th elder's fist imprint, creating intense spiritual energy fluctuations that wildly dispersed in all directions through the air. After the single exchange, 5th elder's body was forcibly knocked back over a dozen steps by tremendous force. You! 5th elder's face was full of shock, but before he could utter a second word, the tip of a long sword was already pressing against his throat. Lin Che stood imposingly, the long sword in his hand still emitting a faint humming sound at this moment. His eyes filled with icy coldness as he looked at Fifth Elder and said, "For years I fought hard for the Lin family, yet most of the resources I struggled to obtain flowed into the Elders' Council as a dignified elder of the Lin family. Have you grown to this pathetic level? You couldn't even withstand a single sword strike, utterly worthless. Humiliation. This was absolutely naked insult." Fifth Elder's aged face stiffened as he was about to speak. However, before he could utter a single word, Lin Che suddenly thrust his sword forward. Swing! The Fifth Elder's throat was instantly pierced, blood splattering everywhere. The Fifth Elder's eyes widened as he made gurgling sounds from his mouth, ultimately collapsing slowly while his face was frozen in terror. Perhaps even until death, he couldn't comprehend how Lin Che, whose dantian was shattered just a month ago, could grow to such terrifying levels within a single month. After slaying this Fifth Elder, Lin Che naturally didn't overlook the resources on his person. Fortunately, this Fifth Elder actually possessed a spatial ring. When Lin Che probed it with his spiritual sense, he discovered there were a full 70 spiritual herbs inside. 70 spiritual herbs should be enough to support my breakthrough to the next realm, right? A flicker of excitement flashed through Lin Che's heart. However, he didn't immediately refine these herbs. After storing them all away, he glanced at the corpse lying in the pool of blood and then strode away. Shortly after Lin Che departed, the silver-robed man's figure emerged once more from the darkness. When did this kid break through to Chi Gathering 8th level right under my nose? The silver-robed man clearly remembered that Lin Che was only at Chi Gathering 7th level during his battle with the Black Dragon Stronghold leader, yet now, after just a few days, he had reached Chi Gathering 8th level. What's more shocking was that he hadn't noticed when the breakthrough occurred at all. Could it be that this youth is a Heaven's Path cultivator? Legend spoke of peerless geniuses from ancient times who could advance one realm per battle, relying solely on their heaven-defying comprehension gained through continuous combat to break through realms. They were called Heaven's Path cultivators. Lin Che's current performance actually made this silver-robed expert entertain this seemingly absurd notion. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through the silver-robed man's mind momentarily. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the silver-robed man shook his head helplessly. "The Hall Master ordered me to help you resolve one crisis. This could have been that opportunity. But it seems this mission must continue. What a headache." Chapter 9, Sect Selection Battle. After leaving the Divine Wind Mountain Range, Lin Che immediately rushed to a nearby small town. Before his training journey, fearing the extreme dangers within the mountains, he had arranged for Xiao Yao to stay temporarily in this place. After encountering the ambush by the Fifth Elder, Lin Che became extremely concerned about this young girl's safety. Fortunately, when he found Xiao Yao, the girl was still lively and active, having encountered no danger whatsoever. "Young master, you finally returned." Xiao Yao wept tears of joy upon seeing Lin Che, for in this young girl's heart, the current Lin Che was her sole support. Lin Che comfortingly patted her head. "I've made you worry during this period." Then he asked further, "Have any members of the Lin family come to this town recently?" "Yes." Xiao Yao nodded with a solemn expression. "Young master, I've seen many Lin family martial artists moving about nearby these past few days. They all seem to be searching for you, but each time I hid and wasn't discovered by them." Hearing this, Lin Che frowned. So it seemed he had truly underestimated the Lin family's determination to kill him. With this thought in mind, Lin Che turned to Xiao Yao and said, "This is no place to linger, let's go." "Young master, where should we go?" "Back to Kanglin City," Lin Che stated directly. "Ah, back to Kanglin City," but Xiao Yao wore an expression of astonishment. At this moment, Lin Che declared, "I'm going back to reclaim everything I once lost." Kanglin City. On this day, the city was packed with crowds, with nearly every street filled to capacity with citizens. One could say Kanglin City hadn't witnessed such lively scenes for nearly a decade. The reason for this excitement was simple. Rumors spread that Daotsang Academy would be sending mentors today to select disciples within Kanglin City. Daotsang Academy was the foremost power in the Yangzhou region. Legend had it that every year, Daotsang Academy would visit major cities across Yangzhou to select young martial artists of exceptional talent for enrollment in cultivation. The region of Yangzhou is incredibly vast, containing over 1,000 cities of varying sizes within its territory. However, Daotsang Academy only accepts 100 new students each year. This means only the top 100 cities in terms of overall strength can qualify for Daotsang Academy's consideration. For Kanglin City, this marks the first time in nearly 10 years it has entered the top 100 rankings. Both the major families and ordinary citizens have long anticipated this grand event. Rumor has it that Daotsang Academy only recruits one disciple from each major city. This means only the most talented youth in Kanglin City stands a chance to become a Daotsang Academy disciple. Guess which family's genius will become this fortunate one. All major families in the city attach utmost importance to this sect selection trial. If one of their juniors becomes a Daotsang Academy disciple, their future would be limitless and their family would soar to unprecedented heights. The streets of Kanglin City teem with bustling crowds, alive with clamor and excitement. Undoubtedly, this matter dominates all conversations among the people. What suspense could there possibly be? The Morong family has always been the foremost clan in Kanglan City, and the daughter of its patriarch, Lady Morong Yen, is currently recognized as the top genius in the city. In my opinion, the first place in this selection battle undoubtedly belongs to Morong Yen. That might not necessarily be true for this year's selection battle. All major clans have fully opened their family resources to their younger generation. Moreover, to preserve their strength, there have been no recorded clashes among the juniors this past year. No one can guess how much each has progressed. Morong Yen is indeed formidable, but in my view, the Shinta family's genius Shinta Yuan is no weakling either. He might not lose this year. Morong Yen, Shinta Yuan. These two are currently the most sought-after geniuses in Kanglan City. Thus, the focus of everyone's discussion naturally centers on these two individuals. Just then, someone sighed and remarked, "These two are indeed the top favorites to win the championship, but to claim either of them as Kanglan City's #1 genius would be overstating things. After all, in previous years, both these prodigies were consistently overshadowed by one individual. The only reason they're receiving so much attention this year is because that person cannot participate in this sect selection competition." At these words, the image of a young man involuntarily surfaced in everyone's mind. Lin Che. When speaking of Kanglan City's undisputed top genius throughout the years, there could only be this youth. When his talents hadn't yet vanished, no young junior in the city could even be mentioned in the same breath as him. Lin Che of those days was truly astonishing, but ever since contracting that strange illness a year ago, with his dantian shattered, he fell from the clouds into the abyss. Otherwise, with him in their ranks, the Lin family would surely have attained unprecedented glory. Now, it's probably the Lin family that's suffering the most devastating loss. I heard Lin Che had his engagement unilaterally terminated by Miss Morong Yen of the Morong family. Not long ago, he was also stripped of his young master position by the Lin family and expelled, becoming the laughingstock of all Kanglan City. Now he's probably begging in some corner. Nothing worth discussing, someone said with undisguised contempt. When Lin Che was mentioned, some felt pity for him, others sighed regretfully, while some took malicious pleasure in his downfall. But regardless of which emotion, it was merely a fleeting thought in people's minds. In the martial world, people tend to remember only the strong. No matter how many past honors one possesses, once fallen from grace, they'll gradually be forgotten by the world. Kanglan City's most prosperous central avenue. Surrounding a massive combat platform, all major family factions of Kanglan City had taken their seats. At the Lin family's position, family head Lin Xianhai looked toward Lin Yu. "Yuer, how have your recent advancements been?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Yu promptly replied with respect, "Rest assured, patriarch uncle. Since the family resources were fully open to your nephew, 3 days ago I have fortunately fulfilled my duty and advanced to the 8th level of Qi gathering." The 8th level of Qi gathering. Observing Lin Yu's completely self-satisfied expression, Lin Xianhai's face grew increasingly solemn rather than relieved. The 8th level of Qi gathering, it was merely the realm Lin Che had already stepped into a year ago. By comparison, the talent gap between this Lin Yu and that family traitor was indeed enormous. This made Lin Xianhai feel profoundly regretful. Had it not been for that accident a year ago, perhaps the Lin family might truly have had hope of allying with Daotsong Academy as their backing. However, whatever might be said now would be of no avail, and the Lin family could only place their final hopes on Lin Yu. Even though this Lin Yu was someone Lin Xianhai privately looked down upon in his heart. As for Lin Che, with 5th elder taking action, he should already be dead in some desolate wilderness, shouldn't he? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Xianhai's face remained completely unperturbed from beginning to end. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, "Yuer, don't burden yourself. Just do your best. Even if I have to risk my life, I will surely bring glory to the Lin family." Having been overshadowed by Lin Che's brilliance for over a decade, Lin Yu said with flattered surprise when feeling Lin Xianhai's recognition, "The city lord arrives." Boom rumble. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussions, heavy hoofbeats suddenly echoed from the central street. A group of armored soldiers came galloping, surrounding a middle-aged man with jade-like features as they headed straight for the massive circular platform. Upon seeing this force, representatives from Kanglan City's major families all rose to their feet as a sign of respect. This was the City Lord's faction. The middle-aged man at the center was none other than Xiao Feng, City Lord of Kanglan. Although Kanglan City had numerous prominent families, even the most powerful among them dared not openly challenge the City Lord's residence. This wasn't merely due to the residence's formidable military strength, but more importantly, because this authority represented the imperial government. After ascending the round platform, Xiao Feng waved his hand grandly and announced, "Invite Mentor Ji to the platform." Immediately, an ornate palanquin came into view before the crowd. The palanquin's curtain was drawn aside, revealing a radiant-faced elder stepping forth. This person was none other than Ji Zong, a mentor from Daotsong Academy. As this elder, whose decisions could determine the fate of Kanglan City's noble families, passed by, every prominent family representative along the way displayed fawning gazes. Yet the elder ignored these looks completely, maintaining an unswerving, dignified expression as he ascended the high platform. Mentor Ji represents Daotsong Academy on his first visit to Kanglan City. Should our hospitality prove inadequate, we humbly beg your generous forgiveness, City Lord Xiao said with a courteous smile. He, you're too courteous, City Lord Xiao. I'm merely conducting business for Daotsong Academy this time. I only hope everything proceeds smoothly. I've heard Mentor G's stay in the city is limited. In that case, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's begin immediately, City Lord Xiao added from the side. Good. As his words fell, Jizong directly stepped to the center of the round platform and declared in a booming voice, "This old man is named Jizong, serving as a mentor of Daotsong Academy, and I'm precisely the person in charge of Kanglan City's assessment this time. The purpose of my visit this time, I believe you all already understand, so there's no need for this old man to elaborate further. Under these circumstances, I shall clearly state the rules of this assessment. All members of the younger generation below 20 years of age are qualified to participate. The assessment consists of 2 rounds, the first being preliminary examination. As for the method to pass this preliminary examination, when Jizong reached this point, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! 3 wooden figures appeared on the combat platform. Jizong said slowly, all examinees must ascend the combat platform. Those who can remain standing under the attacks of these 3 wooden figures for the duration of 1 incense stick will pass the first round. Those who can stand on the combat platform for 1 incense stick's duration without falling will pass the first round. Simple. The brocade-robed elder made it sound simple, but now everyone showed solemn expressions without exception upon seeing the 3 wooden figures holding wooden swords. They clearly sensed at the moment these 3 wooden figures appeared, space faintly trembled, and a powerful oppressive force swept over them. This proved the 3 wooden figures possessed extremely formidable combat strength. The arena fell silent for a moment. After what seemed like an eternity, someone finally became the first to step onto the combat platform. That's Song Lei, the eldest son of the Song family. Many in the crowd recognized the young man who was the first to approach the combat platform. Song Lei, at the 6th level of Qi-gathering realm, though not considered one of Kanglan City's top geniuses, still ranked in the upper middle tier in terms of strength. Coupled with his courage to be the first to take the stage, which was commendable, the crowd erupted in cheers. No one dares to go first. Well then, this opportunity to shine shall belong to this young master. Song Lei ascended the combat platform step by step, his face composed, thinking to himself how difficult could the first round of assessment possibly be. Just as his foot touched the final step, a piercing cold aura suddenly enveloped him. One of the wooden figures on the battle platform moved. Whoosh! The wooden figure raised its wooden blade like a gust of wind, carrying an overwhelmingly sharp momentum as it swept toward Song Lei. Thud! The next instant, Song Lei's body was sent flying right off the battle platform. Chapter 10, Passing with Overwhelming Force. Thump! Song Lei's disheveled figure crashed heavily into the dusty ground. In that moment, the entire central square fell into dead silence. 6th level Qi-gathering realm, defeated in 1 move. If the crowd previously had no clear understanding of these 3 wooden figures' strength, they all now couldn't help but gasp in shock. This is terrifying. At this rate, how many could possibly pass the first round of assessment? In Kanglan City, many initially confident young talents even began considering withdrawal. Instructor G, isn't this too harsh? On the observation platform, City Lord Xiao inquired in a low voice. This is only the first round of assessment. If the elimination rate in the preliminary test is already so shocking, it would indeed sound rather unpleasant for Kanglan City's reputation. For this entire city, Daotsong Academy only selects 1 person while eliminating all the rest. Whether it's difficult or not, what difference does it make? Jizong countered with a smile. Of course, if not a single person from the entire Kanglan City can pass the first round assessment, then this old man would have to return empty-handed. Hearing this, Xiao Feng remained silent. He understood that what Jizong said was the truth. This was Daotsong Academy, the overlord of Yangzhou. For any young talent in Yangzhou, being able to enter could be considered a lifelong honor. On the contrary, to become one of its members, one must rely solely on one's own strength. However, compared to the previous bustling atmosphere, the younger generation of Kanglan City now appeared rather gloomy. Song Lei's strength was considered upper middle tier in Kanglan City. With his elimination, many who considered themselves inferior to Song Lei also quietly gave up. As for those brave enough to step forward next, there was no doubt they were the rising stars of the younger generation, the top talents in Kanglan City. But even so, up to now, not a single person has been able to pass the assessment. Could it be that the talents of our Kanglan City can't even clear the preliminary test's threshold? This is too disheartening. Who can ultimately vindicate our Kanglan City and take the lead? As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly silent. At this very moment, the appearance of a figure reignited the low spirits of the crowd, raising their enthusiasm. It was a woman. Her features were picturesque, her figure exquisite, and her calm demeanor revealed a faint but discernible air of pride. The kind of confidence emanating from her very bones made one understand immediately what it meant to stand out among one's peers, to be the cream of the crop. Murong Yen. A dazzling presence in Kanglan City, not only was she exceptionally beautiful with extraordinary personal abilities, but her Morong family was also the foremost clan in Kanglan City. It can be said that this woman was naturally the focus of people's attention. If not for being overshadowed by someone's brilliance in previous years, she could truly be called flawless. But even so, after that person's demise, Morong Yen naturally became recognized by most of Kanglan City as its top talent. Hahaha, Miss Morong is finally making her move. Indeed, as Kanglan City's foremost genius, if she can't succeed, I fear our entire city would face complete annihilation. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Morong Yan's graceful figure stood firm on the battle platform. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 wooden puppets moved simultaneously. Judging from previous battles, the coordination between these 3 wooden puppets was seamless, whether in offense or defense. The wooden puppets' attacks were exceptionally fierce, each strike coming from extremely tricky angles that almost completely sealed off the challenger's space. But unlike the previous challenger's disheveled states, from beginning to end, Morong Yan's performance could be described as completely effortless. Her figure could always dodge nimbly in advance before the storm-like attacks could reach her. As her sleeves fluttered in the air, her graceful silhouette seemed to possess a peculiar magic that could effortlessly captivate one's attention. Until the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Only when the 3 wooden figures on the battle platform ceased their assault did the crowd notice that not a single strand of Morong Yan's raven hair appeared disheveled. Is this already over? It wasn't until Morong Yan descended from the platform with light steps that the long silent central square erupted with earth-shaking cheers as the crowd finally regained their senses, anticipating the enemy's moves. Though Morong Yan never made a single offensive move from beginning to end, what extraordinary confidence in footwork and perception must one possess to accomplish this? Finally, someone passed. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Feng on the viewing platform secretly clenched his fist. If Kanglan City had truly been completely defeated, this city lord probably wouldn't have had the face to remain seated here. To say nothing else, Daotsong Academy would definitely abandon Kanglan City for next year's assessment, making the city a laughingstock throughout Yangzhou. After Morong Yan, the assessment continued, but there were truly few remaining participants who stepped forward. However, what came next gave Xiao Feng quite a surprise. As the assessment neared its conclusion, unexpectedly 2 more candidates passed. The first, without doubt, was Shinta Yuan, Morong Yan's only worthy rival. The second, remarkably, was the Lin family's new young master, Lin Yu. I never imagined Lin Yu would actually pass the assessment. It seems the Lin family hasn't completely declined after Lin Che's downfall. When Lin Yu became the third to pass the wooden dummy trial, waves of discussion erupted through the crowd. Though his performance couldn't compare to Morong Yan or Shinta Yuan's effortless mastery, amidst the near-total failure of Kanglan City's younger generation, this was startling enough. After passing the wooden man trial, Lin Yu walked back with his head held high toward the Lin family's position. Feeling all the gazes upon him along the way, he was filled with extraordinary pride. For so many years, in this moment, it was as if he had finally shaken off Lin Che's shadow. Let everyone know that the Lin family doesn't just have Lin Che, it also has Lin Yu. Well done, worthy of being my son. The Lin family's grand elder heavily slapped his thigh, appearing extremely excited. As for family head Lin Xianghai, he also nodded slightly. Being able to pass the first round showed that the family resources allocated to Lin Yu during this period weren't wasted after all. In this trial competition, the Lin family still held a sliver of hope. On the spectator platform, Ji Zong secretly shook his head. So far, only 3 people have passed. Kanglan City was appearing in the 100 cities ranking for the first time, and this was also the first year it had entered Daotsong Academy's sights. But judging by the elimination rate in the first round, the foundation was still too weak. He had originally thought this trip might bring some pleasant surprises, but now it seems somewhat disappointing. Fortunately, that girl named Morong Yan possesses sufficiently stunning talent, making this trip worthwhile. With this thought, Ji Zong prepared to stand and announce the results of the first round. However, at this very moment, a sudden commotion arose. Look, there's actually someone else coming to take the examination. At this shout, all eyes gathered once more. On the lengthy stone steps, a young figure could be seen ascending the platform step by step. This person carried a long sword on his back, wore a bamboo hat, and his black robe fluttered dramatically in the wind. His footsteps gave off a calm yet powerful impression. But the crowd's hearts were anything but calm now. Who is this? Apart from those 3, is there really someone else in Kanglan City confident enough to pass the examination? Countless people wondered. Meanwhile, that remarkable figure had already stepped onto the final stone step and stood upon the combat platform. In an instant, a wooden puppet attacked him directly, its wooden sword slicing through the air. The sword radiance flashed forth with overwhelming momentum. The attack is indeed fierce. Feeling the blade, under his bamboo hat, Lin Che's eyes flickered slightly. In the next instant, Lin Che drew his sword and met the attack head-on. Clang! The wooden blade in the puppet's hand was parried by this sword strike, emitting a shrill metallic shriek. Not only that, the wooden puppet's body was actually forced to retreat one full step. At this moment, Lin Che's second sword strike had already arrived. This strike came without sound or wind, as if it had dissolved into the breeze itself. A flash of swordlight left a clean cut on the wooden puppet. Witnessing this scene from the observation platform, Xiao Feng abruptly shot up from his seat. What a swift sword! What a treacherous angle! Xiao Feng's eyes trembled violently when he noticed the sword mark was precisely positioned at the puppet's eyes. One could say, if this wooden puppet had been made of flesh and blood, it would have already lost all combat capability. It was like facing three powerful enemies. One was eliminated in the first encounter. Such ruthless efficiency couldn't help but shock everyone. Xiao Feng naturally wouldn't have guessed that Lin Che, under the guidance of the mysterious woman within the ancient jade space in the Divine Wind Mountains, had trained specifically in lethal single-strike techniques while battling demonic beasts. The simplest way to eliminate an opponent. Of course, the wooden puppets weren't flesh and blood, so Lin Che's single sword strike couldn't end them. Few present possessed Xiao Feng's keen eyesight to discern the truth of the situation. Thus, the battle continued. Swish, swish, swish. All three wooden puppets attacked simultaneously, their coordination reaching perfection as terrifying blade auras enveloped the entire arena. Yet Lin Che didn't choose to evade their assault. Instead, he pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow directly toward the three puppets. Dodge! Lin Che had no intention of dodging. His method was to counterattack with attack, to overcome hardness with hardness. Clang! 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 Lin Che's longsword continuously clashed with the wooden blades, creating rippling shockwaves. This guy is really fierce. Below the arena, spectators watched the flashing blades with wide-eyed astonishment. While the scene was visually stunning, it appeared extraordinarily perilous. It could be said that should the challenger's chi run dry or reveal the slightest opening, the consequences would be dire. Yet, just as the crowd wondered how much longer this mysterious swordsman could last, all three wooden opponents simultaneously ceased movement. The time of one incense stick had elapsed. He passed. Witnessing Lin Che complete the trial with such formidable prowess, the spectators erupted into thunderous commotion. Some even involuntarily exhaled in relief. Though he hadn't appeared as effortlessly graceful as Morong Yen, none could deny his combat style was thrilling, making the audience's emotions surge wildly. At the same time, countless people grew even more curious just who was this young figure standing tall on the battle platform. When had such a powerful youth emerged in Kanglin City? Chapter 11, You're Still This Weak. Heart, throat, eyes, glabella, all vital points. Not a single strike missed. Not bad. As the wooden puppets ceased their assault, Lin Che sheathed his sword, a look of satisfaction on his face. Visible on the three wooden figures were 19 sword marks in total, each precisely on a vital point. But what material are these three wooden puppets even made of? So tough. Lin Che had poured abundant true chi into every strike earlier, confident that even a block of blue steel rock would have been shattered by his sword energy. Yet now, the three wooden figures bore only shallow marks. Those are defensive inscriptions. These three wooden puppets originate from the Tao of formations. A mysterious woman's voice suddenly spoke from the depths of his consciousness. The art of formations is truly profound. I can't even breach its defenses. Without the time limit, I likely would have lost. Lin Che clearly realized. You're just too weak. With sufficient strength, no formation exists that can't be shattered with one sword strike, the mysterious woman added. Lin Che. Foolish. The wooden dummies are lifeless objects that feel no pain and fear no death. To engage them in such brute confrontation makes you nothing but a reckless brute. I'm certain that without time constraints, with such severe chi depletion, this person would undoubtedly perish. From the Lin family's direction, Lin Yu watched the figure on stage with inexplicable familiarity, though he couldn't immediately place it, creating an odd sense of irritation within him. Lin Xianghai shared this same sensation. However, moments later, Lin Xianghai's eyes suddenly changed, as if realizing something, and he sprang up from his seat. You unfilial wretch. So it's you unfilial son. Lin Che. You're Lin Che. You actually survived and dared to participate in the trial competition. Lin Che. Lin Xianghai's sudden roar was like a massive boulder crashing into calm waters, instantly stirring up towering waves. This person is Lin Che. How is this possible? Wasn't he expelled from Kanglin City by the Lin family a month ago, according to rumors? Indeed, Lin Che's dantian was shattered and his cultivation plummeted. If this were truly Lin Che, how could he have passed the preliminary trials? Facing countless gazes directed at him, the figure on the battle platform remained as serene as a clear spring. After a moment, he removed his bamboo hat, revealing a clean and handsome young face. Instantly, everyone below the platform held their breath. It was indeed Lin Che. The name Lin Che had shone too brightly in Kanglin City before one might say no young person in the city could forget that name. It had stood like an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all talented youths. A year ago, everyone believed this figure who had dominated Kanglin City's younger generation had completely fallen from grace. Yet who could have imagined he would return to public view in such a manner? You unfilial son. How dare you show your face here again? Lin Xianghai's heart swirled with countless doubts. After suspecting Lin Che's Dantian had recovered, he had dispatched the fifth elder to ambush him in secret. How could Lin Che possibly appear here now? Could it be the fifth elder failed? Impossible. With fifth elder's peak chi gathering cultivation, how could he fail? He must have simply missed encountering this brat. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Xianghai immediately clasped his fists toward the viewing platform and declared, Instructor Ji, City Lord Xiao, this Lin Che is a traitor to our Lin family. 1 month ago, I personally expelled him from the clan. He has no right to participate in this assessment. I beseech you both to revoke his qualification for the assessment, lest this unfilial son disrupt the proper proceedings of the sect selection trials. Old dog. Upon hearing Lin Xianghai's words, Lin Che's eyes turned icy cold as he suddenly roared. You keep calling me the Lin family's unfilial son. Tell me, what wrong have I, Lin Che, ever done to the Lin family? You Lin Xianghai's voice faltered momentarily before he suddenly sneered. Though you carry no Lin family blood, for over a decade the Lin family raised you as their own. Yet now you openly rebel against the family. Does this not make you an unfilial son? Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Che suddenly erupted in wild laughter. What splendid raising as their own Lin Xianghai! All you ever valued was my talent and the hope I could bring to the Lin family. In truth, I was merely a tool in your eyes. All these years, I fought battles for the Lin family, narrowly escaping death countless times, seizing countless resources for them. The things I won with my very life ultimately served only you parasites sitting comfortably in the shadows. Even so, I, Lin Che, grateful for the upbringing, never once complained. But when my Dantian was shattered a year ago, how did you treat me? You stripped me of my young master position, even exiled me to Punishment Mountain, where the lowest servants could freely bully me. At that moment, I saw the true face of the Lin family, nothing but a pack of heartless, cold-blooded creatures. I, Lin Che, owe nothing to the Lin family. And now, I've long severed all ties with them. As for you, Lin Xianghai, wanting to reprimand me with your elder's authority, what qualifications do you have? Lin Che's words, each syllable piercing like needles, moved everyone present. This Lin Che indeed brought countless glories to the Lin family before. If what he says is true, then the Lin family truly deserves to be called heartless and ungrateful. Hearing these murmurs, Lin Xianghai's expression grew exceedingly dark. In any case, Lin Che's appearance was a variable one that neither he nor the Lin family wished to see. You little bastard spouting nonsense. Just for slandering the Lin family, this old man has every right to purge our ranks. Today, I'll personally deal with you, this unfilial rebel. A ferocious expression emerged on Lin Xianghai's face as his entire body surged with xinqi, actually revealing killing intent. Hold on. Just at this moment, Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up to stop him. Lin Xianghai was startled. City Lord Xiao, this old man is merely cleaning up my own family affairs. This is reasonable and doesn't affect others, does it? Lin Che has already severed ties with your Lin family. Now he's a participant in the selection trials. If you kill him like this, do you still regard Daocang Academy with any respect? Sure enough, following Xiao Feng's questioning, Ji Zhong's cold gaze fell upon Lin Xianghai from the side. Although this gaze carried no oppressive aura, it nonetheless made Lin Xianghai's body tremble. This indeed shows this old man's recklessness. Although Lin Xianghai truly harbored killing intent toward Lin Che, sensing the current situation, he understood killing Lin Che was impossible. At the very least, before the trial competition concludes, there's no possibility of this. Coming to this realization, despite his unwillingness, Lin Xianghai could only obediently return to his seat. On the battle platform, Lin Che looked at Xiao Feng. Although he didn't know why the city lord of Kanglan would help him, he still cast a grateful glance towards him. Then, he prepared to step down from the platform. However, at that very moment, Ji Zhong's aged voice suddenly sounded. Wait! Lin Che's footsteps halted as he turned to look at the old man in confusion. Ji Zhong said expressionlessly, the first round assessment has concluded, with 4 people advancing. I shall now announce the start of the second round, whose rules will be an arena battle. You'll fight in pairs, and you'll go first. As for your opponent. At this point, Ji Zhong's gaze swept across Morong Yan and Shinta Yuan, finally coming to rest on Lin Yu. Turning against each other, a blood feud between family members. This should be interesting, then let the two of you fight. As his words fell, the central square immediately became abuzz with activity. An arena battle. Lin Che versus Lin Yu. In fact, when Lin Yu heard the rules of the second round assessment, his expression had already turned somewhat unpleasant. If this were an arena battle, he simply wouldn't have the courage to face Morong Yan and Shinta Yuan, Kanglan City's 2 most prominent rising geniuses. At least he had this much self-awareness. But when he heard his opponent would be Lin Che, an expression of unexpected delight actually appeared on his face. Compared to those two, the current Lin Che had after all wasted an entire year. Though no one knew how his Dantian had recovered, he was undoubtedly weaker than before. Thus in Lin Yu's view, among the 4 who passed the first trial, Lin Che was unquestionably the weakest. If I face Lin Che, then Morong Yan and Shinta Yuan will inevitably confront each other next. Those two are evenly matched. If they truly fight, they might well end up mutually destroying each other. So if I can defeat Lin Che, wouldn't I truly have a chance at the championship in the next round? When the snipe and clam grapple, the fisherman profits. Current Lin Yu suddenly seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness, feeling happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Are you confident? Asked the Lin family's grand elder from the side. Father, rest assured. Lin Che has been idle for a full year. Although he's recovered somewhat now, you just witnessed how he passed the wooden dummy trial. This child speculates that after such intense expenditure, his shinchi must be nearly depleted by now. Facing me in battle at this moment, could there possibly be any suspense? Hearing Lin Yu's confident reply, both Lin Xianghai and the Grand Elder nodded in approval. Sound reasoning. If opportunity presents itself, don't let him live. Lin Xianghai's gaze turned icy as he murmured in a low voice. I understand. With a cold laugh, Lin Yu strode directly toward the combat platform. Moments later, two figures stood facing each other in confrontation on the platform. A cruel smirk twisted Lin Yu's lips as he stared at Lin Che. Lin Che, didn't expect this, did you? That I would be your opponent in this round. For how many years? I, Lin Yu, have been living in your shadow, enduring humiliation. The world only knows Lin Che, but not Lin Yu. Now I finally have the chance to prove to everyone that I, Lin Yu, am no weaker than you. You certainly think highly of yourself, Lin Che responded coldly. Hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze grew even more venomous. Lin Che, you shouldn't have returned to Kanglin City. But since you're here now, it's even better. Today, you'll become my stepping stone. This battle will mark the rise of Lin Yu. You talk too much. Lin Che showed signs of impatience. Looking for death. Lin Yu had accumulated a bellyful of resentment to vent, but Lin Che's indifferent attitude made him feel like punching cotton, utterly frustrating. The next moment, he spoke no more. Stone-splitting palm. Swish. In his furious state, Lin Yu shot toward Lin Che like an arrow released from its bow. Amidst the terrifyingly powerful aura that sent chills through one's soul, Lin Yu's massive hand clamped down toward Lin Che's shoulder like iron pincers. This was a mid-grade human tier combat technique of extraordinary power. Successful execution could dislocate tendons, crush bones, and inflict marrow-deep pain. Facing this attack, Lin Che took a decisive step forward. Then, he clenched his fist and launched a strike. The punch landed squarely in the center of Lin Yu's palm. Fast, precise, ruthless. Thud. The next instant, Lin Yu's figure was sent flying backward at even greater speed than his initial charge. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst a series of heavy footsteps, Lin Yu nearly tumbled out of the arena bounds, barely managing to stabilize himself at the very edge. Extremely pathetic. Lin Che looked at him, shaking his head with undisguised mockery. After wasting so much time and giving you a full year to grow, how are you still this weak? Chapter 12, The Natural Martial Maniac. Ah, Lin Che, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Lin Che's look of contempt, Lin Yu's expression turned utterly ferocious. I refuse to believe you can turn the tables after wasting a whole year. With ruthless determination, Lin Yu charged forward again. This time, he held nothing back, gathering all his jinchi and striking with both fists simultaneously. As Lin Yu fiercely swung his fists, a lion's roar shook the surroundings, while violent jinchi ripples madly ravaged towards Lin Che's position. Heavenly Lion Fist. A high-grade human tier combat technique passed down through the Lin family. Even when Lin Che had won countless battles for the Lin family in the past, he hadn't been qualified to learn this technique. Yet today, it was being executed by Lin Yu. It must be said, Lin Xianghai had truly invested heavily to ensure Lin Yu could achieve outstanding results in this sex selection tournament. Unfortunately, although high-grade human tier techniques aren't weak, their effectiveness depends on both the user and the opponent. Facing Lin Yu's even more ferocious attack this time, Lin Che's expression remained composed. Scram! Just as Lin Yu's figure approached, Lin Che suddenly gripped his sword and thrust forward. Boom! This sword strike, though launched later, arrived first. Though the long sword remained sheathed, the power it contained was like a torrential flood unleashed. Crash! In the next instant, Lin Yu's body was struck as if by a mountain, sending him flying out of the arena bounds before slamming heavily onto the ground. Put! He spewed a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. But soon after, realizing something, his expression abruptly changed. You've crippled my Dantian. It turned out Lin Che's sword strike had not only knocked him off the arena but also struck his Dantian. Dantian shattered. No! Impossible! How could I lose to you? Feeling his cultivation rapidly dissipating, Lin Yu's eyes turned blood red as he fell into madness. With this roar of unwillingness, Lin Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. Finally, as if unable to accept this reality, he directly fell into unconsciousness. Heavens! Lin Yu actually lost. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the numerous spectators below the stage burst into exclamations of shock. Not just lost, it was complete one-sided domination. A year ago, all the city's physicians declared that Lin Che's Dantian was completely ruined, with no hope for martial arts in this lifetime. Yet after 1 year, his cultivation has miraculously recovered. After wasting an entire year, he still possesses such formidable combat power. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would believe it? Looking at that figure on the stage, countless people felt indescribable shock in their hearts. Could it be that even after wasting a whole year, that towering peak which all the younger generation of Kanglan City once looked up to still stands firm? Unlike the astonishment of those around them. Below the battle platform, Morong Yan's hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes shining like stars, seemingly capable of stirring hearts at any moment. Yet at this moment, the corners of her lips curled into an almost imperceptible arc. 8th level of chi gathering, no progress compared to a year ago. Lin Che, you've somewhat disappointed me. Murmuring these words, Morong Yan closed her eyes again, as if none of the surrounding clamor could disturb the tranquility in her heart. My son. Meanwhile, from the Lin family's position, the Grand Elder witnessed the scene before him, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He immediately rushed to Lin Yu's side, and with just a brief assessment, the Grand Elder could determine Lin Yu's current condition. His son was completely ruined. You vile little beast. How dare you be so cruel? This old man will kill you. The Grand Elder of the Lin family stood with his white hair bristling, his face terrifyingly ferocious like an enraged lion, ready to charge onto the battle platform. Before he could take even a single step, he suddenly felt a sharp, oppressive aura envelop his entire body. City Lord Xiaofeng rose directly from his seat. How dare you? This City Lord has declared that no senior martial artists may interfere during the sect selection tournament. Great Elder of the Lin family, did my words not reach your ears? Hearing this rebuke, the Lin family's Great Elder shuddered violently. His fists clenched tightly, but faced with the City Lord's imposing authority, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. This old man begs the City Lord's forgiveness. I wouldn't dare. In the end, he could only glare viciously at Lin Che before carrying Lin Yu's severely injured body back to the Lin family's area. He's crippled. Inspecting Lin Yu's current condition, Lin Xianghai's face turned ashen with rage. At the same time, Lin Yu slowly regained consciousness. Looking weakly at Lin Xianghai with a pale face, he whispered, Uncle family head, you has failed. You failed the Lin family. Humph. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianghai narrowed his eyes slightly, while his hand clenched fiercely within his broad sleeve. After a cold snort, he glanced at the severely injured Lin Yu, then unexpectedly turned and left in anger. Seeing the family head depart, the numerous Lin family members stood momentarily before following suit. Lin Yu had been defeated. What point was there for the Lin family to remain here? Only Lin Yu and his father were left standing there. Compared to the surrounding bustling crowd, the area suddenly appeared extremely empty. The Lin family's Grand Elder wore a completely astonished expression. His son had suffered severe injuries for the Lin family's sake. Even without merit, he had paid a painful price. Yet now, he was being treated with such cold indifference. Nearby, Lin Yu's face was equally grim. The blood of the Lin family flows through your veins, unlike that Lin Che. All of the Lin family's hopes rest upon you. Bear no burdens, just fight with all your might. The kind words of Lin Xianghai still seemed to echo in his ears, yet at this moment, Lin Yu felt as if his entire body had plunged into an ice cellar. In this very instant, he even clearly comprehended the feelings Lin Che had experienced within the Lin family over the past year. However, few people on the field still cared about how this father and son felt. All families in Kanglan City, if anyone obstructs the trial competition again, don't blame this city lord for being impolite. This is my final warning. After the Lin family departed, Xiaofeng on the observation platform spoke again. The previous actions of the Lin family had indeed annoyed him somewhat. Although Jizong never made any indication, this was Daocang Academy's first visit to Kanglan City to select disciples. If the normal order of the assessment continued to be disrupted, it wouldn't just damage the dignity of him as the city lord, but would also disgrace the entire Kanglan City. With Xiaofeng's deterrent words, all major families in Kanglan City became much more subdued. As Lin Che left the battle platform, it heralded that the next battle was about to begin. Next battle, Morong Yan vs Shinta Yuan. In the past of Kanglan City, aside from the monster Lin Che, these two could be considered the most dazzling existences among the younger generation. But unlike Lin Che, who once suffered a fall from grace, these two have remained at the pinnacle from beginning to end. Now, although Lin Che has returned, no one knows exactly how much of his strength has been restored. Regardless, the fact remains that Lin Che neglected his martial path for an entire year. Therefore, most people believe the duel between Morong Yan and Shinta Yuan might be a preliminary show of the upcoming championship trials. Begin. At Jizong's command, from the direction of the Shinta family, a burly figure stood up. This man had crimson hair and thick eyebrows, his agile posture resembling a fierce bull, exuding explosive power. With a heavy stomp, Shinta Yuan's figure leaped onto the arena platform, his sharp gaze sweeping across the audience below. Morong Yan, I've waited a year for this chance to face you again. Come forth. Hearing this, Morong Yan opened her eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. She then rose gracefully, her elegant figure advancing step by step toward the battle platform. Her dress fluttered in the breeze, her delicate features and exquisite silhouette making each step feel like it resonated in the hearts of the spectators. In the central square, countless men gazed intently. Such a woman was not only stunning in beauty but also peerless in talent. The phrase flawless perfection seemed the only fitting description. To marry her would leave no regrets, even in death, someone murmured in quiet admiration. At the same time, many recalled the betrothal between Lin Che and Morong Yen from years past. Lin Che's talent might have once matched such a beauty. A pity it was not to be. That marriage contract was personally nullified by the Morong clan. In my opinion, the current Lin Che is no longer worthy of such a peerless beauty. If Morong Yen truly enters Daocang Academy, the gap between them will become irreparable starting this year. Countless murmurs of discussion rose from the surroundings. Yet Morong Yan's expression remained utterly unperturbed from start to finish. For this heaven-favored young lady, even the most lavish praises had long become commonplace. Is there any need for comparison? Last year you lost to me. This year, the gap between us will only widen further. Finally, Morong Yan's figure stood before Shinta Yuan, her snow-white countenance bearing an expression of supreme confidence. That can only be determined through combat. Shinta Yuan was a born martial fanatic. Having lost once to Morong Yen the previous year, he had since devoted himself entirely to secluded training. Now facing Morong Yen again, his eyes burned with intense fervor. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, after these simple 2 sentences, Shinta Yuan suddenly clenched his fist and struck out. The terrifying force immediately surged forward like raging waves. Great Shark Divine Fist. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out as Shinta Yuan's powerful fist energy rapidly filled the entire arena, completely enveloping Morong Yan's figure. How could Shinta Yuan attack so fiercely? Doesn't he know how to be gentle with women? Many people felt pity seeing Morong Yan's slender figure, like a small boat in a stormy sea under Shinta Yuan's furious assault, and were indignant at his brutish behavior. Be gentle with women. For the younger generation of men in Kanglan City, Morong Yen might be the goddess in their hearts, but there were definitely 2 exceptions. One was Lin Che. Judging from their past encounters, his attacks had always been fierce, and he had never shown mercy to his nominal fiancée. And the other person was Shinta Yuan. A martial arts fanatic by nature, how could he have eyes for women? Chapter 13, Night Visit. Boom, boom, boom. Shinta Yuan's offensive was extraordinarily fierce. At the instant of his punch, the overwhelming pressure made the entire combat platform tremble slightly. Yet facing such terrifying attacks, Morong Yan's expression remained exceptionally calm, even revealing a trace of disdain within that calmness. At this moment, one of her arms suddenly rose, and the next instant, a palm imprint condensed from true chi surged forth like a moving mountain. During the wooden dummy trial, Morong Yan never made a move. Thus, this counted as Morong Yan's first direct attack, yet it made everyone present, including Shinta Yuan, feel their hearts shudder violently. True chi manifesting externally the spirit martial realm. What? In just one short year, Lady Morong has actually broken through the chi gathering stage and stepped into the spirit martial realm. Boom, boom, boom. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Morong Yan's true energy palm strike surged forward. Layer upon layer of ferocious palm force, like tidal waves, ultimately completely submerged Shinta Yuan's body. Boom! When the palm force finally dissipated, the crowd saw that Shinta Yuan had been thoroughly suppressed, lying prone on the ground unable to move. His arms were now dripping with blood. Ah! This astonishing scene caused the entire central square to erupt in wave-like exclamations. Is this the end? Everyone had originally thought there would be an evenly matched fierce battle between these two. Yet who could have imagined from stepping onto the combat platform to Shinta Yuan's suppression, Morong Yen had used just a single palm strike. First level of spirit martial realm. Shinta Yuan's eyes burned crimson as he finally understood the source of Morong Yan's confidence. She had actually stepped into the spirit martial realm. Though merely at the first level of spirit martial realm, the gap between chi gathering realm and spirit martial realm is immeasurable. I lost. Shinta Yuan's eyes suddenly dimmed. For a natural martial fanatic like him, getting him to admit defeat was nearly impossible. In the past, even when defeated, Shinta Yuan would only cultivate more frantically, never conceding. But this time, when he sensed Morong Yen had broken through to the spirit martial realm, it was as if he instantly lost all strength to pursue her. When you realize the peak before you is one you can never reach, anyone would lose their faith to climb. Heaven's chosen daughter. With Shinta Yuan's crushing defeat, Morong Yan's radiance undoubtedly grew even more dazzling in the eyes of all in Kanglan City. If Lin Che's cultivation hadn't regressed a year ago, could he have stepped into the spirit martial realm in this time? This question arose in the hearts of many. Of course, this question wouldn't receive an answer, but in everyone's hearts, the 17-year-old Morong Yen who had stepped into the spirit martial realm was already the undisputed top genius of Kanglan City. She had even surpassed Lin Che from back then. Only one final battle remains, though it seems there's little suspense left. After this battle concluded, only the final championship match would remain. But unlike previous years, after Morong Yen displayed such terrifying strength this time, the scales in everyone's minds had undoubtedly tilted. Old Master Ji, shall we continue? On the observation platform, City Lord Xiaofeng turned his gaze toward Jizong. At this moment, Ji Zone looked at the sky. Dusk was approaching, the sun setting behind western hills, the light already growing somewhat dim. So he stood up directly, stretched lazily, then said, "Only one last match remains. No hurry. This old man feels somewhat weary today. Let's resume tomorrow." After speaking these words, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Seeing the old man's somewhat indolent attitude, Xiaofeng momentarily froze. But he also understood that the other party was Daotsong Academy's envoy. Since he had already left, this battle could only be postponed. Therefore, Xiaofeng directly announced this matter. "Battle again tomorrow. Isn't this just a waste of emotions? All my excitement was for nothing." For the audience full of anticipation, it was inevitable that a chorus of boos erupted. Of course, after the boos, the crowd could only comply with the Daotsong Academy envoy's personal will, unable to change anything. After a while, more and more people left shaking their heads, and the vast central square gradually became deserted. On the empty ground, Lin Che's expression also appeared somewhat unusual. But after this, he too turned and left the place. Lin Che came down from the platform, found Xiao Yao, and then casually took her to search for an inn along a street where they booked 2 rooms. Along the way, he didn't conceal his tracks. Because Lin Che understood that trying to escape the attention of the Morong family and the Lin family in Kanglin City was simply unrealistic. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the Lin family's revenge, nor of the Morong family's attempt to eliminate him as a competitor beforehand. During the trial competition period, these 2 great families wouldn't do something so foolish. However, after checking into the inn, a visitor came that took Lin Che completely by surprise. With a gentle knock at the door, Lin Che went to open it. Outside stood a graceful figure dressed in a blue mist-like dress, her demeanor as elegant as an orchid. Lin Che froze momentarily before frowning and asking, "What do you want? Care to take a walk?" Morong Yen smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering. Hearing this, a flash of confusion crossed Lin Che's face, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. As evening fell, Kanglin City began lighting up with lanterns. The tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops lining the streets no longer bustled with daytime activity. Centered around the towering city gate, rows of red-bricked and green-tiled houses stretched from both sides all the way to the quiet outskirts. The shimmering reflections in the moat appeared as if gilded with silver moonlight. Beautiful night scenery. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I last strolled through Kanglin City like this. Under the night sky, Morong Yan's jet-black waterfall-like hair danced in the wind, the beaded ornaments on her golden buyo hairpin swaying gently with each step. Her shoulders were elegantly sculpted, her waist slender as if tied with plain silk, a beauty beyond compare. What a pity though. After going to Daotsong Academy, I probably won't see Kanglin City's night scenery for several years. Hearing this sigh, Lin Che glanced sideways at Morong Yen, yet could discern no emotion from her exquisite profile. "You didn't seek me out just to enjoy the streetscape, did you? If you have something to say, speak." Morong Yen stopped walking and looked directly at Lin Che. "Lin Che, if you have any self-awareness, you should understand you can't possibly win tomorrow. You seem quite confident," Lin Che remarked casually. Morong Yen smiled faintly. "Actually, our engagement was never my will to begin with. It was merely my family valuing your talent. But the truth is, even without you, I can still lead the Morong family to glory. My vision now extends far beyond this small Kanglin city to Daotsong Academy, Yangzhou, even the entire Songfeng kingdom. As for you, you're just the young master of a second-rate family in Kanglin City. Oh, I nearly forgot you've been expelled from the Lin family now. I should say you're just a rootless rogue cultivator." It could be seen that as Morong Yen spoke these words, she remained utterly calm, exuding an ethereal, transcendent aura. Her tone toward Lin Che carried the casual evaluation of a superior observing an inferior. Lin Che's brows furrowed. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Hearing this, Morong Yen looked at him. "Lin Che, if you're willing, you could become my martial attendant." Martial attendant? A life-bound follower who signs a blood contract with a stronger practitioner, swearing lifelong allegiance. Lin Che, Daotsong Academy only accepts 1 disciple from the entire Kanglin city. If I enter Daotsong Academy, you are destined to be eliminated. Without the backing of Daotsong Academy, Lin Xianghai could kill you as easily as turning over his hand. With your talent, it would be a shame if you died like this. Become my martial servant, and the Morong clan can be your backing. You might even enter Daotsong Academy as my attendant, though not as a formal disciple. You could still become a servant disciple. There are 100 benefits and not a single harm for you. Morong Yen spoke sincerely, as if she genuinely had Lin Che's best interests at heart. At this moment, Lin Che's expression turned exceedingly dark. He looked at Morong Yen with only one thought in his mind. Where did this woman get such arrogance? Are you so certain you'll defeat me tomorrow? Morong Yen shook her head. Lin Che, you're too naive. I told you, tomorrow you will surely lose. What if I win? Hearing this, Morong Yan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a trace of anger flashing across her face. Then, she sneered coldly. Lin Che, do you know what I despise most about you? It's precisely this sanctimonious, holier-than-thou attitude you're showing now. This time, Lin Che laughed. So refusing to bow before your charms makes one sanctimonious and arrogant. How coincidental. I don't think much of a woman whose heart is entirely consumed by ambition either. Goodbye. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. With these words, Lin Che turned and left directly. Watching Lin Che's figure disappear into the night, a faint ripple passed through Morong Yan's cold gaze. When she sought out Lin Che this time, aside from wanting him to withdraw from tomorrow's battle of his own accord, another reason was that she genuinely regretted wasting his talent. But as for the outcome, this conversation didn't seem particularly pleasant. That little girl is far too arrogant. On the way back to the inn, before Lin Che could react, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. At 17 years old, she's already in the spirit martial realm. She has every right to be arrogant. Lin Che remained non-committal. TCH, the mysterious woman said, when I was her age, I had already reached the Dao martial realm, yet I remained extremely modest. Lin Che, 17 years old, and in the Dao martial realm. In all of Kanglan City, those who can reach the spirit martial realm are already considered strong. As for the Xian martial realm, those existences could make the entire Yangzhou tremble with just a single stamp of their foot. But the Dao martial realm, even though Lin Che had never encountered this level before, he could imagine that within the entire Songfeng kingdom, there were probably only a handful of such terrifying existences. Even if there were any, they would surely be ancient monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years. Yet the mysterious woman claimed she had reached the Dao martial realm at 17. Senior, if you're this modest, why say it out loud? I'm feeling deeply attacked. A trace of resentment flashed through Lin Che's heart as he felt thoroughly defeated. The mysterious woman said, I did it on purpose. Lin Che. Chapter 14, A Single Sword. On his way back to the inn, Lin Che felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Although he didn't feel threatened by Morong Yan's words, he sensed she had left something unsaid. Her excessive confidence gave Lin Che a dangerous premonition, yet he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was amiss. It seems I still need to be cautious. With this thought in mind, Lin Che returned to the inn and immediately retrieved a spatial ring. With a flash of radiance, 70 spiritual herbs appeared before him. These were the spoils obtained after killing the Lin family's fifth elder. Estimated to be sufficient for advancing his cultivation realm, though there had been no time for refinement during the impending sex selection battles. The one-day delay in competition actually benefits me. Now is the time to refine these martial resources. Devour. Lin Che sat cross-legged. As his hands moved in arcane gestures, the chi within his body boiled, causing all his meridians to vibrate in unison. At the same time, the piled spiritual herbs before him instantly transformed into surging spiritual energy that flooded into his body like a tidal wave. To the naked eye, Lin Che appeared as if his entire body had been gilded with divine radiance. Whoosh! As time passed, one could sense Lin Che's aura soaring madly. A night passed, and as the dawn's light streamed through the windowsill, a sudden thunderous boom erupted from within Lin Che's body. Boom! At that very moment, Lin Che's eyes snapped open. Qi gathering ninth layer. Feeling the expansion of his internal energy, Lin Che clenched his fist slightly, his face brimming with elation. Breaking through an entire realm overnight, this cultivation speed is just exhilarating. After calming his excitement, Lin Che stood up and stretched his limbs. Feeling his body gradually adapt to the newfound power, he promptly pushed open the inn's door and headed toward Kanglan City's Central Avenue. Central Plaza. Compared to yesterday, the crowd today shows no sign of diminishing. Because today not only reveals the champion of the trial competition, but also determines the final ownership of Dao Song Academy's disciple quota. Becoming a member of Dao Song Academy, this dominant force in Yangzhou, is enough to change a person's entire destiny. Although this battle has nothing to do with the vast majority of people, it doesn't affect their admiration, yearning, curiosity, and aspiration for this grand event. He's coming. Lin Che has finally arrived. Moments later, as Lin Che's figure appeared here, the crowd became somewhat restless. Who would have thought that after witnessing Miss Morong step into the spirit martial realm yesterday, he still dares to accept the challenge? Of course, having come this far, I believe no one would give up easily. That's Dao Song Academy we're talking about. Being accepted there can completely change one's fate. Hearing these discussions, Lin Che slightly frowned, then his gaze turned to the distance. There, Morong Yan's figure already stood on the battle platform, hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes still radiating absolute confidence. Without any hesitation, Lin Che walked directly toward the battle platform. I thought you wouldn't come. It seems you didn't take my warning from yesterday to heart at all. Morong Yan shook her head slightly as she watched Lin Che ascend the battle platform step by step. What do you think? Lin Che retorted. As these words fell, he had already reached the final stone step. With a forceful stomp of his foot, his body shot toward Morong Yan's position like an arrow released from its bow. This scene shocked everyone. No one expected Lin Che to act with such decisiveness. Lin Che rapidly closed the distance to Morong Yan and unleashed a fierce punch. The astonishing fist momentum surged violently, as if intending to swallow Morong Yan whole. Just like this, you think you can threaten a spirit martial realm cultivator? Morong Yen gave a cold smile, then with a flick of her sleeve, her Jinchi instantly crisscrossed in the air, transforming into storm-like energy ripples that pressed horizontally toward Lin Che. Boom! It could be seen that the true chi at the spirit martial realm was incomparably domineering and profound. The moment the two forces collided, Lin Che's fist strength was completely crushed. Not only that, the residual force remained formidable, continuing its relentless advance. Lin Che's expression changed abruptly as he swiftly retreated backward. While mid-air, he drew the long sword from his back and delivered a forceful slash. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the entire battle platform trembled violently. What sharp swordsmanship! An attack from the spirit martial realm was actually blocked just like that. After their lightning-fast exchange, exclamations of astonishment rose from the audience below. It was evident that Morong Yan's move was identical to the palm strike that had crushed Shinta Yuan the previous day. However, unlike Shinta Yuan, who was overwhelmed in a single move, Lin Che had managed to withstand this palm strike head-on without compromise. It must be understood that the difference between spirit martial realm and chi gathering realm was like heaven and earth. Even at the peak of chi gathering, one could hardly withstand a casual strike from a spirit martial realm expert. But how did Lin Che accomplish this? Chi gathering 9th level. Lin Che, were you hiding your cultivation level yesterday? Morong Yen frowned. During yesterday's wooden dummy trial, she had clearly sensed Lin Che's cultivation at Chi Gathering 8th level, yet now she could feel his cultivation firmly at Chi Gathering 9th level. She naturally wouldn't believe Lin Che could break through an entire level overnight, so she concluded he must have deliberately concealed his true cultivation yesterday. Does it matter? Lin Che asked. It truly doesn't matter. Morong Yen smiled faintly. As long as you're still in the Chi Gathering realm, whether you're at the first level or the peak of Chi Gathering makes no difference to me. Sometimes excessive confidence isn't a good thing, especially when it's no longer confidence but arrogance. Losing later will be quite embarrassing. Lin Che mocked. Morong Yen could no longer remain composed. She realized that whenever facing Lin Che, no matter how calm her heart was, this fellow could always provoke her anger with just a few words. Then watch carefully how I defeat you. With these supremely confident words, Morong Yan's figure moved. Swish! Her posture was graceful, yet her speed was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lin Che, followed by a cold light blooming in her hand. It was a dagger that mysteriously appeared in Morong Yan's grip, thrusting at an extremely tricky angle while spiritual martial energy erupted from its tip. Lin Che's eyes focused as he swung his sword. Clang! A piercing metallic collision echoed across the arena, sparks flying in all directions. Missing her first strike, Morong Yan involuntarily frowned. But with her reaction speed, she didn't hesitate for a second. The dagger twisted in her hand, changing from a thrust to a slash as she attacked Lin Che again. But at this moment, Morong Yen suddenly sensed a trace of dangerous aura. It turned out the instant she struck, Lin Che's bizarre sword thrust simultaneously targeted her eyes. Clearly, compared to the long sword, the dagger was considerably shorter. Thus, Morong Yan's expression slightly changed as she immediately retracted her dagger to parry. Whiz! Yet at this very moment, the sword in Lin Che's hand abruptly altered its trajectory, sweeping toward Morong Yan's jade-like neck. This time, a rare flicker of panic flashed through Morong Yan's beautiful eyes. With a light tap of her foot, she swiftly retreated several meters, barely evading the sword strike. After steadying herself, her eyes revealed profound astonishment. What kind of sword technique is this? What if I said I was just swinging randomly? Would you believe me? Lin Che chuckled. Although Morong Yan's movement technique was terrifyingly swift and her attacks cunningly precise, to Lin Che, they still posed no real threat. Within the Divine Wind Mountains, he had encountered too many beasts skilled in concealment, ambush, and assassination, which had honed his combat instincts far beyond those of ordinary warriors. Most importantly, under the guidance of the mysterious woman, Lin Che would be scolded if he needed more than one sword strike against beasts of the same cultivation level. This forced Lin Che to perfect his sword technique to achieve fatal results with a single strike. Morong Yen had also discerned this point. She realized that compared to a swordsman, Lin Che resembled more of an assassin. Engaging such an opponent in close combat was clearly unwise. As this thought formed, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Morong Yan's lips. It seems I truly underestimated you. However, this ends here. Her smile fading, Morong Yan's hair fluttered as her hands traced mysterious patterns, conjuring an enigmatic thunder sigil before her. This is the low-grade spirit technique, Thousand Shadow Purple Lightning. Incredible! Lady Morong has actually mastered this combat technique and she's going to use it against Lin Che. Sensing Morong Yan's overwhelming aura at this moment, everyone below the arena platform was shaken to their core. Thousand Shadows Purple Lightning. This was indeed the Morong family's ancestral combat technique and the only spirit rank technique in all of Kanglan City besides those of the mysterious city lord's residence. Crackle crackle. As the thunder seal at Morong Yan's fingertip fully formed, purple-red lightning arcs danced across the entire arena platform as if brewing a thunderstorm. Lin Che, I never expected you could force me to this point. But let me tell you, while the process may have surprised me, the outcome will not change. Today, your defeat is certain. With a sharp cry, Morong Yen launched the Thunder Seal before her. Whoosh! The Thunder Seal approached Lin Che at a terrifying speed. Any observer could clearly see the devastating power contained within. A low-grade spiritual tier combat technique. At this moment, facing this scene, Lin Che's face showed no trace of panic, remaining utterly composed. Then, he took a step forward, his robes billowing from surging true chi, flapping loudly in the wind. Simultaneously, a powerful aura suddenly radiated outward in all directions with him at its center. Reverse Chaos 9 Auras. When the aura around Lin Che's body condensed to its peak, in the next instant he drew his sword and delivered a single slash. Boom! As this overwhelmingly powerful sword aura surged forward, all surrounding thunderstorm energies were completely annihilated. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to remain only that boldly advancing figure and the magnificent brilliance of that single sword strike. Under the astonished gazes of countless spectators, the Thunder Seal condensed by Morong Yen shattered violently, engulfed by the tremendous sword aura. After the dazzling light faded, the long sword in Lin Che's hand had come to rest at the midpoint between Morong Yan's eyebrows, needing only a few more inches to become fatal. The outcome was decided. Heavens! What am I seeing? This is actually Lin Che's victory. How is this possible? Morong Yen is at the spirit martial realm. How could she possibly lose to Lin Che at the chi gathering stage? Beneath the battle platform, no one could remain calm after seeing this result. They had originally thought this battle would be completely one-sided, but this completely overturned result left everyone utterly dumbfounded. All eyes on that towering young figure on the battle platform felt an inner shock they couldn't suppress. Meanwhile, on the battle platform, Lin Che looked at the woman before him and said calmly, "Morong Yen, you've lost." Chapter 15, You've finally gotten into trouble. You've lost. At this moment, each word of Lin Che's calm speech fell like a heavy hammer upon Morong Yan's heart. The clamor from below the platform had already faded from Morong Yan's hearing. Her eyes held only the youth before her and the icy aura radiating from the sword tip at her glabella. "I don't understand." Morong Yan's expression remained wooden. Naturally, she couldn't comprehend how could someone of Lin Che's status possess a spiritual grade combat technique. Even if he did possess a spiritual grade technique, how could his chi gathering realm cultivation triumph over her spirit martial realm? Lin Che offered no answer to Morong Yan's questions. The next moment, he withdrew his longsword and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Without doubt, this duel had concluded with a definitive outcome. All eyes turned toward the observation platform. "Mentor Ji, what say you? Shall we declare the results?" Xiao Feng inquired in a hushed tone. "This is truly unexpected." Ji Zong rubbed the wrinkles on his forehead before rising majestically from the principal seat. In his hand now appeared a verdant wooden token. Undoubtedly, this greenwood token is the very symbol representing the identity of a Daotsang Academy disciple. Swish! With a flick of Ji Zong's sleeve, the greenwood token flew out, only to land at Morong Yan's feet. What is happening here? Witnessing this scene, countless spectators were utterly bewildered. Hadn't Lin Che won the arena battle? Then why was the token given to Morong Yen? Could it have been a mistake? What is the meaning of this? Simultaneously, Lin Che's eyes narrowed sharply as an icy aura emanated from him. Hearing this, Ji Zong smiled faintly, his aged voice carrying over. "The one this old man intends to take down the mountain this time is Morong Yen." Gas! The moment these words were spoken, the entire central square erupted in uproar. Even Xiao Feng's gaze beside them filled with astonishment. There was no mistake, the sole disciple quota of Daotsang Academy had actually been granted to the defeated contender. At this moment, Lin Che's gaze turned even colder. He suddenly recalled Morong Yan's supremely confident words from last night, "You're too naive. No matter what, you can't win." Is Ji Zong connected to the Morong clan? Lin Che turned to Morong Yen beside him and suddenly asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Morong Yen shook her head. "Then I understand. To bribe a mentor from Daotsang Academy, the price the Morong clan paid must have been astonishing, right?" Morong Yen nodded. "The entire Morong clan's wealth, everything. Just for one admission spot. Actually, I never thought I'd lose, but the family still did this. To be precise, it was insurance. As long as I can enter Daotsang Academy, what the Morong clan lost will all return," Morong Yen said with a peculiar gleam in her eyes. Hearing this explanation, Lin Che felt his blood surge as if a massive boulder had been pressed heavily against his heart. He had still underestimated this world's cruelty. Sometimes, it's not just one's own strength that determines fate, there's also power, money, and influence. Compared to the entire wealth of the Morong clan, his current strength clearly holds no capital for resistance. Lin Che stood quietly for a moment, a self-mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, without a word, he turned and walked down from the combat platform. Was he resentful? Yes, resentful to the extreme. That old man, due to his own greed, had casually made a decision that not only deprived him of what should have been his, but also plunged him into an abyss of destruction. Upon hearing this news, the Lin family would undoubtedly spare no effort to hunt him down. In Kanglan City, what awaited him was likely a bloody battle with uncertain survival. But now Lin Che understood more clearly he couldn't lose his temper and demand justice from Ji-zone, because he lacked both the qualifications and the strength to do so. To act on youthful impulse wouldn't be righteous vengeance, it would be sheer foolishness. Before someone who could crush him with a mere finger, emotions like anger, passion, or resentment were nothing but jokes. This grudge must be repaid, but only by staying alive would he have the chance to avenge this humiliation in the future. Lin Che descended the stone steps one by one, his sword-gripping hand trembling slightly, his eyes completely bloodshot. One could imagine the suppressed hatred burning in his heart. But at this moment, a cold, clear voice suddenly emerged from the divine jade space. "Don't leave, stand your ground against him. Stand your ground against him." Lin Che froze in surprise. "But I can't defeat him, and I might die." The mysterious woman said, "With me here, what do you have to fear?" Her words made Lin Che halt his steps. In Lin Che's original thinking, leaving now would still subject him to endless pursuit from the Lin family, but at least he'd have a fighting chance. Yet offending this important figure from Daotsang Academy would likely get him crushed on the spot. This was why Lin Che chose to endure, waiting until he grew stronger to seek revenge. But after the mysterious woman spoke, Lin Che suddenly realized. Why should he cower? Damn it, he's got backup now. At just 17 years old, he had already reached the Dao martial realm, such a terrifying existence. With this backing, putting it mildly, who within Yangzhou could possibly threaten him? With this thought, Lin Che suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze directly upon that venerable elder atop the viewing platform. Ji-zone, as an emissary of Daotsang Academy, you engage in favoritism, malpractice, and corruption. What right do you have to stand there? Get down here! Get down here! This sudden roar created unimaginable ripples at this moment, and in this setting, it was like a 1,000-pound boulder crashing violently into a still pond. When Morong Yen entered Daotsang Academy, though people were surprised, many could guess the underlying trickery, so quite a few felt sympathy for Lin Che. But they never expected Lin Che to dare confront a Daotsang Academy emissary head-on. At this moment, countless spectators stared wide-eyed, doubting their own ears. On the viewing platform, Ji-zone's expression darkened. Initially, when he announced the results and saw Lin Che turn away without a word, he thought this kid was at least somewhat sensible. But now Ji-zone was somewhat surprised. Was this kid courting death? Are you questioning this old man's decision? More than questioning, I'm completely unconvinced. In the arena battle, I won and she lost, yet you ultimately chose the defeated one. Then tell me, what was the point of this assessment? Give me a proper explanation for your decision. Lin Che pointed at Ji-zone and said coldly. Hearing this, Ji-zone let out a cold laugh. When did this old man ever say the outcome of the arena battle was Daotsang Academy's selection criterion? You want an explanation? Then I'll give you one. What this old man values is realm attainment. Your realm is inferior to Morong Yan's, is that reason enough? Realm inferior. Anyone could tell how perfunctory Ji-zone's excuse was. What an excuse about cultivation disparity. Ji-zone, for your selfish desires, you act so unscrupulously, tarnishing Daotsang Academy's reputation. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the Academy's higher-ups and have your crimes investigated? Lin Che questioned. Hearing this, Ji-zone laughed directly, his expression appearing extremely peculiar. He looked at Lin Che like a country bumpkin, declaring he would march into the capital to petition the emperor. Utterly ridiculous. That you could be naive to this extent exceeds even my expectations. Today I'll make you understand, as the representative conducting Daotsang Academy's examination here. My word is the law. A mere ant like you deserves death just for daring to disrespect my dignity. The sheer tyranny of this statement made even Xiaofeng unconsciously furrow his brows. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaofeng remained silent, for Ji-zone's words were indeed true. Facing the hegemon of Yangzhou that was Daotsang Academy, a minor city lord like him from Kanglan City held no authority. Kill me. Hearing this, Lin Che also smiled. He was worried he couldn't provoke Ji-zone enough, that the old bastard wouldn't make a move. So, he added fuel to the fire. You want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Try it. Madness. In the central square, countless eyes focused on Lin Che, and without exception, a single thought arose in their minds. It seemed Lin Che couldn't handle the pressure. He had gone completely insane. Are you truly seeking death? Ji-zone's gaze turned icy. Enough talk. 1,000 words boil down to one. Ji-zone, if you have the guts, kill me. Boom! As Lin Che's words landed, Ji-zone shot up from his seat with a thud, the chair behind him instantly turning to dust. Not only that, but the old man's face also darkened to a livid shade, his eyes filled with ferocity. Swish! The next moment, without a word, Ji-zone's aged figure charged at Lin Che. To Lin Che, it felt like a mountain was shifting toward him, carrying an indescribable pressure. Senior, you can make your move now, Lin Che muttered inwardly. Yet, there was no response. Senior Celestial Maiden, he's already here. Yet, there remained complete silence within the divine jade space. Senior. As the terrifying figure drew nearer, Lin Che could no longer maintain his composure. We agreed I'd draw the aggro while you fought. Don't screw me over now. Lin Che realized he might have probably been tricked, but it was too late for regrets now. Ji Zone's figure had already closed within 30 meters, a massive palm descending from the heavens. Instantly, the enormous combat platform cracked everywhere under this terrifying pressure, as if on the verge of complete collapse. At the epicenter of this palm force tempest, Lin Che endured even more terrifying impacts. It felt like his entire body might explode at any moment. Faced with such an absolute disparity in power, even resistance seemed meaningless. Even so, Lin Che tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. If he couldn't rely on others, he'd have to rely on himself. Even facing certain death, he would at least die fighting. Swish! But at this very moment, before that Jinchi giant hand could descend, an even more vast power suddenly appeared on the scene. A long river of Jinchi abruptly came surging from the horizon, ultimately forming a thick chi wall before Lin Che. Boom! Ji Zone's palm force struck the chi wall, erupting in a thunderous explosion. After the single strike, Ji Zone's aged body was actually sent flying dozens of meters back by a powerful rebound force. Put! A mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out. Ji Zone's aged face turned several shades paler. Lin Che stood somewhat dumbfounded. He clearly sensed that this mysterious power absolutely didn't originate from within the divine jade space. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a towering figure descended beside Lin Che. He wore loose silver robes and a silver mask covering his face, with only a golden emblem on his chest bearing a small engraved character martial. Though the silver-robed man's face was obscured, Lin Che sensed a faint trace of resentment when those unseen eyes fell upon him. The silver-robed expert then patted Lin Che's shoulder. "Kid, I've been following you for a month. You've finally gotten yourself into trouble you can't handle." Lin Che. Chapter 16. How exciting is today? Lin Che wore a look of confusion, but beneath it lay genuine astonishment. In his memory, he had never met this silver-robed man before, let alone had any interaction with him. So what did the silver-robed man's words mean? Does Senior know me? No. Then, don't ask. I'm helping you because of a karmic bond. Of course, that old bastard tarnishing Dao Tsang Academy's reputation is also part of the reason. The silver-robed man waved his hand, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Hearing this, Lin Che was even more bewildered. At the same time, Ji Zone looked at the suddenly appearing silver-robed man, his face turning deathly pale, even his body trembling slightly. Golden badge silver robe enforcer. The martial hall. Ji Zone's head buzzed as if struck, feeling his mind go completely blank in that instant. The martial hall was an absolutely taboo existence within Dao Tsang Academy, a name even the academy's higher-ups avoided mentioning. No matter how he thought about it, he could never have imagined that while conducting examinations in this remote border city of Kanglan, he would encounter this forbidden presence. What is your name? What position do you hold in Dao Tsang Academy? The silver-robed man pointed at Ji Zone from midair and suddenly barked the question. This old man is named Ji Zone, serving as an outer court instructor at Dao Tsang Academy. After understanding the silver-robed man's identity, Ji Zone didn't even dare meet his eyes, speaking with bowed head and trembling voice. You needn't serve as instructor anymore. From now on, sweep floors in the outer court. What? Hearing this, Ji Zone's entire body shook violently, his face filled with shock. You object. The silver-robed man sneered. Dao Tsang Academy entrusted you with examination duties, yet you lined your own pockets and engaged in fraud. A mere tutor dares to claim you represent the academy's rules. What kind of thing do you consider yourself? The silver-robed expert took a single step forward, enveloping Ji Zone's entire body with an invisible pressure. In the next instant, without any visible movement, a palm formed of true chi directly struck Ji Zone's aged face. Wham! Ji Zone's entire body was sent flying by this slap. Witnessing this scene, not just Lin Che but everyone present was stunned. This was actually a tutor from Dao Tsang Academy, publicly slapped across the face. Most remarkably, Ji Zone showed absolutely no ability to resist. Just what cultivation level did this silver-robed man possess? Ji, what was your name again? The silver-robed man frowned and asked once more after sending Ji Zone flying with the slap. This lowly one is called Ji Zone. When Ji Zone struggled to his feet, one side of his face was swollen, crimson blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, a picture of utter wretchedness. Dao Tsang Academy regulations state, any examiner sent down the mountain must wear plain robes, abstain from arrogance and extravagance, take nothing from local areas, and uphold principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Are you aware of this rule? I am aware. Ji Zone dared not offer any defense. Aware. Then this constitutes willful violation, warranting heightened punishment. As he spoke, the silver-robed expert delivered another resounding slap. Thud. This time, Ji Zone's other cheek swelled up, several teeth knocked loose from the impact. His body crashed heavily onto the ground. These two slaps left Ji Zone disheveled with hair in disarray, mouth frothing with blood. Anyone witnessing this scene would instinctively think brutal. Yet for Ji Zone himself, what filled his heart wasn't pain, but terror. This old man has violated academy regulations and deserves no forgiveness. Upon returning to the academy, I willingly accept punishment and will resign from my teaching position, surrendering all my personal assets to the academy. Please, no more beatings. Jizong completely backed down. If he didn't yield now, his aged bones might truly perish here. Good. The silver-robed expert finally withdrew his overwhelming pressure. He looked at Jizong. By the way, what was your name again? Jizong. This humble one is called Jizong. Jizong was nearly in tears. Simultaneously, everyone in the square stood dumbfounded. Hearing the name asked 3 times consecutively, no one believed the silver-robed expert had poor memory. There could only be one explanation: the status of an outer academy teacher perhaps wasn't even worthy of this silver-robed expert's effort to remember. I'll remember now. After returning to the academy, I'll verify this matter. You're relieved from overseeing the remaining assessments. Get back to the academy. The silver-robed expert concluded. Yes, Jizong felt as if granted amnesty, not daring to linger any longer as he hastily retreated, scurrying away like a whipped stray dog. In the eyes of Kanglan City's residents, a mentor from Daotsang Academy was undoubtedly a great figure whom ordinary people could rarely approach. Yet before this silver-robed expert, he'd been disciplined like a helpless chick, completely subdued. Then what status must this silver-robed expert hold? The entire central square fell utterly silent in that moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Countless eyes focused on Lin Che, some even wondering had he dared confront Jizong so boldly earlier precisely because he had such powerful backing. After dealing with Jizong's matter, the silver-robed expert opened his palm, telekinetically retrieving the green wooden token beneath Morong Yan's feet. His gaze never once fell upon Morong Yan as he casually tossed the token to Lin Che. Boy, what's your name? Lin Che, senior. Even if I tell you, would you remember? Hearing this, the silver-robed expert waved his hand. True enough, it's not important anymore. Young man, you've qualified to enter Daotsang Academy. In 2 days, an airship from Daotsang Academy will come to fetch you. Wait for it. After speaking these words, without waiting for Lin Che's response, the silver-robed expert's figure moved as if merging into the void, disappearing before everyone's eyes just like that. Appearing and vanishing without a trace. Lin Che stood rooted to the spot, still in a state of bewilderment. Even now, he still didn't understand the true origins of this silver-robed expert. From appearances, this seemed to be a high-ranking figure of considerable status within Daotsang Academy, which was further corroborated by Jizong's evident fear toward the silver-robed expert. But why would a high-ranking member of Daotsang Academy appear in a remote border town like Kanglan City? And what did he mean earlier when he said, "It's been a month, kid, and you've finally stirred up trouble"? Lin Che shook his head. Clearly, he couldn't find answers to these questions yet. Yet at this moment, Lin Che felt a certain stirring in his heart. Like a divine dragon that reveals its head but hides its tail, when will I ever possess such power? The martial world is cruel in truth. Even without martial arts, this world would never know absolute fairness. It's just that the existence of martial power makes this reality even more starkly evident. When a single thought from you could move mountains, overturn seas, and leave millions dead, who would calmly sit down to reason with a mere mortal? What Lin Che pursued was ceaseless ascension, holding fast to his true self to master this power capable of altering the rules. At the very least, he refused to be oppressed as he was today without any means to resist. The sex selection trials had come to a complete conclusion. Yet the ripples they stirred were far from settling. Who could have imagined that a single sex selection trial would involve so many twists and turns? The entire Central Avenue buzzed with countless discussions at this moment. A year ago, when everyone believed Lin Che had fallen from grace and would fade into obscurity, who could have imagined that this young man would return in such a manner, proving to the world that he remains the undefeated existence among Kanglan City's younger generation? Lin Che becoming a disciple of Daotsang Academy. Though the Lin family didn't attend to witness the match, hearing this news should make them vomit blood. More than vomiting blood, their intestines must be green with regret. Such a peerless genius who could have led the Lin family to rise was actually driven out by them, an operation even more foolish than pigs. At this moment, many people thought of the Lin family. If the Lin family hadn't treated Lin Che so harshly a year ago, perhaps they would now be the biggest winner in all of Kanglan City. But now, Lin Che has severed all ties with the Lin family. On the contrary, by becoming a Daotsang Academy disciple, he has invisibly delivered a stinging slap to the Lin family's face. Of course, the Lin family might not be the only ones finding this outcome hard to accept. In the Morong clan section, gloomy expressions covered everyone's faces. The young mistress who carried all their family's hopes had actually lost. The middle-aged man at the head slumped into his chair as if all his strength had been drained. This person was none other than the patriarch of the Morong clan. For the sake of a spot in Daotsang Academy, he had exhausted the entire family's wealth to bribe Jizong. But now, how should he explain this outcome to the entire clan? On the battle platform, Morong Yan's expression appeared numb, her delicate face completely devoid of color. She turned her head, looking at her father, who seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. Biting her lip hard, her entire being was in a state of utter devastation. Lost? Everything before her eyes clearly told her she had been thoroughly defeated. Though Daocang Academy enrolls disciples every year, this was the first time Kanglan City had entered its view. Whether it would have another chance to be among the 100 cities next year remained uncertain. To make matters worse, even if Kanglan City remained one of the examination sites next year, the Morong clan's bribery scandal would forever bar them from Daocang Academy. In other words, regardless of Morong Yan's talent, she would never be able to enter Daocang Academy. Her fate was already sealed to grow up in mediocrity, quietly take over the family in the future, perhaps get married, raise children, and fade into obscurity in old age, ultimately unable to escape the confines of Kanglan City. For her, Kanglan City was like a cage. Facing this outcome, all of Morong Yan's previous confidence, pride, and ambition were shattered in this moment, ruthlessly trampled into the dust. Meanwhile, Lin Che glanced at Morong Yan, shook his head slightly, then turned and walked off the stage. From beginning to end, he neither mocked nor ridiculed her, simply passing by her calmly. Leaving Central Avenue behind, the clamor gradually faded into the distance as Lin Che returned to the inn in complete silence. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly spoke up. "Exciting day today." Hearing this voice, Lin Che immediately lost his composure, nearly shouting, "Senior, you tricked me. Didn't we agree that I'd draw the hostility while you'd have my back? I almost got crushed to death. But you're not dead, are you?" The celestial maiden spoke in a tone that suggested he was making a fuss over nothing. "Wait a minute, Senior, did you already know that powerful expert was hiding in the shadows? Is that why you made me provoke Jizong deliberately to force him to act?" Lin Che speculated. "What do you think?" The celestial maiden retorted. "If he doesn't intervene to solve one trouble for you, he won't leave. Having this tail following us is just annoying. But what if the silver-robed expert hadn't appeared? Would you have taken action?" Lin Che asked curiously. "Are you stupid? I remember telling you I can't leave the divine jade space. Meaning I would have been doomed. So I asked you, wasn't it exciting?" The celestial maiden emitted a cute despicable laugh. Lin Che was speechless, utterly speechless. In his heart, he thought, "You gambled with my life, of course it was exciting. But next time, could you please not make it so thrilling?" He feared his heart might not withstand it. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Che's expression turned somewhat bitter, sudden knocking sounds came from the door. Lin Che composed himself, then stood up to open the door. A middle-aged man with jade-like features and extraordinary bearing appeared outside, wearing a warm smile. This person was none other than Xiao Feng, the city lord of Kanglan. Chapter 17, Ripples. City Lord Xiao. Lin Che showed some surprise. "Ha, young Master Lin needn't be surprised. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to advance to Daocang Academy. I came specifically to offer my congratulations." Xiao Feng appeared quite amiable. "Well then, won't you invite me in for a while?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che immediately made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Feng made himself at home, entering the room and taking a seat before saying, "I've long heard that young Master Lin is the top genius among Kanglan City's younger generation. Yet this is actually our first time sitting face to face for conversation. What a pity we couldn't become acquainted earlier with such an outstanding talent as yourself." Lin Che smiled faintly. Given my junior status, there was naturally no need for City Lord Xiao to deliberately seek my acquaintance. Perceptibly catching Lin Che's implied meaning, Xiao Feng's expression remained unruffled as he responded, "As Kanglan City's lord, I represent the imperial government. The Gale Empire has regulations prohibiting official forces from forming ties with local families, an unavoidable restriction indeed." This statement held truth. For Kanglan City, even the Morong clan, the most powerful family, had never managed to establish connections with the city lord's office. Though Xiao Feng's visit had initially surprised Lin Che, the young man now fully understood his visitor's purpose. In essence, it still boiled down to forming connections. The potential represented by becoming a Daocang Academy disciple was simply too significant. In the past, although Lin Che was exceptionally talented, in the eyes of the Kanglan City Lord, he was merely a gifted junior from a family. But once becoming a disciple of Daocang Academy, it signifies possessing unlimited growth potential enough for City Lord Xiao Feng to treat him as an equal, and even someone to look up to in the future. Of course, although Xiao Feng's friendly gestures were pragmatic, Lin Che didn't resent them. At the very least, this Kanglan City Lord had never shown him hostility. Moreover, today's events made Lin Che understand that a martial artist cannot rely solely on themselves. Sometimes they must depend on the strength of certain factions. "Young Master Lin, regarding today's matter, although Jizong acted tyrannically, I had my own difficulties which forced me to remain silent and unable to intervene. I sincerely hope for your understanding. About today's incident, Xiao Feng spoke frankly without any excuses." "I understand," Lin Che replied casually. Although Xiao Feng had official backing, as a city lord facing Yangzhou's dominant power Daocang Academy, he naturally had numerous reservations. So Lin Che naturally wouldn't harbor any resentment just because the other party didn't intervene at that time. Seeing Lin Che's expression, Xiao Feng revealed a relieved smile. For a young man to possess such temperament proved that he hadn't misjudged him. Of course, Xiaofeng also understood that his current visit and his assistance during the trial competition must hold fundamentally different meanings in this young man's heart. However, since this was about forming a connection, Xiaofeng knew perfectly well that he wasn't expecting any repayment after the boy truly grew stronger. That would be far too presumptuous. He merely wished to plant the seed of goodwill, nothing more. City Lord Xiao didn't stay for long. Before much time had passed, he departed from Lin Che's residence. Though upon leaving, he left behind a sword. In this world, there existed a highly revered profession called the artifact forging path. This craft could forge all manner of divine weapons and extraordinary blades. For martial artists, the enhancement from such a weapon could be described as adding wings to a tiger. It exponentially amplified their combat prowess. The weapons forged by artifact craftsmen correspond to martial arts realms and are categorized as mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, profound artifacts, Dao artifacts, celestial artifacts. The sword left by Xiaofeng is a superior spiritual artifact, the Linghan sword. Swish! Lin Che drew the sword from its sheath, and in an instant, the room seemed to be coated with a layer of frost. Excellent sword! Truly worthy of being a superior spiritual artifact. With this sword, my strength should increase by at least 30%. Stroking the blade and sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations within it, Lin Che felt somewhat excited. A superior spiritual artifact is worth at least 300,000 gold coins. Who would have thought the city lord would be so generous? Lin Che marveled. 300,000 gold coins. Even if the entire Lin family were to save every penny without eating or drinking, it would probably take them a whole year to accumulate such a huge sum. This also demonstrates the immense value of a spiritual artifact. It's just a spiritual artifact. Look at your uneducated reaction. The celestial maiden's disdainful voice suddenly rang out. When you truly grow stronger in the future, you'll discover that the outside world is full of temptations, beautiful women, divine weapons, wealth, influence. Even if you don't want them, people will constantly send them to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Che asked curiously, Senior Celestial Maiden, since you were so formidable in the past, there must have been many powerful forces who feared or wanted to curry favor with you. Did they ever send you handsome men? Handsome men. The Celestial Maiden's voice turned frosty. Do you want to learn how to write the character for death? Lin Che felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the terrifying training sessions with this mysterious woman over the past year, instantly losing his curiosity. No, I don't. Sorry. For 2 whole days after hearing that Lin Che had won first place in the sex selection competition and become a disciple of Dao Song Academy, Xiao Yao had been overjoyed. To this simple-minded young girl, Lin Che was like her entire sky. Naturally, she felt genuine happiness from the bottom of her heart at his dazzling achievements. However, during this time, Lin Che noticed the young girl seemed to be writing a letter. So one day, unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Che asked, Who are you writing to? To my brother. Xiao Yao never hid anything from Lin Che. A brother. Hearing this, Lin Che was momentarily stunned. In his recollection, this girl had grown up entirely in the Lin family, and he'd never heard she had any relatives. You have an older brother. Yes, and my brother is at Dao Song Academy. Now that young master has become a disciple of Dao Song Academy, I think we'll be able to meet soon. Your brother is a disciple of Dao Song Academy. MHM. Xiao Yao nodded in confirmation. At this moment, Lin Che wore an expression of astonishment. Disciples of Dao Song Academy were all geniuses within Yangzhou. If Xiao Yao's brother was truly a Dao Song Academy disciple, why would he let his younger sister enter the Lin family as a maid? Noticing Lin Che's expression, Xiao Yao hastily explained, Young master, please don't misunderstand. Although my brother is a Dao Song Academy disciple, he spent a full 10 years as a menial disciple before gradually being promoted. Even within Dao Song Academy, he belongs to the lowest stratum, completely different from geniuses like young master who entered through talent and strength. I see. Hearing this, Lin Che finally understood. Even the most prestigious institutions need menial disciples. If a menial disciple shows some talent, it's not unusual for them to be promoted to full disciple status after about 10 years of drudgery. But such individuals, even after promotion, have extremely limited prospects for advancement and remain at the lowest levels. Thus it's perfectly understandable that Xiao Yao, with such a brother, still serves as a maid in the Lin family. However, Lin Che still felt somewhat puzzled. You have a brother. This seems to be the first I'm hearing of it. Hearing this, Xiao Yao smiled and said, Dao Song Academy is extremely far from here. In the past, I could only see my brother once a year during the New Year. Moreover, when young master was the heir of the Lin family, you spent most of your time fighting battles outside. Naturally, you didn't have much time to notice servants like Xiao Yao. At these words, Lin Che fell silent for a moment. He had devoted so many years to the Lin family, yet all he experienced was the coldness of human nature. From beginning to end, only this little girl remained unwaveringly loyal to him. With this thought in mind, Lin Che said earnestly, Xiao Yao, I'll treat you better from now on. A trace of fluster flashed across Xiao Yao's face. Young master, what are you saying? Xiao Yao is just a servant. Young master has already treated Xiao Yao very well. Then I'll treat you even better. Kanglin City. Although the sect selection competition had ended, its aftereffects continued to ripple through the city. Overnight, shocking news spread throughout the city. All dozens of the Lin family's assets in Kanglan City, including shops, taverns, pawnshops, were sealed by the authorities. For the entire Kanglan City, the city lord's mansion has always maintained an attitude of cold detachment. As long as there is no turmoil, this power always maintains an aura of mystery, seemingly never revealing itself to the world, yet no one dares underestimate its terrifying influence. All major families in Kanglan City establish themselves through martial prowess, and their affiliated industries inevitably carry shades of gray. If the authorities wished to investigate, not a single enterprise could escape scrutiny. This time, the city lord's mansion moved so swiftly and with such unmistakable targeting that anyone could discern the underlying message. The city lord's mansion intends to curry favor with Lin Che. Have you heard? The Lin family's grand elder, disillusioned by his only son's misfortune, has severed ties with the family and taken his son away. That's not all now. Even a fool can see the city lord's mansion is targeting the Lin family. The entire clan is gripped by panic, and many members have already fled in betrayal. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. A family whose members all flee when disaster strikes. What a laughable display of cohesion this is. This Lin family will likely become Kanglan City's greatest joke. Whispers spread through Kanglan City as the Lin family became everyone's after-dinner gossip overnight. Lin Family Ancestral Hall. Lin Xianghai stood before rows of ancestral portraits, his expression grave, his white hair making him appear decades older overnight. Gone was the usual prosperous atmosphere. The entire Lin compound now stood eerily desolate. With trembling hands, Lin Xianghai lit incense for his ancestors before collapsing to his knees with a mournful cry. Xianghai has failed our forebears. The once mighty patriarch had lost all his former authority and ambition, now resembling nothing more than a frail old man, his face etched with regret and shame. Had he not made that fateful decision, the Lin family's circumstances would be entirely different today. Lin Che, the genius who could have changed the family's future, was personally driven away by this very family head. Now in this calamity, with all clan members fleeing, Lin Xianghai finally saw his failure as the family patriarch. What right does a family that never gave anyone a sense of belonging have to expect unity from its members during times of crisis? I was wrong, I was truly wrong, Lin Xianghai lamented with endless regret, his face full of desolation. But what does it matter now? There are no pills of regret in this world. Everything indicates that the Lin family of Kanglan City has stepped into an abyss beyond redemption, with no hope of resurgence hereafter. Chapter 18. You are a sword cultivator. 2 days later, at high noon, a cloud ship sailed from the horizon and descended upon Kanglan City. This sight made the city's commoners stop and watch, their faces all showing expressions of astonishment. A flying ship. Could this be Daotsang Academy's cloud ship for receiving disciples? How magnificently grand! This cloud ship measured dozens of zhang in size, making people standing nearby appear as insignificant as ants. The hull, crafted from unknown materials, emitted a faint glow. Any flying vessel capable of traversing the skies must be at least a mystical artifact-grade treasure. Even Lin Che found himself awestruck by the sight before him. Daotsang Academy's profound heritage was anything but ordinary, truly befitting its status as the dominant power of Yangzhou. Young master. Just then, a pleasant voice sounded behind Lin Che. Turning around, Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyao approached him, carrying a large bundle half her height, making her already slender frame appear even more fragile. Why did you bring so much? Just daily necessities, some food, and a change of clothes prepared for you, young master, Xiaoyao replied casually. Hearing this, Lin Che frowned slightly before retrieving a spatial ring and handing it to her. It was none other than the one he had obtained after killing the Lin family's fifth elder. Take this ring and store those things inside. Don't let others see, or they'll think I'm bullying you. Seeing this, Xiaoyao quickly shook her head. Young master, this is too expensive. Before Xiaoyao could finish speaking, Lin Che interrupted. If you refuse, I'll make you warm my bed tonight. Hearing these words, Xiaoyao froze momentarily, then took a deep breath and said, understood. Get on the bed. No, board the ship. A short while later, the two boarded the cloud ship. One could see that the ship boasted over 100 guest rooms. Standing aboard the cloud vessel, its grandeur and magnificence became even more apparent. New passengers, come register. Before Lin Che and his companion could admire the massive ship further, an aged voice suddenly called out. Lin Che looked and saw an extremely elderly man lying on a rattan chair in the ship's corridor. Before him stood a long table with paper and brush, clearly the person in charge of registration. However, what surprised Lin Che and his companion was that this old man appeared extremely aged, with wrinkles on his face and hands as deep as gullies, and only a few remaining white hairs swaying in the wind where most had already fallen out. From Kanglan City, was it? What's your name? The old man inquired. This humble one is Lin Che, replied Lin Che respectfully, though the old man seemed frail enough to be toppled by a breeze. Lin Lo. The old man nodded, then began to shakily write on the paper with trembling hands. Lin Che was taken aback and quickly corrected, not Lin Lu. This junior is named Lin Che, as in clear and limpid. Speak louder. This old one's eyes and ears are failing, can't hear too while the old man waved his hand. I said, this junior's name is Lin Che, Lin Che proclaimed loudly. Linda, good. Virtue and conduct united, a fine name. The old man nodded again, writing down the character Lin, then started on dip but seemed to forget midway. He erased it and simply drew a circle instead. Witnessing this, Lin Che's face darkened with visible frustration. It seems this old man isn't just hard of hearing and dim-sighted but possibly illiterate too. Yet he's responsible for registration aboard this cloud ship. This old man, isn't he likely someone with connections at Dao Song Academy? And not just any connections but solid ones at that. A circle drawn is a circle drawn. Looking at the old man, Lin Che ultimately found himself powerless to explain further. Meanwhile, the old man's clouded gaze turned toward Xiaoyao as he mumbled, didn't that fellow say the disciple recruited from Kanglan City was a young man? Why is there a girl here too? Hearing this, Xiaoyao hastily picked up the brush and wrote the 2 characters for maidservant. Ah, a maidservant. Very well, the old man clearly recognized these 2 characters, then casually tossed 2 wooden tokens to Lin Che. The room numbers are written on these tokens. Don't go to the wrong room. This ship carries geniuses from every major city, each prouder than the last. If fights break out from misunderstandings, this old bag of bones wouldn't dare intervene. Many thanks for your advice, elder. Lin Che clasped his hands in salute to the old man before departing with Xiaoyao. The reason for such respect was Lin Che's speculation that this old man had powerful connections in Daotsong Academy, plus that guy he mentioned was likely the silver-robed expert. The fact that the old man dared to address him so casually revealed telling clues, therefore Lin Che naturally wouldn't underestimate the elder based on appearances. Just after Lin Che and his companion departed, the old man chuckled to himself, hey, it's been quite a while since I've met such a polite young man. Rare. Having said this, the old man closed his eyes again, leisurely basking in the sunlight. Lin Che and his companion found their cabin but chose not to rest, instead heading to the deck. At this moment, the cloud ship had already soared into the sky, navigating through the clouds. Gazing at the spectacular scene of rolling cloud seas instantly made one feel their mind broadening immeasurably. So beautiful. Xiaoyao spread her arms as if to embrace the sky, her blue dress fluttering in the wind. A faint smile graced her delicate features while her eyes sparkled with vitality as she sighed with genuine admiration. This scene caused Lin Che to pause momentarily. It had to be admitted this young girl who had followed him since childhood possessed remarkable beauty. Though still young in age, she clearly bore the makings of a great beauty. It is indeed beautiful. I wonder when I'll be able to soar through the skies by my own power and gaze down upon these rivers and mountains. Collecting himself, Lin Che sighed inwardly. To fly freely through the heavens and roam unrestrained across the world, this must surely be the primal dream of every martial artist. From Kanglan City. Just as Lin Che was lost in contemplation, a deep voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. Turning his head, Lin Che saw a burly young man standing before him. The young man stood over 2 meters tall, his bulging muscles coiled like dragons. Towering like an iron pagoda, he blocked out all sunlight, casting a massive shadow. Noticing the faint contempt in the youth's eyes, Lin Che frowned slightly. Before Lin Che could speak, the youth continued, I am Song Ming, born with the indestructible battle physique. Young master of Giant Elephant City, you seem to be a rogue cultivator, judging by your appearance. For martial artists, family or faction emblems were typically embroidered on clothing. Seeing no such insignia on Lin Che's attire, Song Ming's eyes revealed even deeper disdain. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Che said coldly. Song Ming grinned broadly, eyeing Xiaoyao. Who is she to you? I am young master's maidservant. Without waiting for Lin Che to respond, Xiaoyao spoke with visible disgust, having sensed the greed in the man's gaze. Very well. I'm in room A16. Tonight have her come to serve me. Song Ming's tone brooked no argument. Swish. No sooner had Song Ming's words fallen than Lin Che's sword left its scabbard. Sword momentum. For this strike, Lin Che held nothing back, directly employing the Chaos 9 forms, a spirit-rank combat technique. In an instant, countless sword energies materialized from thin air, crisscrossing forward as if to tear apart the very atmosphere. Suddenly sensing the sharp sword energy approaching, Sang Ming's expression changed dramatically. Indestructible battle physique. With a furious roar, Sang Ming quickly crossed his arms before his chest. A layer of earthen yellow light enveloped his entire body, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! When the sword's power landed on the barrier, an even more terrifying shockwave violently radiated in all directions. After the collision of forces, the barrier lasted mere moments before shattering. Thud thud thud. At the same time, Sang Ming's burly figure was forced back 3 steps on the deck, producing dull thuds as his entire posture appeared somewhat disheveled. You're a swordsman. After steadying himself, when Song Ming looked at Lin Che again, his eyes filled with deep wariness. What do you think? Lin Che sneered coldly. It was a misunderstanding earlier. Shock flashed in his eyes as he uttered these words, and then to Lin Che's surprise, Song Ming abruptly turned and left without hesitation. This wasn't cowardice. Initially, he had assumed Lin Che was weak and sought to bully him. But now that Lin Che had revealed his true strength, continuing the fight would serve no purpose. Lin Che made no move to stop him, simply watching his retreating back with a slightly darkened gaze. Spirit Martial Second Layer. Lin Che sensed that the youth was at the Spirit Martial Second Layer. That earlier sword strike could be considered his full power attack, launched with the initiative, yet it had only forced the opponent back 3 steps. Indeed, the geniuses aboard this cloud ship were not to be underestimated. This was indeed the case. Those who could enter Daotsong Academy were all the most exceptional talents from major cities across Yangzhou. Naturally, none were weak. Take this Song Ming for example, who not only broke through to Spirit Martial Second Realm but also awakened a special constitution. Of course, this was also because Lin Che wielded an ordinary sword. Had it been the Linghan sword, Song Ming might have paid a heavier price. This one who boarded at Kanglin City is formidable. Naturally, sword cultivators always prove more troublesome compared to other martial artists. Meanwhile, numerous other young elites watching the scenery on deck witnessed the recent events, their gazes toward Lin Che noticeably shifting. Among the 100 cities, this marked Kanglin City's first appearance on Daotsong Academy's radar. Those emerging from it were naturally prejudged as weak in the eyes of geniuses from major cities. Compounded by Lin Che being an unaffiliated rogue cultivator without organizational backing, how many cultivation resources could he possibly have accessed? When Song Ming caused trouble earlier, most of these people watched with amusement, but now their gazes toward Lin Che held more regard, even reverence. This world operates on such principles. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one earn proper respect. Young master, I've caused you trouble. After the youth named Song Ming departed, Xiaoyao stood beside Lin Che, her face filled with remorse. This conflict had originated because of her, and evidently, that young man was formidable. Not exactly trouble. Lin Che shook his head. Since everyone thinks we're easy targets even without this fellow today, others would come later after this, at least those weaker than him won't entertain such notions. Actually, it saves us considerable trouble. Lin Che's gaze swept across the numerous talented youths on the deck. Establishing dominance. This was also part of the reason why Lin Che had acted so decisively moments ago. Chapter 19, True Sword Intent. After lingering on the deck for a while, Lin Che and the other returned to their room. At this moment, Xiaoyao had already prepared Lin Che's bed and meticulously cleaned the room. Though long accustomed to Xiaoyao's thoroughness, Lin Che still felt somewhat moved. Having someone attend to him truly felt wonderful. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about life's trivial matters. Of course, after the initial excitement faded, life aboard the cloud ship became rather dull and monotonous. Yangzhou was too vast. Even traveling at the speed of a sky-soaring mystic artifact made the journey feel prolonged. One night, Lin Che stood alone on the cloud ship's deck, gazing blankly at the star-studded sky. Senior Celestial Maiden, when do you think I'll be able to soar through the heavens on my sword, surveying these lands with my own power? Lin Che reached out as if he could touch the celestial stars, his face filled with longing. After reaching the Black Tortoise Realm, naturally, the Celestial Maiden replied casually. The Black Tortoise Realm. Martial artists at the profound martial realm can masterfully control their chi, naturally achieving the ability to fly through the air. However, considering his current cultivation level where he hasn't even stepped into the spiritual martial realm, Lin Che realized this was still a long journey ahead. Of course, Lin Che didn't feel discouraged by the gap. Instead, his eyes shone with determination to fulfill his dream of flying through the air. He must reach the profound martial realm in the future. Do you truly love the path of sword cultivation? The Celestial Maiden suddenly asked. I do. Lin Che answered without hesitation. In fact, the Lin family Lin Che belonged to was never a sword cultivation clan, with very few practicing or studying swordsmanship. During the year he condensed his chi and trained under the Celestial Maiden's guidance. The mysterious woman never taught Lin Che sword techniques. Yet since childhood, Lin Che had practiced and explored swordsmanship on his own. Without genuine love for it, it would have been impossible to persist till now. For reasons he couldn't explain, Lin Che simply yearned for that swordsman's way, traveling with blade in hand, one sword breaking 10,000 techniques. But it seems there are very few, extremely few people practicing the sword path. Is there something wrong with this path? After hesitating, Lin Che asked somewhat perplexedly. As far as he knew, there were very few sword practitioners in Kanglin City. Some have said that the sword path is merely a side branch, that true martial artists should be erudite and not confined to a single path. Which fool said such nonsense? From within the divine jade space came the Celestial Maiden's scoffing voice. The reason there are few sword cultivators isn't because this path has problems, but because it's difficult. No, let me correct that. This path starts hard but becomes easier later. Only few can persist until reaching that later stage. Starts hard but becomes easier later. Lin Che was completely baffled, clearly not understanding this statement. At this moment, the Celestial Maiden continued. The martial path is inherently about defying the heavens. To pursue perfection in every aspect and ultimately break free from shackles. That isn't called erudition, that's called foolishness. That's why prodigies exist, those who cultivate only one path, like the sword path, yet ultimately break through limitations with focused mastery, seeing through illusions and being the first to break free. to see through illusions and break through with focused mastery. The celestial maiden's simple words were like opening the gates of a sacred martial hall for Lin Che, making his heart surge with excitement and further strengthening his resolve toward the sword path. After a moment, Lin Che calmed himself and asked curiously, "Celestial maiden, do you use a sword?" "No," came her cool reply, followed by an additional remark, "I'm proficient in all." Lin Che was speechless. "But didn't you just say?" Before he could finish, the celestial maiden cut him off. "Don't ask, there's no reason. If there must be one, it's because I'm stronger." Lin Che. Every time he conversed with this mysterious woman, Lin Che found himself suffering severe psychological blows. Of course, he knew he lacked the power to refute her. Before a peerless genius who had reached the Dao martial realm at 17, merely feeling ashamed of his own inadequacy was already an honor. "Senior celestial maiden, you said the beginning of sword path is difficult. Why is that?" Lin Che continued asking. At this moment, Lin Che was like a sponge, desperately wanting to absorb all kinds of martial knowledge during this rare opportunity to converse with the celestial maiden. However, this time the celestial maiden didn't answer. "Senior. Sho, look at that star, doesn't it resemble a sword?" After a moment of silence, the celestial maiden suddenly spoke. Lin Che was startled and looked up. At that very moment, a star hanging in the sky suddenly fell. The great star descended through the void, trailing a long tail of light, leaving behind a magnificent arc across the night sky. Its momentum unstoppable. Observing this scene, Lin Che's gaze suddenly changed, as if he had entered a trance-like state. In his eyes, the star truly transformed into a sword, a divine sword that could pierce the heavens. Afterward, Lin Che closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was already a trace of sharpness in his gaze. "I understand now." Lin Che finally understood why the beginning of sword path was difficult, because it requires enlightenment. Compared to martial realms, the sword path should also have its own realm divisions, but unlike martial cultivation, the sword path requires sufficient comprehension. The rising sun and setting moon, mountains and rivers, myriad household lights all can be sources for sword enlightenment. It was like opening an entirely new world. With this realization, Lin Che took a step forward on the deck. Whoosh! An invisible momentum swirled around Lin Che, causing his black hair to flutter and his robes to billow. At this moment, Lin Che extended two fingers in a sword stance, thrusting straight forward. Boom! A cloud before him instantly dispersed under the impact. Moreover, that force created intense ripples of fluctuation within a 30-meter radius. Sword momentum. Lin Che's cultivation hadn't broken through to the spiritual martial realm, so this wasn't a manifestation of true chi. Achieving this was purely the result of externalized sword momentum. This time, Lin Che didn't rely on spirit rank combat techniques, indeed he wielded no sword in hand. This means Lin Che can now unleash the purest sword momentum without relying on any external aids. Comprehending sword momentum, condensing sword intent, forming sword domain, transforming into sword law. Now you've merely taken the first step in sword cultivation, barely qualifying as a swordsman, the celestial maiden's voice sounded. Senior celestial maiden, are these the true realms of sword cultivation you just mentioned? After comprehending sword momentum, Lin Che looked somewhat excited. Then how should I progress further? Given your current realm, achieving sword momentum comprehension is already commendable. Don't always aim too high though, you could consolidate your current realizations. Lin Che promptly asked, how to consolidate? Fighting. The celestial maiden uttered these two words before her voice completely faded away. Fighting. Lin Che stood frozen in place for a moment. Then he suddenly turned and walked toward a room on the cloud ship. Room Jia 16. Chapter 20. I was originally low-key. Boom! A sudden explosion resounded across the cloud ship, abruptly shattering the night's tranquility. Awakened by this thunderous noise, all passengers emerged from their cabins with curiosity, peering toward the source of the commotion. What happened? Not sure. Could it be an earthquake? Are you stupid? We're on a cloud ship in midair, where would an earthquake come from? Whatever, we'll know once we check it out. Within moments, a growing crowd converged toward the origin of the sound. Yet at this moment, no one was more bewildered than the young lord of Giant Elephant City. Cabin A16. Song Ming had been dreaming of a romantic rendezvous with a beautiful woman, on the verge of intimate contact, when suddenly his cabin door was violently blasted open, startling him fully awake with a jolt. Song Ming, come out and fight. Lin Che stood at the doorway, his eyes gleaming in the darkness like some spectral apparition. It's you! Song Ming came to his senses and took considerable effort to recognize who this shadowy figure was. But then a murderous impulse quickly dominated all his thoughts. You bastard, I'll kill you. With eyes bloodshot from rage, Song Ming rolled off the bed and dashed out of the room in one swift motion. By this time, Lin Che had already reached the deck of the cloud ship. This, they're going to fight. Many curious geniuses who had gathered to watch immediately understood what was happening when they saw the two men's stances, their faces all showing expressions of shock. You little brat, I made myself clear about last time's matter. Yet you come looking for trouble. Do you really think I fear you? Song Ming roared furiously. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed from Lin Che's ring as he grasped an ordinary iron longsword in his hand, pointing it at Song Ming. Enough talk. Let's fight. How audacious. Song Ming was nearly driven mad with anger. Since childhood, he had always been the one bullying others when had anyone ever dared to challenge him like this. In their last encounter, although he was the one who retreated, it was only because he didn't want to risk mutual destruction. But this didn't mean he feared his opponent. In fact, if they truly fought all out, Song Ming believed his strength was undoubtedly superior. Seems I gave you too much face last time. You've come seeking death. Since you're asking for it, I'll grant your wish. Blinded by rage, Sang Ming swore to himself that today he would beat this bastard down like a dying dog to vent his fury. Indestructible battle physique. With this thought, Song Ming roared furiously, activating his awakened special constitution as an earthy yellow light swiftly enveloped his body, forming armor-like protection. Following this, he launched a devastating punch. His Jinchi manifested externally, forming a fist aura around his iron-hard fist. The sheer might of this strike was incomparably fierce, causing visible distortions in the surrounding air. Song Ming truly lives up to his reputation. Just this single punch alone places him among the upper echelon of geniuses aboard this cloud arc. Witnessing the power of Song Ming's spirit martial second layer and indestructible combat body, everyone present was astounded. Yet at this moment, Lin Che made his move. With a clang of unsheathing, without any flourish, Lin Che drew his sword and delivered a single slash. A simple sword strike, clearly visible to all eyes, yet carrying an inexplicable profundity. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded as Lin Che's seemingly plain sword strike collided violently with Song Ming's magnificent fist radiance, the outcome defying all expectations. Whoosh! After the single exchange, Song Ming's formidable frame was actually sent flying 10 meters away. How did you? At this moment, Sang Ming's mind was profoundly shaken. However confident he might be, he could clearly sense this youth had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Before Song Ming could finish speaking, Lin Che leaped forward, his figure rushing forth like a swift gale once more. The second sword strike followed in seamless succession. Song Ming's expression suddenly changed as he swiftly gathered all his strength, crossing his arms in defense. Before him, his Shinchi instantly formed a thick layer of armored protection. Boom! Yet under this sword strike, the Jinchi armor shattered instantly, forcing Song Ming's body to retreat another 10 meters. Not only that, but a trickle of blood now seeped from the corner of Song Ming's mouth, clear evidence of internal injuries from the violent impact. Lin Che's two sword strikes were nearly identical, barely qualifying as proper sword techniques, let alone enhanced by combat skills, just simple swings of the blade. But when the opponent cannot withstand them, they become the most formidable offensive art. Overwhelming the opponent with sheer pressure, this is the essence of momentum. Sword momentum. The many observing geniuses all felt their hearts skip a beat at this astonishing display. A youth so young had actually comprehended sword momentum, the mark of a true sword cultivator. How could one possibly explain this? What's most troublesome about the indestructible battle body is its formidable defensive power. Yet against this young man's sword momentum, it's actually being forced into such an embarrassing situation. A sword cultivator's armor-piercing capability is truly not to be underestimated. Comments kept arising, which also served as a warning to these talented powerhouses from various major cities. An apparently ordinary-looking young man turned out to be a sword cultivator who had comprehended sword momentum. This cloud ship indeed has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It seems better to act modestly in the future to avoid making enemies. At this moment, Lin Che could clearly feel that with each strike, his mastery of sword momentum was becoming more proficient. The celestial maiden hadn't deceived him. Combat practice was indeed the source of improvement. Song Ming felt like crying but had no tears. Shocked by the power of Lin Che's sword momentum, he couldn't understand how this youth could pose such a great threat compared to just 2 days ago. He had already abandoned the idea of direct confrontation, choosing instead to avoid confrontation. While dodging frantically, he pleaded cowardly, "Little brother, no, big brother, please stop. Let's talk this over. The previous conflict was truly a misunderstanding. I shouldn't have harbored ill intentions toward your maidservant. I formally apologize. Now can we let bygones be bygones? Weren't you saying earlier that you'd kill me?" Lin Che questioned. "I was just joking, Bam! As soon as Song Ming spoke, Lin Che swung his sword again, unleashing a terrifying force that swept forward. With a thunderous crash, Sang Ming's entire body was sent flying before smashing heavily against the distant ship's hull, blood-flecked spittle spraying from his mouth. At this moment, sensing his comprehension of sword momentum had progressed further, Lin Che finally sheathed his blade with satisfaction, casting a cold glance at his opponent. "I'm naturally a low-key person, yet you went out of your way to bully me. I had no choice but to strike back. I hope you'll learn from this lesson and curb your arrogance in the future." Lin Che shook his head, wearing an expression that said, "I never wanted to make a move against you, but you forced my hand." After leaving these words, he turned and walked away. The onlookers involuntarily cleared a path. If they had merely regarded Lin Che with respect before, after witnessing this battle, they now viewed him with something approaching awe. They came to understand that this seemingly harmless young man was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Watching Lin Che's retreating figure, Song Ming let out a wail of despair in his heart. Was I being arrogant? Did I go out of my way to oppress you? I was just peacefully sleeping. Tell me, who was oppressing whom here? This is too much, you're going too far. Song Ming was so aggrieved he was nearly in tears, roaring furiously in his heart. Chapter 21, Celestial Fantasy Realm. The news that there was a genius aboard the cloud ship who had comprehended sword intent spread rapidly. There was no helping it after all, everyone lived together on the cloud ship where people constantly crossed paths. Even the smallest incident would become common knowledge by the next day. In the following days, everyone looked at Lin Che with awe, probably listing him among the few people not to be provoked. That Song Ming from Giant Elephant City would immediately avoid Lin Che upon seeing him, as if dodging a plague god. All of this left Lin Che feeling quite helpless. These days are truly too boring. Lin Che lay on his bed in the room, wearing a look of melancholy. I'm merely at the peak of chi gathering, the lowest cultivation level on this cloud ship. Why is no one coming to bully me? Having this thought didn't mean Lin Che had masochistic tendencies. Rather, when one comprehends a new skill, it's hard to resist the itch to try it out if unable to use it. Just like after Lin Che comprehended sword momentum, he couldn't control his urge to find someone to fight. Unfortunately, after swaggering around the cloud ship with his sword for 2 full days, he ultimately failed to get his wish. Instead, the number of people who usually enjoyed watching the scenery on deck decreased significantly. Fortunately, these torturous days didn't last too long. On this day, the cloud ship arrived above a certain region. Dao Song Academy. Is this Dao Song Academy? We've finally arrived. All eyes aboard the cloud ship gazed into the distance. Through the cloud layers, they saw an ancient academy standing among the mountain ranges below. Within the academy, massive buildings were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, presenting such magnificent scenery that it instantly inspired longing in all who beheld it. I've never seen such magnificent architecture in all my life. It's simply breathtaking. Many youths who had come from various cities couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was like country villagers seeing a metropolis of steel for the first time. Just as everyone was marveling, a white crane came soaring through the air. The crane rapidly approached the cloud ship, and only then did the crowd see there was actually a figure standing atop it, a middle-aged man of extraordinary presence. The middle-aged man boarded the cloud ship and first bowed respectfully to the elderly man sitting on the wicker chair before speaking. Outer court mentor Song Long pays his respects to Elder Bai. The somewhat deaf and visually impaired elder addressed as Elder Bai seemed uncertain whether he'd heard the middle-aged man clearly, merely gesturing casually toward the roster on the table. At this moment, Song Long bowed once more, then picked up the roster and announced directly, "Next, I will verify this batch of recruits. Those whose names are called, step forward." After saying this, the middle-aged man read the first name, Chang Peng. After a brief wait, no one responded. Frowning slightly, Song Long asked, "Is there someone named Chang Peng from Giant Elephant City?" Just then, a burly figure hurriedly emerged from the crowd. "Mentor, I'm from Giant Elephant City, but my name is Song Ming, not Chang Peng." Song Long paused briefly but said nothing further, continuing, "Thousand Dragon City Tu Niao." Reporting, "Mentor, my name is Du Peng," came a voice that sounded nearly tearful as the speaker hastily corrected. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at the elderly man lounging contentedly in the wicker chair, basking in the sun, and thought to himself, "So I'm not the only one whose name this old man has butchered." After a moment, the middle-aged instructor's voice rang out again. "Kanglin City, Lin, what was this person from Kanglin City called? Lin Quan, Lin Yuan, or perhaps Lin Dan?" Somehow, old man Bai managed to hear this remark and suddenly shouted hoarsely, "His name is Lin De. The De that means virtue and moral persuasion. Lin Che. My name is Lin Che. The Che that means clear and pure." Lin Che nearly roared the words. Thus, after what felt like an eternity, this torturous roll call finally came to an end. At that very moment, old man Bai, the source of so much resentment, rose from his reclining chair and stretched lazily. "These youngsters have all been delivered, and this old man has fulfilled his duty. I'm off now." With these words, old man Bai actually slapped his rear end and leaped off the cloud ship, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This scene startled everyone. That old man is crazy. Isn't he afraid of falling to his death by jumping down like that? How dare you? Elder Bai is a Xuanwu realm expert who can already soar through the air. Show some respect when you speak. Hearing these comments, Song Long reprimanded them with a dark expression. Xuanwu realm. Upon hearing this, all the young people on the cloud ship felt their hearts tremble. Recalling the old man's unremarkable appearance, many found this revelation quite shocking. Simultaneously, they felt deep regret. Had they known earlier that this old man was a master, they would have tried every means to establish good relations with him. But now, it was too late. Paying no attention to the crowd's emotions, after this warning, Song Long directly steered the cloud ship toward the academy. As they approached Dao Song Academy, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look, what's that?" In the central area of Daotsong Academy, there stood a celestial ladder piercing straight through the clouds, with radiant beams of light shining down from above, creating an aura of profound mystery. That is the Celestial Illusion Divine Realm, a secret realm established by the founding ancestor of our Daotsong Academy. Anyone who can pass through this realm can be called a peerless genius and will receive the Academy's full support, Song Long casually explained. Celestial Illusion Divine Realm. Instantly, blazing light shone in the eyes of everyone on the ship. The statement that anyone who passes through the realm will receive the Academy's full support stirred the hearts of all these new disciples. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man's words poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Don't even think about it. In Daotsong Academy's 10,000-year history, no one has ever passed this secret realm to date. What? Not a single person has ever passed this secret realm. Upon hearing this, the small flame that had just ignited in everyone's hearts seemed to be instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Even though they were all the top-ranked young talents from various cities, none were so arrogant as to believe they could surpass the successive generations of prodigies from Daotsong Academy. In fact, winning first place in the selection battles of various city sects merely grants one an entry ticket to Daotsong Academy. For this ancient academy, geniuses are never in short supply. Since its establishment, Daotsong Academy has never had anyone who could pass the heavenly fantasy divine realm, so they wouldn't be so arrogant as to believe they could pass this trial either. Chapter 22, Yi Alliance. As the cloud ship gradually moved away from the heavenly fantasy divine realm, it continued forward, soon landing on a spacious plaza. Everyone disembarked and followed Song Long into a building where they were issued outer court disciple uniforms, identity tokens, and other items. At this moment, Song Long gathered everyone again and said, "The accommodations for new disciples are located in the back mountains of Daotsong Academy. Once you arrive there, someone will arrange things for you based on your identity tokens." Then, "When will someone teach us cultivation?" someone asked. "There won't be any," Song Long replied casually. The crowd was stunned. Isn't Daotsong Academy supposed to be an academy? There's actually no one to teach them cultivation. Outer court disciples will only receive personal cultivation guidance from elders if they get promoted to inner court disciples within 3 years. Therefore, you new disciples can only practice on your own during this period. Practice on your own. These words made everyone feel bitter in their hearts. Wasn't this just leaving them to fend for themselves? They originally thought that entering Daotsong Academy meant becoming formal disciples, but they now realized this was merely the beginning. Only by being promoted to the inner court could one truly enjoy the Academy's resource allocation. Of course, there are many alliances formed by senior disciples in the outer court. For you new disciples, it's best to join an alliance first. This will provide some assistance in your academy life and help you avoid unnecessary detours. Mentor, how should we join these alliances? Another disciple asked. Every year when new disciples enter, alliances come to recruit at the square we just passed. You can go see for yourselves. After saying this, Song Long gave a few more simple instructions. Then he turned and left directly. The newly admitted students left on site could only exchange bewildered glances. That's it. They were all dumbfounded. This was completely different from the wonderful academy life they had imagined. I was at least the top young genius in Qianlong City. How come a Daotsong Academy? I feel like worthless cabbages left in the field. This is utterly demoralizing. Stop complaining. Apparently Daotsong Academy never lacks geniuses. Let's just go to the square and see if we can join any alliance, someone reminded at this moment. After hearing this, though everyone still felt somewhat disappointed, they had to accept reality and headed toward that square they had seen earlier. Lin Che was among them. On the pristine white jade-like square, numerous alliance factions had already gathered, waiting to recruit these new students. This was an outer academy tradition. These alliances were all established by senior students. Only by continuously attracting new members each year could they gradually grow stronger. As for the new students, being weak and isolated, joining an alliance was necessary to seek protection. "Young master, are you planning to join an alliance too?" Xiaoyao asked as they arrived at the square. Of course. Lin Che nodded. His experiences in Kanglan City had already taught Lin Che the importance of having powerful backing. Moreover, Daotsong Academy still felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Joining an alliance would clearly make things more convenient. After observing for a while, Lin Che walked directly toward one particular alliance. Qianqiu Alliance. Lin Che noticed that among all the alliances, the recruiters from Qianqiu Alliance were particularly strong. Since he had to choose, naturally he would pick a more powerful alliance. "Are you accepting new members?" Lin Che approached the Qianqiu Alliance's station and asked the bald man who appeared to be their leader. Hearing this, the bald man raised his head to look at Lin Che, then slightly furrowed his brows. "We accept new members, but not you." "Why not?" Lin Che asked, puzzled. "A mere peak chi-gathering cultivator who hasn't even broken through to the spirit martial realm isn't qualified to join Qianqiu Alliance," the bald man said with undisguised disdain in his voice. Hearing this, Lin Che's expression darkened. But afterwards, he didn't speak further, taking Xiao Yao's hand and turning to leave. Lin Che then tried joining several other alliances, but without exception, upon sensing his cultivation level, each rejected him, just like the Qianqiu alliance had done before, whether politely or disdainfully. Do I appear that weak? Lin Che felt dejected. Though upon reflection, it made sense. Aboard the cloud ship, with only Qi gathering peak realm to his name, Lin Che was indeed among the weakest in terms of cultivation level. They can't recognize young master's potential, their loss. Xiao Yao offered words of comfort at this moment. Meanwhile, a peculiar scene was unfolding in the square. For most new disciples seeking alliance protection, the norm was to actively go and register themselves. Yet here were two men around 28 or 29 years old, each carrying thick stacks of leaflets, persistently asking newcomers if they'd join their alliance. Young friend, would you consider joining our Yi Alliance? Our Yi Alliance is doing very well, please take a look. The two men were introducing enthusiastically, but the passing new disciples, after seeing their actions and briefly inquiring about the so-called Yi Alliance they mentioned, all shook their heads and chose to leave. At that moment, a man from a neighboring alliance faction mocked them. Yi Tianlang, Wu Yuran, you two should save your breath. With the Yi Alliance's meager strength, you're at the bottom even among outer court disciples. Who in their right mind would join your Yi Alliance? The members of your Yi Alliance are all menial disciples who toiled for 10 years before the academy took pity and barely promoted them to outer court status. Don't think becoming outer court disciples means you can stand equal with real geniuses like us. With your pathetic skills, you're trying to imitate others by forming an alliance. It's enough to make people laugh their teeth out. As soon as this man spoke, bursts of mocking laughter rose from the crowd behind him. Hearing these taunts, both Yi Tianlang and Wu Youren's faces turned deep red with humiliation. However, the two seemed to have some reservations, so they didn't argue back. But the commotion here caught the attention of Lin Che and his companion. Xiao Yao glanced in this direction, then suddenly exclaimed cheerfully, "Brother!" Hearing this call, the man named Yi Tianlang froze momentarily before slowly turning around. Yao Yaoer. So this person was indeed Xiao Yao's elder brother. Little sister, how come you're here? When Xiao Yao approached, Yi Tianlang's face was full of surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao quickly began explaining with a smile. After listening to Xiao Yao's account, Yi Tianlang looked at Lin Che with gratitude. I've always heard from Xiao Yao that within the Lin family, young Master Lin has been exceptionally kind to her, and now our siblings' reunion is entirely due to young Master Lin's help. For this kindness, I'm endlessly grateful. Lin Che shook his head. Brother Yi, I'm no longer the young master of the Lin family. Please don't address me like that anymore. Moreover, we're both disciples of Dao Tsang Academy now. Since you entered earlier than me, just call me Junior Brother. Alright, Junior Brother Lin. Yi Tianlang wasn't one for excessive formality either. Hearing Lin Che's words, he nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Che noticed the flyers in Yi Tianlang's hands. Yi Alliance. Staring at those two characters, Lin Che asked, Senior Brother Yi, you've established an alliance in the outer court too? That's right. Yi Tianlang replied without much thought. Are you still recruiting members? This time, Yi Tianlang looked surprised. Don't tell me Junior Brother Lin wants to join our Yi Alliance. Well, other alliances don't seem to think much of me anyway. I just wonder if Senior Brother Yi would be willing to accept, Lin Che said casually. Hearing this, both Yi Tianlang and Yuran Wu standing beside him became visibly excited. Junior Brother Lin willing to join Yi Alliance. This is more than we could ask for. This is truly wonderful. The Yi Alliance is such a weak faction that it's almost disbanded. How could anyone still want to join? Is this person blind? That's not surprising. Look at that new disciple's cultivation level. He hasn't even broken through to the spiritual martial realm. With such poor strength, naturally no other alliance would take him. Trash like him only deserves the Yi Alliance. When they saw the Yi Alliance had actually recruited someone, those who had mocked earlier began their ridicule anew. Meanwhile, some seemed to have noticed Xiao Yao's presence. What a pity, such a pretty girl having to follow this guy into such a weak faction as the Yi Alliance. She'll suffer plenty in the future. He, little girl, why don't you consider becoming this young master's bed warmer? It'd surely be better than following these useless good-for-nothings. Hearing these comments, a flash of displeasure crossed Xiao Yao's beautiful eyes, but she understood these were all Dao Tsang Academy disciples, each one considered a genius in the outside world. Though the words from these people were extremely vicious, Xiao Yao, who didn't want to cause trouble for her young master, could only lower her head in silence. However, with Lin Che's temperament, he couldn't tolerate this. He pulled Xiao Yao behind him. Then he coldly said, Is that mouth of yours only good for spewing filth? This old man has just joined the Yi Alliance. Anyone who looks down on the Yi Alliance, step forward. Hearing these words, those who had just been mocking froze momentarily before a trace of derision appeared on every face. This new disciple actually dared to talk back. Well, this year's freshmen are quite arrogant. A member of the Spear Dao Alliance directly stepped forward, looking at Lin Che with a cold smile. What makes you think you can? Swish. He had just begun speaking, hadn't even finished a sentence, when his voice abruptly cut off. For at that moment, the icy edge of a long sword was already pressed against the throat of this Spear Dao Alliance member. When had the sword been drawn? At least half the people present hadn't seen it clearly. But this did not diminish the shock felt by everyone in the square at this moment. Many members of various alliance factions observed the aura swirling around the sword in Lin Che's hand, and their expressions changed visibly. A swordsman. This young man was actually a swordsman who had comprehended sword aura. Meanwhile, many new disciples who had traveled with Lin Che to the square were completely dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, this guy really is a troublemaker. He's just entered Daotsong Academy and is already picking fights with senior brothers. Not far away, Song Ming from Giant Elephant City watched the scene with bitter indignation. See that? Did you all see that? With this violent temper, he still claimed I bullied him on the cloud ship. Does this look like someone who gets bullied? I've been wronged, I tell you. Chapter 23, Heavenly Rankings. Gulp. Feeling the chilling aura from the sword's edge, the Spear Alliance member swallowed hard, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Brother, I believe there was some misunderstanding earlier. My disrespectful words were entirely my fault. The man had completely lost his previous arrogant attitude, his eyes now filled with panic as he hastily apologized. Lin Che had previously investigated the cultivation levels of these alliance members nearby, which was why he had acted so decisively to intimidate them. However, this didn't mean Lin Che wanted to invite more trouble. Upon hearing the apology, Lin Che withdrew his sword, scanned the surroundings with his gaze, and prepared to leave when he saw no further objections. But at that very moment, the bald man from the Qianqiu Alliance suddenly appeared right before him. Seeing this man, both Yi Tianlang and Yuren Wu nearby instinctively showed a flicker of awe in their eyes. I never expected you to be a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword momentum. The bald man examined Lin Che up and down, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes before saying, now, you qualify to join the Qianqiu Alliance. As these words were spoken, everyone in the vicinity was visibly stunned. It's unexpected that after revealing his strength, this youth actually received an olive branch from the Qianqiu Alliance. Lin Che furrowed his brows. Sorry, I'm not interested. Previously, Lin Che's first choice had been to join the Qianqiu Alliance, but was ruthlessly rejected. Now that he had demonstrated his strength and already joined the Yi Alliance, they came recruiting again. This was simply too opportunistic. Of course, what Lin Che truly couldn't accept was the bald man's attitude, always carrying that superior, overbearing air that felt extremely unpleasant. Refused. Witnessing this scene, many in the surroundings were left dumbfounded. A new disciple refusing to join the Qianqiu Alliance. This seemed to be something that had never happened in previous years. But what surprised people most was that between the Qianqiu Alliance and Yi Alliance, two organizations that weren't even on the same level, this youth actually chose the Yi Alliance. If you understood the Qianqiu Alliance's true power, you'd regret today's decision. The bald man's expression darkened. Hearing this, Lin Che glanced at him but couldn't be bothered to respond, then directly led Xiao Yao and the others away from the square. Watching Lin Che's receding figure, the bald man's face turned extremely ugly as he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What an idiot! After spending some time in the outer court, you'll understand how foolish rejecting the Qianqiu Alliance really was. Junior brother Lin, I never imagined your strength would be so formidable. After leaving the square, Yi Tianlang and Yuren Wu remained immersed in shock. They had originally thought Lin Che joined the Yi Alliance merely out of lack of options given his cultivation level. But only after witnessing Lin Che make his move did they realize this youth was actually a powerful sword cultivator. It's nothing special. Lin Che merely shook his head in response. He then continued asking, Senior brother Yi, judging from today's events, it seems the Yi Alliance isn't faring too well in the outer court. Yi Tianlang gave a bitter smile. Most members of the Yi Alliance were promoted from servant disciples. In terms of strength, we're practically at the bottom among all alliances in the outer court. To be frank with junior brother Lin, we haven't recruited any new members for almost 3 years. If we fail again this year, I'm afraid we'll have to disband soon. Hearing this, Yuren Wu at the side comforted him. Senior brother Yi, don't be so discouraged. Haven't we recruited someone this year? And it's an outstanding swordsman like brother Lin. That's right, that's right. With junior brother Lin joining us this year, there's definitely hope for the Yi Alliance. Yi Tianlang said with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, he warned Lin Che, Junior brother Lin, when moving about in the outer court in the future, you must never provoke the Qianqiu Alliance lightly. Why? Is the Qianqiu Alliance that powerful? The Qianqiu Alliance is one of the strongest alliances in the outer court. Their leader Lu Qianqiu is exceptionally skilled. She's a direct disciple of one of the Alchemy Pavilion's elders. Alchemy Pavilion. Indeed, within Daotsong Academy, the two most powerful institutions are the Punishment Hall and the Alchemy Pavilion. Therefore, with an Alchemy Pavilion elder backing Lu Qianqiu, she wields tremendous authority among the disciple generation. Moreover, her own strength should not be underestimated. She holds a position on the heavenly ranking. Heavenly ranking. Lin Che's face once again revealed a puzzled expression. Noticing this, Yi Tianlang explained, the so-called heavenly ranking represents the strength hierarchy among Daotsong Academy's disciples, comprising 30 spots. Lu Qianqiu ranks 10th on the heavenly ranking, possessing spiritual martial 6th level cultivation. Spiritual martial 6th level. and this only earned her 10th place on the ranking. Hearing this, Lin Che slightly furrowed his brow. After pausing briefly, he then asked, "Then what cultivation level holds first place on the heavenly ranking?" Though aware the gap must be vast, Lin Che still wished to know. The heavenly ranking's top position belongs to Bei Lingchen at the profound martial realm. Moreover, he serves as the chief disciple of Punishment Hall to be precise. Within Dao Song Academy, he stands as the pinnacle all disciples must look up to. Profound martial realm. Among the disciple generation, there actually exists a powerhouse who has reached the Xuanwu realm. Hearing these things, even Lin Che couldn't help feeling surprised in his heart. It seems his horizons had been too limited back in Kanglan City. With his current peak chi gathering cultivation, he was truly like a small fish in the vast ocean of Dao Song Academy. Of course, although recognizing this gap, someone of Lin Che's temperament wouldn't be discouraged, instead it would only fuel his fighting spirit. Before they realized it, the group had arrived before a courtyard. "Junior brother Lin, this is our Yi alliance." After saying this, Yi Tianlang and his companion led Lin Che and Xiao Yao into the courtyard. "Junior brother Zhao, come out quickly. I have good news to tell you," Yi Tianlang called out toward the courtyard at the same time. Not long after, a door opened and a somewhat lazy-looking young man emerged. The young man frowned slightly upon seeing Lin Che and Xiao Yao. "Senior brother Yi, who are these two?" "Ha, this is my younger sister and this is junior brother Lin Che, also this year's new student at our Dao Song Academy. Today he officially joined our Yi alliance." After saying this, Yi Tianlang introduced to Lin Che, "Junior brother Lin, this is junior brother Zhao Yu. Before you came, the three of us were the only members of Yi alliance." A strange expression flashed across Lin Che's face. Before him, Yi alliance had only 3 members. No wonder it was about to disband, that was far too few. However, Lin Che didn't comment further. He cupped his hands toward the young man. "Senior brother Zhao, I've just joined Yi alliance. I'll be counting on your guidance." To this, Zhao Yu didn't respond. He merely looked Lin Che up and down. "Chi gathering realm." Then he shook his head slightly. "Tisk, seems there's really no hope for this Yi alliance. Don't disturb my sleep anymore." Having spoken, he ignored everyone's reactions and went straight back to his room. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianlang appeared slightly embarrassed. "Junior brother Yi, please don't take offense. Junior brother Zhao has always been this kind of character. When the 3 of us established the Yi alliance together back then, junior brother Zhao contributed significantly. But now that the Yi alliance is in difficult circumstances, his low spirits come from seeing no hope ahead. But I believe once he learns of junior brother Yi's true strength, he would surely regard you with newfound respect." Regarding this, Lin Che simply smiled to show he hadn't taken it to heart. After a while, Lin Che then asked, "Senior brother Yi, I'd like to know what training facilities are available after entering Dao Song Academy." Having heard that outer court disciples must cultivate independently, Lin Che wanted to immediately learn about all cultivation locations within Dao Song Academy. There are numerous training facilities within the academy, the training tower and fire spirit chamber in the outer court for instance. Moreover, every new disciple gets one opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion to select combat techniques. Additionally, there are many wilderness mountain ranges surrounding Dao Song Academy suitable for practical training expeditions. By the way, our Yi alliance will enter the Cloud Ripple mountain range near Dao Song Academy tomorrow for hunting. Junior brother Lin, if you're interested, you can join us, Yi Tianlang said. Cloud Ripple mountain range. Lin Che's Dantian precisely required massive resources, so upon hearing this, he immediately responded, "Great, I'll go with you then." Chapter 24, Cloud Ripple Mountain Range. After the Yi Alliance members discussed their expedition to Cloud Ripple Mountain Range, they set out the very next day. Along the way, Yi Tianlang appeared noticeably more serious than the previous day. "For this trip to Cloud Ripple Mountain Range, I've chosen a relatively safe route that's been explored by others. But once we enter, everyone must remain cautious and absolutely must not get separated." His extreme caution stemmed from the fact that Cloud Ripple Mountain Range lay beyond Dao Song Academy's jurisdiction. Carelessness here could lead to fatal dangers. To this, all Yi Alliance members expressed their understanding. After one day's journey, the group finally arrived at the border of Cloud Ripple Mountain Range. The Cloudswell Mountains hold an extremely fearsome reputation in this region, containing countless demonic beasts in captivity. Legend has it that even more powerful spiritual beasts dwell in its deepest reaches. After the Yi Alliance members passed through a barrier and entered the mountain range, the surrounding scenery immediately transformed. A primordial aura swept over them as towering shrub forests blotted out the sky, with crisscrossing vines and verdant terrain stretching endlessly into the distance. "Everyone stay alert," Yi Tianlang reminded them again. Truth be told, the reminder was hardly necessary. Everyone had instinctively become more cautious upon entering this place. They continued advancing like this for over 10 li when suddenly a strange fluctuation rippled through the air. "It's a spirit viper snake." Yi Tianlang identified it immediately. Ahead of them, coiled around an ancient vine, was a massive emerald green python staring coldly at the Yi Alliance members with its sinister gaze. "Heh, just an 8th-ranked demonic beast. I'll handle this." Yurenwu stepped forward from the group, ready to slay this obstructing creature. Be careful not to get contaminated by the spirit viper's venom, Tianlang reminded from the side. No worries. Yurenwu patted his chest, then dashed forward in one swift motion. In reality, although the spirit viper looked ferocious, in terms of cultivation realm, an 8th tier demon beast was only equivalent to a human at the 8th level of chi gathering. And Yurenwu had clearly already stepped into the spiritual martial realm, so naturally he didn't take it seriously. Swish! Yurenwu leaped into the air and while mid-jump delivered a palm strike downward. With a boom, the spirit viper had no time to dodge and was struck by the true energy palm strike, being cleanly severed in two. After killing the snake, Yurenwu picked up half of its body and boasted smugly, just as I said, this little snake was no match for a single move from me. However, before Yurenwu's voice had even faded, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The two severed halves of the spirit viper snake were actually not completely dead. As Yurenwu held them in his hands, the massive snake head suddenly twitched and lunged to bite his arm. Look out! Seeing this, Yi Tianlang and the others all showed expressions of alarm. Even Yurenwu froze momentarily, failing to react in time. Whoosh! But at that very moment, a figure shot forward like an arrow. Before the snake could bite Yurenwu, a ferocious punch had already smashed into its head. Bang! The huge snake head exploded instantly from the punch. The attacker was none other than Lin Che. Yurenwu, still shaken, realized that although the spirit viper snake wasn't highly advanced in cultivation, its venom was extremely potent. Had he been bitten, his arm would likely have been beyond saving. Thank you, Brother Lin. Coming to his senses, Yurenwu looked at Lin Che with deep gratitude. Lin Che simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing. Brother, look. This big snake has a beast core. Just then, Xiaoyao's voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that indeed, after the spiritual python's head was blasted apart on the grassland, a verdant beast core came rolling out. Yurenwu picked up the beast core and walked up to Lin Che. Brother Lin, you just saved me once, and this serpent was ultimately killed by you. The core should be yours. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Che, however, smiled and said, since this is a collective hunt, let's count this beast core as shared income. To be honest, an 8th tier demon beast's core provided negligible assistance to Lin Che's current needs. After switching to Qi cultivation method, Lin Che required resources on an astronomical scale. Brother, you're really decent, Yi Tianlang said, giving Lin Che a pat on the shoulder. An 8th tier demon beast core was worth at least several thousand gold coins, so after hearing Lin Che's words, everyone undoubtedly held him in even higher regard. Afterwards, the group continued moving forward. Over the next few days, Lin Che grew somewhat frustrated. The reason was simple: the route Yi Tianlang had chosen was clearly one that had been explored by many before, posing little risk. But this also meant there wouldn't be any particularly significant gains. Lin Che had come on this journey specifically for cultivation. Given the current progress, it was evident that he wouldn't be able to obtain sufficient cultivation resources this way. Thus, Lin Che made a decision. He would venture deep into the unexplored regions of the cloud-swept mountains at night while the others rested, returning to the camp by dawn. Of course, this didn't escape the group's notice. When Yi Tianlang found out, he repeatedly advised against it, fearing the dangers Lin Che might face alone, but Lin Che remained stubbornly set in his ways. However, when the members of the Yi Alliance noticed that Lin Che always returned safely and with increasingly refined chi each time, they could only watch in silent astonishment. On this night, in the treacherous depths of the Cloudswing mountain range, within a steep canyon, a silver-blood demonic ape, wreathed in demonic energy like a hellborn Azura, its blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before it stood a human youth with a long sword strapped to his back. Boom rumble. Facing this sudden intruder in its territory, the silver-blood demonic ape charged forth violently, rapidly closing the distance before stomping down with one massive foot. At the critical moment, the youth leaped backward with astonishing speed, barely avoiding the attack. Kaboom! The enraged ape's foot landed near the youth, creating a massive trench in the ground and sending dust flying, a clear testament to the terrifying power contained in that single stomp. From a safe distance, the youth observed the destruction wrought by the demonic beast. A third-tier spirit beast, you'll be my training target today. Without doubt, this youth was Lin Che. A third-tier spirit beast is already equivalent to a human martial artist at the third level of spiritual martial realm. The reason Lin Che dared to choose such a formidable target was because his training over these days had given him sufficient confidence in his own progress. With this thought, Lin Che drew his sword and slashed. A roaring sword chi echoed, followed immediately by a sharp blade light streaking from afar, slicing toward the giant ape. Boom! The sword light collided violently with the silver-blood demon ape's physique, the contained force actually blasting the massive creature several steps backward. Roar! This exchange made the silver-blood demon ape even more furious. After its violent roar, astonishing killing intent surged from its eyes as its enormous palm came smashing down toward Lin Che once more. Lin Che's gaze turned slightly cold. Facing the descending palm, his figure leaped upward as another sword strike flashed out. As Lin Che made his move, strong undulating waves surged from his long sword like tidal currents. Boom boom boom. Then, the massive body of the silver blood demon ape was actually forced to stagger back violently from the impact. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a ripple of emotion finally appeared in the beast's pupils. It probably never expected that this seemingly insignificant human figure before it could contain such terrifying energy that even it would feel wary of. The physical toughness of a third-tier spirit beast is indeed formidable, Lin Che frowned simultaneously. With the power behind Lin Che's sword strike, even an ordinary martial spirit third-stage cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it with bare flesh, yet this demon ape had done exactly that. Not only had it withstood the blow, but it had even made it difficult for Lin Che to penetrate its defenses. The silver blood demon ape seemed to recognize this fact, concluding that its opponent posed no real threat. Thus, in the next instant, the demon ape charged at Lin Che with even more furious rage. Kaboom! The sky-covering massive body suddenly leaped up as the silver-blooded demonic ape clenched its fist and violently punched towards Lin Che's figure. This single punch seemed capable of shattering an entire mountain peak. Before Lin Che's eyes, everything was enveloped by enormous shadows. Yet even so, not the slightest fluctuation appeared on his face. Although he had previously underestimated the silver-blooded demonic ape's physique, threatening him wasn't so easy for this beast. Just as the silver-blooded demonic ape's attack was about to land, Lin Che's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from its original position. This bizarre scene caused the silver-blooded demonic ape's pupils to abruptly constrict. In the next instant, Lin Che's figure had surprisingly appeared at the same height as the silver-blooded demonic ape's head. Slash! After the fierce shout, Lin Che immediately executed a two-handed sword swing. Sword momentum. The sword momentum driven by the superior spiritual artifact, the Linghan sword. True chi surged violently in all directions as a dazzling sword radiance swept across. Swish! The sword plunged directly into the silver-blood demon ape's neck, freezing the scene momentarily. The next instant, the massive head completely separated from its body, silver blood gushing from the wound like spilled mercury. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-like body of the silver-blood demon ape collapsed heavily onto the ground, raising clouds of dust. Chapter 25: Breaking Through to Spirit Martial Realm. Fine sword. After slaying the colossal beast, Lin Che gently stroked the blade of the Linghan sword. A superior spiritual artifact indeed. With the Linghan sword's enhancement, Lin Che's strike gained at least 30% more power, enabling him to break through the defense at the critical moment and ultimately behead the frenzied spirit beast. Of course, beyond this, Lin Che's mastery of sword momentum through recent combat experience proved equally crucial. In the path of sword cultivation, each realm is divided into minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection stages. When Lin Che was on the cloudship earlier, his sword momentum had at most reached minor achievement. But after entering the Cloudsway Mountains, his sword momentum had advanced to major achievement and was progressing toward perfection. Such rapid improvement in such a short time could already be considered remarkable progress. Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Che immediately went to where the silver-blood demonic ape had fallen. Swish! With one sword stroke, he cleaved open the silver-blood demonic ape's heart, revealing a silver spiritual pearl. The core of a third-tier spirit beast should be sufficient to help me break through the chi-gathering realm's barrier. A look of anticipation appeared on Lin Che's face. Without hesitation, Lin Che immediately sat cross-legged in this nameless canyon, holding the silver spiritual pearl as he began refining it. At this moment, a powerful devouring force formed within his body, like a giant dragon sucking water, swallowing the violent energy within the spirit pearl and pouring it into his bones, meridians, flesh and blood. A night passed, and the light of dawn appeared on the horizon. By now, the silver spirit pearl in Lin Che's hand had already dimmed and become covered with cracks. With a soft crack sound as the spirit pearl shattered into powder, a thunderous roar also erupted from within Lin Che's body. Boom! In that instant, Lin Che's entire aura underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. The momentum radiating from his body faintly carried a majestic and overwhelming feeling. The spiritual martial realm finally broken through. Lin Che opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with astonishment and delight. Although it was just a difference of one minor realm, advancing from the chi-gathering realm to the spiritual martial realm felt like stepping into an entirely different world. At this moment, Lin Che could clearly perceive how terrifying the energy within his body had become. If I were to face that demonic ape again now, I could easily slay it with just a casual swing of my sword. Having mastered this new power, Lin Che possessed absolute confidence. Could junior brother Lin have encountered danger? At a clearing on the outskirts of Cloudsway Mountains, members of the Yi Alliance were resting when Yi Tianlang gazed deep into the mountain range with concern. Although Lin Che had been going out at night these past few days, he would typically return to regroup with them by dawn. But today, with the sun already high in the sky, there was still no sign of him. Therefore, the entire Yi Alliance remained waiting at their current location. This brother Lin is quite mysterious, Yuran Wu suddenly remarked from the side. Indeed mysterious. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare venture alone deep into the mountains. I can sense a murderous aura about him every time he returns, and in this short span of time, his energy seems to have become incredibly refined. Though he's only at the peak of chi-gathering realm, even a second-level spiritual martial expert wouldn't give me such overwhelming pressure, Yi Tianlang agreed from the side. The reason why the Yi Alliance faced near dissolution was actually due to the limited talent among its members. After years in the outer court, they had no hope of advancing to become inner court disciples. But now, they all felt this newly joined young man was fundamentally different from the rest of them. Little sister, you should know junior brother Lin best here. What kind of person is he really? Young master is a genius, always has been. By 15, he was already hailed as the top talent among Kanglan City's younger generation. The young girl spoke directly, her voice full of admiration for Lin Che. A genius. However, Zhao Yu shook his head with a sigh at this moment. What a pity to join the Yi Alliance. Even with talent, their future looks bleak. Junior brother Zhao, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Yi Tianlang slightly frowned. Over these years, some disciples have joined the Yi Alliance, but whenever someone with talent learns about its current state, which one of them hasn't eventually chosen to withdraw? I'm wondering, how many days will this junior brother Lin last in the Yi Alliance this time? Yi Tianlang was about to retort when he heard these words. However, just at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from nearby. Immediately, 4 or 5 figures appeared within the sight of the Yi Alliance members. It's members of the Qianqiu Alliance. They've actually come to train in this mountain range too. Recognizing the attire of these people, the Yi Alliance members all changed expressions. At this moment, those from the Qianqiu Alliance also clearly noticed them. Well, if it isn't those good-for-nothings from the Yi Alliance. The leader of the Qianqiu Alliance was precisely the bald youth who had been in charge of recruitment at the square that day. At this moment, when he saw Yi Tianlang and the others, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. Let's go. Yi Tianlang wanted to avoid conflict with these people and prepared to lead his group away. However, the members of Qianqiu Alliance immediately blocked their path. Go. Where do you think you're going? Feng Yidao, what do you mean by this? Yi Tianlang's expression darkened as he glared at the bald youth. Hearing this, the bald youth named Feng Yidao curled his lips into a cold smile. What do you think? Seeing the other party's expression, Yi Tianlang hesitated before saying, we'll give you all our gains from these past few days. Let us leave, is that acceptable? Feng Yidao slightly shook his head. The goods must stay, and so must the people. When Qianqiu Alliance does things, we never leave loose ends. Understanding the implication in Feng Yidao's words, Yi Tianlang and his group all felt a shock in their hearts. We're fellow disciples after all. Is such ruthlessness necessary? Fellow disciples. Precisely because we're fellow disciples, you must die. Robbing our own sect members would sound terrible if word got out. But if we kill you in these remote mountains, no one will ever know it was us. How vicious. Although the Yi Alliance had long known the Qianqiu Alliance acted tyrannically within Daotsang Academy, they never imagined these scoundrels could be so cruel. They actually intended to murder and rob them right here in the cloud-surging mountains. Yi Tianlang, even as the Alliance leader, you're just a useless waste at Spirit Martial 2nd layer, while I've reached Spirit Martial 3rd layer. If you're not completely stupid, you should understand resistance is meaningless. Feng Yidao's face brimmed with disdain as he looked upon the Yi Alliance members like a hunter observing doomed prey. Yi Tianlang clenched his fists fiercely, yet a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. After a heavy silence, he raised his head. Spare my younger sister. Let her leave first, she's still too young. Brother, I won't go. Seeing this, Xiao Yao tightly grasped Yi Tianlang's arm and declared, Ha ha. At this moment, Feng Yidao looked at Xiao Yao and said, don't worry, with these words of yours we won't just let her go, we'll have our fun with her. What did you say? You beast. I'll fight you to the death. Enraged by Feng Yidao's shameless words, Yi Tianlang clenched his fists and immediately charged at him. Chapter 26, To kill you, one sword is enough. Overestimating your abilities. Feng Yidao sneered coldly, watching Yi Tianlang's charging figure with the amused expression of a hunter seeing prey walk into his trap. Boom! When Yi Tianlang got close enough, Feng Yidao suddenly drew a heavy battle sword and swung it down. A cold glint flashed as a blade's energy howled through the air. Thud! The slash not only shattered Yi Tianlang's attack but also struck directly at his chest. Thud thud thud. The next moment, Yi Tianlang's body was sent flying backward, a bloody wound carved across his chest. This clearly shows the considerable gap between the two. Yi Tianlang, as the leader of the Yi Alliance, couldn't even withstand a single move from his opponent. At this moment, Feng Yidao gripped his battle saber and advanced step by step, his imposing aura overwhelming. I told you before, you're no match for me. Why humiliate yourself? Now, I'll be the first to send you on your final journey. As these words fell, an icy killing intent emanated from Feng Yidao's body. He swung his saber again, and a powerful saber beam instantly enveloped Yi Tianlang. Brother! Senior brother Yi! Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yao and the others turned deathly pale. However, just when everyone present thought Yi Tianlang would meet his end under the saber, what happened next defied all expectations. Swish! Right before the saber strike could land, a giant hand materialized from true chi some distance away. With a powerful grasping motion, it violently pulled Yi Tianlong's body more than 10 meters away. Bang! That blade strike consequently missed its mark, with its overwhelming sword energy slashing into the ground, creating a deep trench as dust sprayed everywhere. At the critical moment, someone intervened to save Yi Tianlong's life. Feng Dao furrowed his brows, then immediately directed his gaze toward a certain direction. Not far away, the figure of a youth appeared within his line of sight, approaching step by step. "It's you!" Upon seeing him, a flicker of surprise passed through Feng Dao's eyes as he recognized this youth who had refused to join the Qianqiu alliance at the outer courtyard square. Simultaneously, members of the Yi alliance showed expressions of astonishment upon seeing Lin Che. "Lin Jr. Brother Lin, thank you for saving me some distance away." Yi Tianlang, still visibly shaken from the earlier perilous moment, looked at Lin Che with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Che walked to his side and patted his shoulder. "Senior brother Yi, I returned a bit late, but don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Idiot." Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Feng Dao's expression shifted from initial surprise to a cold sneer. "Brat, I nearly forgot you've now joined the Yi alliance. This works even better. Now all the trash from your Yi alliance is gathered in one place, making it convenient to send you all to your graves together. Do you think you're some invincible overlord who can kill whoever you please?" Lin Che fixed his gaze on Feng Dao, his sharp eyes like an unsheathed sword faintly revealing their deadly edge. Sensing the undisguised contempt in that gaze, Feng Dao narrowed his eyes. "With my cultivation at the 3rd level of spiritual martial realm, I am the invincible overlord here. When I say you'll die, you'll die. Merely at the 3rd level of spiritual martial realm, yet you dare boast so shamelessly. Today I'll show you to eliminate trash like you. I need only one sword strike. One sword strike is all it takes." A moment of silence passed before the Qianqiu alliance members suddenly erupted in uproarious laughter. "This kid's gone mad. A mere newly initiated disciple dares to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. No wonder he rejected the Qianqiu alliance's invitation back then. Turns out this kid is truly an idiot." Swish! As the Qianqiu alliance members mocked, Lin Che's figure suddenly moved. With a stomp of his foot, his body shot toward the Qianqiu alliance members like an arrow released from its bow. "Kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you." Seeing this, Feng Dao's eyes darkened as he raised his bloodied blade with both hands and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom! Terrifying sword energy ran rampant, causing leaves to scatter from surrounding trees like snowflakes. It must be admitted, the full power strike of a 3rd-level spirit martial warrior was indeed formidable. A single slash could produce such terrifying might. Yet facing this fearsome blade energy, not the slightest ripple appeared on Lin Che's expression. Abruptly, Lin Che drew his sword. A completely ordinary movement, just a straightforward thrust of the Linghan sword in his hand. Whoosh! But from this simple sword thrust erupted an overwhelmingly terrifying sword momentum that spread out in all directions. At the same time, the sword aura unleashed by Feng Dao seemed to have encountered some forbidden force, rapidly dissipating. Great perfection of sword intent. Seeing this scene, Feng Dao's expression changed drastically. A swordsman who has comprehended sword intent is already astonishing enough. But how old is this youth? He has actually reached the great perfection realm of sword intent, something even those who have practiced sword arts for decades might not achieve. Sensing all this, Feng Dao's pupils contracted to needle points, his face filled with terror. He perceived the threat of death from this youth's sword. Alas, it was too late. Swish! With a fleeting flash of that dazzling sword tip, Feng Dao's forehead was pierced. A spray of blood erupted as his body slowly collapsed. A spirit martial 3rd layer expert was actually slain in a single stroke by this youth. What? Senior brother Feng D dead. At the same time, those Qianqiu alliance members who had just been laughing moments ago, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, now all wore expressions of fear with cold sweat dripping down their faces. Among their group who came out for training this time, Feng Dao at the 3rd level of spirit martial realm was considered the strongest, yet this youth before them had killed him with just one sword strike. If that was the case, wouldn't it be even easier for this youth to kill them? Realizing this point, when they looked at Lin Che again, it was like looking at a god of death, one who held complete control over their lives. Thud, thud. Thinking this, these people instantly lost all will to resist, all kneeling down with pleading expressions. "Big brother, please don't kill us. We're willing to offer all the gains from our trip to the cloud-swinging mountains. We beg you, brothers of the Yi Alliance, to spare our lives, considering we're fellow disciples of Dao Tsang Academy." Facing these pleas for mercy, Lin Che's eyes remained icy cold. When these people wanted to kill Yi Alliance members just now, they showed no regard for their fellow disciples' bond. Now that the tables have turned, they suddenly remember we're all brothers from the same sect. ZZZZT. 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 Lin Che swung his long sword, swiftly dispatching all these individuals as well. He left no survivors. Lin Che wasn't bloodthirsty by nature, but his experience growing up in the martial world had taught him one truth. The human heart is treacherous. Sometimes mercy toward enemies equals cruelty toward oneself. If he spared these people, should word of today's events leak out, it would invite Qianqiu Alliance's retaliation that would only bring disaster upon Yi Alliance and its members. Chapter 27, Taboo. After experiencing these events in the Cloud Billow Mountains, Yi Alliance members didn't linger but chose to return directly to Daotsang Academy. The journey back proceeded without further complications. Though throughout the trip, everyone's gaze toward Lin Che carried hidden reverence. Previously, they'd assumed Lin Che joined Yi Alliance like them due to limited talent. However, after Lin Che revealed his true strength, all members of the Yi Alliance understood that this youth was a genuine genius, completely different from them like heaven and earth. A sword cultivator, one who has comprehended the sword momentum realm to perfection, and so young at that. One could imagine that such a monstrous talent would shine with dazzling brilliance even in the genius-gathering Daotsang Academy in the future. Of course, besides awe and admiration, the Yi Alliance members also felt heartfelt gratitude toward Lin Che. If not for Lin Che this time, they would probably have all perished in the Cloud Dang mountain range. A day later, when they finally saw the mountain gate of Daotsang Academy, the Yi Alliance members collectively sighed in relief. Yuran-Wu laughed. Ha, we've finally returned. This Cloud Dang mountain expedition can truly be called an adventure with danger but no mishap. Still, our harvest this time is substantial, richer than any previous expedition, Tianlangyi said, taking out a spatial ring. Given the cultivation levels of the Yi Alliance members, their past explorations of Cloud Dang mountain range had never yielded such abundant results before. But this time, with the martial arts resources left by those from the Qianqiu Alliance, it has become quite a considerable amount. This harvest, roughly estimated, should amount to about 50,000 gold coins. Later, I'll divide these things equally into 4 portions and distribute them to everyone, Yi Tianlang said. Upon hearing this, Yuran-Wu spoke up. Senior brother Yi, this isn't right. There were 5 of us who entered the Cloudy Ridge Mountains together. How can the resources we obtained only be divided into 4 portions? In my opinion, little sister Xiaoyao should also receive a share. Ah. Hearing this, Xiaoyao quickly shook her head. No, I didn't contribute at all during our trip to the Cloudy Ridge Mountains. How can I accept any of these resources? Little sister Xiaoyao, Yuran-Wu continued. Although you didn't hunt a single demon beast this time, you were the one busy making fires, cooking meals, and taking care of all our needs throughout the journey. Therefore I believe you rightfully deserve a share of these resources. Hearing this, the others nodded silently in agreement. In truth, none among their group knew how to cook. Had it not been for Xiaoyao, they would likely have survived on dry rations every day after entering Tiandang Mountain. Moreover, during these past few days of battling demonic beasts, it was always Xiaoyao who tended to their wounds when they got injured. Thus, although Xiaoyao was young in age, everyone held an extremely favorable impression of this remarkably sensible young girl. Then what do junior brother Lin and junior brother Zhao think? Since Xiaoyao was after all Yi Tianlan's biological sister, he avoided favoritism by seeking Lin Che and Zhao Yu's opinions. Lin Che naturally had no objections whatsoever. However, when Zhao Yu heard this, he momentarily froze as if just coming to his senses. Whatever senior brother Yi decides is fine. Noticing Zhao Yu's expression, Yi Tianlang felt slightly puzzled. It seemed that throughout their journey, this junior brother Zhao had been somewhat absent-minded, as if preoccupied with something. However, Yi Tianlang only thought it was because Lin Che hadn't fully recovered from the incident in Cloudswell Mountains, so he didn't dwell on it further. Alright then, Yi Tianlang looked at Xiaoyao. Little sister, since this is everyone's acknowledgement of you, you should accept it. Don't decline. At this moment, Xiaoyao found it hard to refuse again. But immediately she added, then my share goes to young master. Lin Che was slightly taken aback, but before he could speak, Xiaoyao said cheerfully, young master saved everyone this time, so he naturally deserves the most resources. Besides, a little maid like me doesn't know how to cultivate. Young master mustn't refuse. Although Lin Che didn't really need these resources, he couldn't bear to reject the kind-hearted girl's gesture. Looking at the obedient girl, Lin Che patted her head and said, fine, I'll accept it. Is she really my blood sister? Witnessing this, Yi Tianlang began questioning his existence. This little sister actually didn't think to save her share of cultivation resources for her own brother first. Yi Tianlang felt deeply wounded. Of course, although Yi Tianlang put on an expression of deepest regret, he was merely joking. Truth be told, in everyone's mind, it was only natural that Lin Che received the largest portion of resources. After the group had bantered for a while, Lin Che suddenly turned serious and said, Senior brother Yi, I heard every new disciple has one opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion to select combat techniques. Might I inquire where this scripture pavilion is located? A single combat technique could provide remarkable improvements for a martial artist. However, up to now, Lin Che had only practiced one low-grade spirit rank combat technique, which was undoubtedly far too few. Therefore, Lin Che had kept this matter in mind. Now that he had returned to Daotsang Academy, his first priority was to visit the scripture pavilion to see if he could select several powerful combat techniques. Junior brother Lin, since you wish to go to the scripture pavilion, let me accompany you. At that moment, Yi Tianlang immediately offered. Then I'll trouble senior brother Yi with this matter. Hearing this, Lin Che smiled and nodded. Afterwards, the group separated and Yi Tianlang led Lin Che toward the scripture depository. After walking some distance, Yi Tianlang suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression turning solemn as he said, "By the way, junior brother Lin, I must warn you, when we reach the scripture depository, if you meet an elderly woman guarding it, you must show her the utmost respect." "Why?" Lin Che asked in puzzlement. Although that old woman merely guards the scripture depository, her status is extremely special. Even the inner court elders dare not easily provoke her. An old woman guarding the scripture depository whom even inner court elders wouldn't dare provoke. Thus, hearing these words, Lin Che became even more perplexed. At this moment, Yi Tianlang said with utmost seriousness, "Actually, this old woman's identity is that of a former elder of the martial hall." The martial hall. These two words made Lin Che's heart stir. Because if he remembered correctly, that mysterious silver-robed expert who had helped him back in Kanglan City seemed to be from the martial hall. "Senior brother Yi, is this martial hall you mentioned also one of Dao Tsang Academy's factions?" At this moment, Yi Tianlang shook his head, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, "The martial hall is a taboo in Dao Tsang Academy. A taboo that even the academy's higher-ups dare not speak of lightly." A taboo. Hearing these words, Lin Che's expression changed slightly. "Junior brother Lin, do you still remember the faction divisions within Dao Tsang Academy?" "Yes, I believe senior brother Yi once told me that the two most powerful factions in Dao Tsang Academy are the Punishment Hall and Alchemy Pavilion," Lin Che recalled. "What junior brother Lin says is correct, but that's the current situation. 10 years ago, there was only one most powerful faction in Dao Tsang Academy, the Martial Hall." Chapter 28, Former Glory. During its peak, the Martial Hall had numerous powerful experts and could absolutely be called Dao Tsang Academy's invincible sharp sword. Yet unfortunately, 10 years ago, this extremely powerful institution completely declined during a period of turmoil. How is this possible? Lin Che was astonished. Just from Yi Tianlang's words, it wasn't hard to understand how prosperous the martial hall was back then. Given this, how could it possibly have completely declined due to a single period of turmoil? This brings us to the origins of the martial hall. The martial hall was an institution established when Dao Tsang Academy was first founded, with supervisory responsibilities over all high-ranking members of the academy. In the early days of Dao Tsang Academy, there were only two positions with supreme power and status, one being the academy head, and the other being the master of the martial hall. Hearing this, Lin Che seemed to understand somewhat. "So you're saying the master of the martial hall was actually a figure capable of counterbalancing and checking the academy head? The very purpose of the martial hall's existence was to prevent excessive concentration of power within the academy, maintaining necessary constraints." Understanding this point, Lin Che continued, "The disappearance of the martial hall must be related to the current academy head, right?" This wasn't difficult to deduce. Human desires know no bounds. Since ancient times, struggles for power have never ceased for even a moment. When an ambitious, powerful figure attains sufficient authority yet still faces constraints, it's only natural they would seek to eliminate those limitations. "Junior brother Lin, you're quite perceptive." Yi Tianlang smiled faintly. In truth, 10 years ago, the dean and the martial hall master, these two great figures, already held many conflicting ideologies, often locking horns in open confrontations and covert struggles. These accumulated tensions finally erupted one day with full intensity. A drawn-out conflict lasting 3 whole years broke out between the academy's upper echelons led by the dean and the martial hall. During those 3 years, countless disciples engaged in armed clashes, with incalculable bloodshed and deaths. Even at the elder level, no fewer than 10 formidable figures perished. As Yi Tianlang narrated, Lin Che felt a profound stirring in his heart. Academy elders are, at minimum, experts who have stepped into the profound martial realm. For even such existences to have fallen 10 in number. Even though Lin Che didn't personally experience it, he could well imagine how dark and turbulent those 3 years must have been for Dao Tsang Academy. "Senior brother Yi, does that mean it was during those 3 years that the martial hall gradually became unable to rival the dean's faction, ultimately leading to its complete decline?" "No." Hearing this, Yi Tianlang shook his head. The dean's faction was undoubtedly powerful, but the martial hall was by no means weak. Even during that conflict, the dean's faction never truly suppressed the martial hall. At most, it was a balance of power. The martial hall was actually disbanded by its own hallmaster, Yi Tianlang concluded. "What?" Hearing this, Lin Che's face filled with astonishment. If the martial hall wasn't necessarily destined to lose, then why would its hallmaster personally disband it? But after some thought, Lin Che seemed to understand somewhat. Taking Dao Tsang Academy as an example, once internal power struggles emerge and reach a stalemate, it inevitably evolves into a trend toward division. One can imagine that had that struggle continued back then, either one side would have achieved final victory while leaving Dao Tsang Academy severely weakened beyond recovery, or Dao Tsang Academy would have completely split into 2 factions. Either outcome would have dealt a fatal blow to any institution. Dao Tsang Academy, standing tall for millennia, embodies the accumulated wisdom of countless sages. Perhaps that martial hall master harbored deeper aspirations and affection for this ancient academy, unable to bear watching the once glorious Dao Tsang Academy descend step by step into the abyss. That might explain why he chose to concede defeat voluntarily. After the martial hall disbanded, most disillusioned elders chose to leave. Only a handful remained, but they withdrew from worldly affairs and lived in seclusion. Take that elderly woman guarding the scripture pavilion I mentioned earlier. She was actually one of the martial hall's elders. After recounting these events, Yi Tianlang sighed deeply. This conflict has unknowingly passed for a full decade. Now, the martial hall seems to have been buried by time, and within Daotsang Academy, it's become difficult to find any traces of its former existence. Truly makes one sigh with emotion when speaking of it. Yi Tianlang had entered Daotsang Academy precisely 10 years ago, which was why he possessed knowledge of these secret histories. However, upon hearing his lament, Lin Che secretly shook his head, for he didn't agree with this viewpoint. The martial hall, having existed within Daotsang Academy's history for 10,000 years, had long since merged into the very bloodstream of the academy. Such a thing shouldn't be so easily erased. Hearing about Daotsang Academy's bygone history left Lin Che's heart unsettled for a long time. Yet he also understood clearly that this wasn't a level he could access after all. His current status was merely that of an outer court disciple. Yi Tianlang led Lin Che forward for a while longer before finally stopping before a white building. "We're here. Junior brother Lin, this is the scripture pavilion." Hearing this, Lin Che looked up at the majestic building before him, thanked Yi Tianlang, and then stepped inside. Only after watching Lin Che's figure disappear did Yi Tianlang turn and leave. He returned all the way to the courtyard where the Yi Alliance was located, only to find Yuren Wu and Xiao Yao alone in the courtyard. "Where is junior brother Zhao?" Yi Tianlang asked curiously. "Oh, senior brother Zhao just said he had something to attend to outside," Yuren Wu replied casually. Yi Tianlang nodded without thinking much of it, preparing to return to his room to rest. Boom! However, right at that moment, the main gate of the Yi Alliance courtyard was violently blasted open. Immediately afterward, a full dozen figures stormed in, each appearing extremely aggressive. Qianqiu Alliance. Seeing the insignia on these people's clothing, Yi Tianlang and the others' expressions changed abruptly. But when they saw the woman leading these Qianqiu Alliance members, they were even more startled. This woman was none other than Lu Qianqiu, the leader of the Qianqiu Alliance. Not only is this person ranked 10th on the heavenly list, but she's also the direct disciple of a Dan Pavilion elder. Therefore, Yi Tianlang had no choice but to treat her with utmost caution. "Alliance leader Lu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Yi Alliance today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqiu let out a cold laugh. "Your Yi Alliance has grown quite audacious. We've heard you ambushed and killed 4 members of our Qianqiu Alliance in the cloud-sweeping mountains. Now tell me, for what reason do you think I've come here today?" These words struck Yi Tianlang like a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, he felt immense bewilderment. Alliance leader Lu must be joking. "Our Yi Alliance lacks both numbers and strength. How could we possibly kill your members? This must be baseless slander from someone." "Oh really?" Lu Qianqiu sneered again, then turned to look behind her. "Step forward." As her words fell, a figure emerged from the crowd. This person was none other than Zhao Yu, junior brother Zhao Yu. The sight of him made Yi Tianlang and the others' expressions change drastically, as if they had realized something. Informant. The incident at Cloudsway Mountain Range was only known to a handful of people from their Yi Alliance. By all reasoning, as long as they kept silent, there was absolutely no way the news could have leaked. Yet witnessing this scene before them, how could Yi Tianlang and the others not understand Zhao Yu had actually betrayed them? "Why?" Yi Tianlang stared fixedly at Zhao Yu, his gaze piercing. Zhao Yu lowered his head slightly, as if unable to meet Yi Tianlang's eyes. "Senior brother Yi, don't blame me either. Every man for himself, that's the law of survival. After all these years in the Yi Alliance, I truly couldn't see any hope left. I didn't want to keep wallowing in this stagnation. This was my only chance to join the Qianqiu Alliance, so..." "Zhao Yu, you treacherous bastard." Hearing Zhao Yu's words, Yi Tianlang roared in fury. But at this moment, Lu Qianqiu stepped forward with measured steps. "I'll ask one last time, was Feng Yidao and the others killed by members of your Yi Alliance?" With matters having reached this point, Yi Tianlang could only explain. "Alliance leader Lu, the incident at Cloud-Swept Mountain Range was not our Yi Alliance's deliberate provocation. It was Feng Yidao who attempted to ambush and kill us." But at this very moment, before Yi Tianlang could finish speaking, Lu Qianqiu moved like a phantom and appeared directly before him. In the next instant, Lu Qianqiu's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Crack! As she exerted force, Yi Tianlang's shoulder was instantly pierced through, accompanied by the sound of shattering bone. This arm was ruined. Ahak! The pain of a broken arm made Yi Tianlang scream miserably as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "Brother! Senior brother Yi!" Simultaneously, witnessing this brutal scene, both Xiaoyao and Yuren Wu cried out in shock, their faces turning deathly pale. Chapter 29, Qi-Controlled Sword. Inside the scripture repository. "Halt!" No sooner had Lin Che's figure entered than an aged voice suddenly came from behind him. Before Lin Che could react, a white-haired old woman had already appeared before him. Her wrinkled face and gaunt frame made her seem as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Yet for some reason, as she stood silently before him, she seemed to merge with the void itself, ethereal and elusive. Conceptual realm. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, Lin Che was particularly sensitive to such phenomena. This frail-looking old woman had actually comprehended the conceptual realm. Heart-pounding with realization, Lin Che understood she must be the guardian of the scripture pavilion, a transcendent elder who once served on the Martial Hall's council. He immediately bowed respectfully. New disciple Lin Che pays his respects to the venerable elder. Respects? What respects? Have you ever seen me before? Lin Che. This elder didn't seem to be in the best of moods. Slightly embarrassed, Lin Che looked up only to discover to his shock that his disciple token had somehow appeared in the old woman's hand without his notice. This shocked Lin Che, as he hadn't sensed how the other party made their move. In other words, if the other party wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to react. After casually examining the greenwood token to confirm Lin Che's identity as a new disciple, the old woman directly tossed the token back to him. Outer court disciples can select at most one heaven-grade combat technique. The entrance is over there, go by yourself. After saying this, the old woman's figure vanished once again. Only after the old woman disappeared did Lin Che feel the tremendous pressure surrounding him suddenly dissipate. That old woman must be at least a mysterious martial realm expert who's comprehended martial intent, truly terrifying, Lin Che thought inwardly. He then dismissed these thoughts and headed directly toward the direction the old woman had indicated. Outer court disciples could only select techniques from the first floor of the pavilion, but even there, Lin Che was astonished by what he saw. The first floor was filled with an overwhelming variety of ancient combat technique manuals and jade slips arranged in dazzling arrays. Finger techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, fist techniques, all categorized systematically, creating a dazzling array. Compared to the Lin family's collection, Dao Tsang Academy's repository of combat techniques could truly be described as vast. What a pity, I can only choose one. Lin Che sighed inwardly. I practice the sword path, so techniques like fist and palm styles are naturally unnecessary. As for sword techniques, Lin Che hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Although a swordsman, after comprehending sword momentum, Lin Che no longer wished to study any sword forms. He refused to let his blade be constrained by any preset movements. That leaves only movement techniques. Up to now, Lin Che hadn't cultivated any movement-based combat skills, a deficiency he'd noticed during his battles with spirit beasts in the Cloudsway Mountains. Often when opponents revealed openings, his inadequate footwork caused him to miss opportunities for decisive strikes. With this consideration, Lin Che headed directly for the section containing movement technique manuals. Willows swing in return breeze. Void treading steps. Misty cloud drifting. Lin Che examined each secret manual one by one, only to shake his head and put each back after opening them. It wasn't until the end that he stopped before a particular combat skill manual. Compared to the others, this manual was covered in a thick layer of dust, clear evidence of how rarely it had been borrowed. Originally holding no particular hopes, when Lin Che opened it for a look, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Explosive step. A top-grade spiritual rank movement technique. After carefully reading the manual's description, Lin Che finally made his decision. You're the one. Having chosen this footwork technique, Lin Che didn't immediately leave the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion contained dedicated training chambers for disciples' cultivation, and now he was prepared to begin practicing this movement technique immediately. Upon entering the stone training chamber, Lin Che unfurled the scroll of the movement technique he had selected, revealing detailed diagrams depicting meridian cultivation and energy circulation patterns. Even without explanation, Lin Che understood these were the methods for mastering this movement technique. When Lin Che was selecting combat techniques earlier, he spent a long time evaluating them, yet immediately set his sights on this explosive step technique. This was because compared to other movement techniques, this combat skill possessed certain unique characteristics that attracted Lin Che. Explosive step, although classified as a high-grade spirit rank combat technique, is not something ordinary martial artists who have entered the spirit martial realm would casually attempt to practice. It imposes exceedingly stringent requirements on both the practitioner's physical constitution and the profoundness of their internal jinchi reserves. In simple terms, to utilize this footwork technique, one must mobilize massive amounts of internal jinchi for instantaneous movement. If a martial artist's jinchi reserves are shallow, merely employing this technique to sidestep a few meters could completely drain their energy reserves. It's precisely for this reason that very few in the outer academy choose this technique, leaving it to gather dust with no one daring to attempt its cultivation. But Lin Che was distinctly different from those Dantian cultivating martial artists. As a Chi-Si cultivator, his internal jinchi was exceptionally refined and abundant, perfectly capable of sustaining this footwork technique's demands. The most crucial point is that, precisely because this movement technique consumes so much spiritual energy, its benefit lies in its short-distance movement speed. Even ordinary earth-grade movement techniques cannot compare. After making this decision, Lin Che began his training in this movement technique. Of course, this was an exceptionally tedious process. It was evident that when first using this technique, Lin Che's movements were painfully slow, his legs feeling as if filled with lead, becoming extremely heavy. But as time passed, his mastery of explosive steps grew stronger and his speed increased dramatically. 3 days later, whoosh! Lin Che activated the technique, channeling spiritual energy through his meridians that continuously poured into his legs as he sprinted within the training chamber. With each step, golden whirlwinds formed beneath Lin Che's feet, erupting with tremendous repulsive force in an instant, propelling him to astonishing speeds. Viewed from a distance, it appeared as if he were teleporting, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Ha! Exhilarating! With this near-ghostly speed, as long as the opponent reveals an opening, I'm confident I can seize the opportunity instantly for a lethal strike. Feeling complete mastery of this movement technique manual, Lin Che's eyes revealed satisfaction. Of course, during this period, apart from practicing this footwork technique, Lin Che never neglected his cultivation of sword momentum. After ceasing his practice of explosive steps, Lin Che willed it, and the Linghan sword floated mid-air before him. True Qi sword control. This was Lin Che's most significant improvement after breaking through to the spirit martial realm, the ability to wield a spiritual sword with his internal true Qi. Without any movement, at this moment one could sense strands of sword momentum coiling around Lin Che's body like true dragons. When this aura reached its peak, the Linghan sword before Lin Che suddenly slashed out. Boom! Rumble! The sword strike landed on the stone wall before him, leaving behind a terrifying chasm on the specially reinforced wall maintained by protective formations. Violent tremors caused the entire stone chamber to shake violently. Perfect sword momentum! Witnessing this scene within the hidden jade space invisible to Lin Che, the mysterious violet-skirted woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This boy's progress in swordsmanship is truly unexpected. To achieve perfect sword momentum in such short time, it seems he possesses sword talent far beyond ordinary people's reach. Of course, Lin Che remained completely unaware of the mysterious woman's thoughts. Nevertheless, observing the destructive power of his sword strike, Lin Che felt thoroughly satisfied. Channeling Qi to control the sword, advancing from great achievement to perfect sword momentum, plus fully mastering explosive steps, my progress these days should be substantial enough. Lin Che's face revealed extreme satisfaction. Retrieving the Linghan sword, Lin Che decided to conclude his cultivation in the scripture repository and stepped out of the stone chamber. However, shortly after Lin Che departed, an elderly figure mysteriously materialized within the training chamber. This person was none other than the old woman who guarded the scripture repository. Her eyes trembled violently as she observed the sword mark left upon the stone wall. In such a brief time, this boy has mastered a top-tier spiritual combat technique. Moreover, at such a young age, he's already perfected sword momentum. It seems Daotsang Academy will foster another monstrous talent in time. A pity, though the martial hall no longer exists. Otherwise, with such aptitude, he would undoubtedly qualify. With a sigh of resignation, the old woman lingered momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 30, Not Worth Mourning. Emerging from the scripture repository, Lin Che squinted as the bright sunlight flooded his vision. After adjusting to the light, Lin Che stretched comfortably. I've been cultivating in the stone chamber these past few days. I wonder how Xiao Yao and the others are doing. With this thought in mind, Lin Che headed straight for the Yi Alliance. Before long, when he arrived at the courtyard where the Yi Alliance was located, Lin Che faintly sensed an oppressive atmosphere. The courtyard lay in ruins, clearly having suffered severe destruction. Seeing this scene, a bad premonition rose in Lin Che's heart. He immediately stepped inside the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Che spotted a seated figure leaning against a corner wall. The man's hair was disheveled, his face completely drained of color. One arm hung limply at his side, and his eyes lacked any trace of vitality as he sat there in a daze. This person was none other than Yi Tianlang. It wasn't until Lin Che approached and Yi Tianlang saw him that a faint flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. Lin Jr. Brother Lin. Lin Che looked at his obviously crippled arm and said solemnly, "Who did this?" Yi Tianlang gave no answer to this. But as if suddenly realizing something, Lin Che asked, "Could it be the work of Qianqiu Alliance?" This time, under Lin Che's burning gaze, Yi Tianlang finally nodded. Junior brother Wu suffered the same fate as me, having an arm crippled. The Qianqiu Alliance has learned about the incident in cloud-sweeping mountains. This is their revenge. Hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank. For a spiritual martial realm warrior whose body couldn't regenerate severed limbs, losing an arm meant their future cultivation would be severely limited. How did Qianqiu Alliance learn about this? Lin Che asked with puzzlement. Zhao Yu betrayed us. Yi Tianlang ground his teeth in anger. So that's how it was. By now, Lin Che had fully understood the cause of this matter. Doesn't Daotsang Academy have a punishment hall? How can Qianqiu Alliance commit such cruel acts without anyone stopping them? Hearing this, Yi Tianlang let out a self-mocking bitter laugh. Lu Qianqiu is a genius on the heavenly ranking and also a disciple of the alchemy pavilion. As for insignificant people like us, who would care? Seeing his expression, Lin Che fell silent. He realized there had been no need to ask that question. If Qianqiu Alliance had any scruples, they wouldn't have done something so vicious in the first place. We're just insignificant nobodies at the bottom of the academy hierarchy. For some reason, these words landed on Lin Che's heart like a crushing mountain, making each breath feel heavier. At that moment, Lin Che suddenly turned to Yi Tianlang. Where's Xiao Yao? Don't ask, junior brother Lin. You should leave, get out of Dao Song Academy immediately. If Qianqiu Alliance learns of your return, they'll never let you go. Lin Che didn't move, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yi Tianlang. Sensing this gaze, after what felt like an eternity, Yi Tianlang's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He finally spoke. It's my fault for her pair of eyes. It was that despicable Lu Qianqiu. Not only did she cripple me and junior brother Wu with her Qianqiu Alliance, but before leaving she saw Xiao Yao. She said, your little mate has such beautiful eyes, but I hate being stared at like this. So she destroy her eyes. At this point, tears streamed uncontrollably down Yi Tianlong's face, a grown man sobbing uncontrollably. He cried hoarsely, I'm useless. I couldn't even protect my own sister. I'm nothing but a complete failure. Boom! As Yi Tianlong's account reached Lin Che's ears, a thunderous explosion seemed to detonate inside his mind. Immediately afterward, an icy, murderous intent erupted from his core, spreading wildly in all directions. In a dimly lit room, Lin Che's footsteps were heavy as he slowly approached the bed. On the bed lay a young girl with thick bandages wrapped around her eyes, already stained red with blood despite their thickness. Her face was deathly pale without a trace of color, brows tightly furrowed, both small hands clenched together as if enduring extreme pain. Does it hurt? Lin Che approached and asked gently. Hearing his voice, the girl stretched out her hands to grope the air. Why, young master, is that you? Lin Che knelt down, letting Xiao Yao grasp his hand. After a brief silence, he asked again, do your eyes hurt badly? And no, Xiao Yao hesitated slightly before shaking her head. No pain. How could there be no pain when both eyes were destroyed? Xiao Yao's answer made Lin Che feel as if something had gripped his heart. He understood perfectly well she was only saying this to avoid making those who cared for her feel sad or guilty. Such a kind and sensible little girl, yet because of someone's words, she lost both her eyes. She was only 14 years old. It's hard to imagine how dark and tormenting her life would be without light in her eyes. In this cruel martial world, kindness and weakness are sometimes crimes themselves. Lin Che didn't expect things to remain this way even after entering Dao Song Academy. Xiao Yao, do you trust me? After a long silence, Lin Che suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Yi Yao nodded solemnly. Trust me, no matter what it takes, I will heal your eyes and restore your sight. As for those who hurt you, I'll make them repay tenfold, 100-fold. After saying this, Lin Che stood up directly and turned to leave. Lin Che walked out of the Yi Alliance, silent all the way. Before long, his figure appeared at a certain place. Qianqiu Alliance. And just as he arrived, Lin Che saw a familiar figure. Zhao Yu had just joined the Qianqiu Alliance, but given his status, his position was naturally lowly. Currently, he was guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Che, Zhao Yu's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting this youth to dare appear here. Lin brother Lin, you. Swish. Before Zhao Yu could finish his sentence, Lin Che raised his hand, a long sword instantly pierced through his throat. The scene happened with lightning speed, so fast that Zhao Yu had no time to react. Lin Che gazed at him with icy coldness on his face, betraying friends for glory. You deserve death. Zhao Yu's face was frozen in shock as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Perhaps until death, he never imagined that his desperate attempts to climb higher would lead to such an end. Splash! After killing him, Lin Che slowly withdrew his sword, the scorching hot blood splattering across the ground. Meanwhile, this brutal and bloody scene naturally drew the attention of everyone in the Qianqiu Alliance. Everyone present was shocked into absolute silence. Killing. This person dared to kill within Dao Song Academy, and the victim was actually a member of the Qianqiu Alliance. Though the Zhao Yu had only recently joined the Qianqiu Alliance and was merely an insignificant minor character, this was still enough to make people dumbstruck. You. A Qianqiu Alliance member, having finally reacted, pointed furiously at Lin Che, about to demand answers. Yet before he could speak, Lin Che extended his palm, sending forth a streak of piercing cold light. True Qi sword control. Thwack. In the next instant, the Linghan sword executed a horizontal slash midair, sending the man's head soaring high as blood gushed forth, followed by the headless corpse slowly collapsing backward. Chapter 31, Incarnation of the Slaughter God. This time, the Qianqiu Alliance members fully comprehended the situation. Madman. This person was absolutely a madman, a reckless lunatic, actually daring to kill Qianqiu Alliance members in broad daylight. How could this be tolerated? How dare this person cause trouble in Qianqiu Alliance's territory and kill our brothers? Let's attack him together. Someone in the crowd shouted, and immediately all Qianqiu Alliance members charged forward frantically. A dozen figures, all warriors who had stepped into the spirit martial realm, unleashed their killing moves. Every direction around Lin Che was instantly filled with lethal intent, making it seemingly impossible to defend against this nearly omnidirectional assault. At that very moment, Lin Che suddenly stomped his foot. Explosive step. Swish. His figure vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. This bizarre scene made all Qianqiu Alliance members' expressions change abruptly, freezing them momentarily in shock. The next instant, a razor-sharp sword light came slicing from an angle so unpredictable that none could anticipate. Schlick! The blade cleanly severed a member's throat, sending blood spraying through the air. With an immediate follow-up slash, the remaining force undiminished, he bisected another member cleanly from head to toe. Crimson blood flowed, dyeing the ground red. 2 more died, all within the span of a single breath. Truth be told, every member qualified to join the Qianqiu Alliance possessed considerable strength, yet they couldn't help but tremble before this youth. 4 were killed in the first exchange, slaughtered before everyone's eyes. The group finally realized the danger. This youth was formidable enough to threaten their very lives. Danger! He's a sword cultivator, an exceptionally powerful one. Fall back. Unfortunately, by the time they reached this realization, it was already too late. Lin Che's figure vanished again, each step leaving golden vortices in its wake as he moved with phantom-like speed. Yet whenever he materialized before someone, he would effortlessly claim another life. In just a few breaths' time, at least 10 members of the Qianqiu Alliance were erased from existence, all killed instantly. The wind carried a thick, metallic scent of blood, running rampant through the academy, bullying the weak. So this is what gives the Qianqiu Alliance its arrogance. How disappointing. Observing the remaining Alliance members stumbling backward in panic, Lin Che's voice dripped with sarcasm. However, no sooner had Lin Che spoken than an invisible pressure suddenly assailed him. Boom! It was a fist technique, its power like a descending mountain, forcibly halting Lin Che's killing spree. Lin Che's eyes narrowed as he slashed with his sword to counter the incoming attack. Kaboom! The two forces collided violently, and in the next instant, both Lin Che and his assailant were thrown backward. Senior brother Yuan Chong. At the sudden appearance of this figure, the remaining alliance members visibly steadied themselves. The newcomer was named Yuan Chong, possessing 4th-level spiritual martial cultivation. Although the Qianqiu Alliance was established by Lu Qianqiu, given her extraordinary talent, she only occasionally returned after ascending to the inner court. Thus, the daily affairs of the Qianqiu Alliance were almost entirely managed by Yuan Chong. Without a doubt, he could be considered the second strongest in the alliance after Lu Qianqiu. Did you kill all these people? Yuan Chong stared at the corpses of the members on the ground, his eyes surging with shocking killing intent. At the same time, he was curious about the reason this youth dared to act so brazenly. Just who exactly are you? Hearing this, Lin Che replied indifferently, Yi Alliance, Lin Che. Yi Alliance. At these words, the faces of all Qianqiu Alliance members changed. They finally understood the reason for this youth's madness. He had come to avenge the Yi Alliance. Yuan Chong frowned. He hadn't known the Yi Alliance had such a ruthless and decisive expert. Had he known, he might have shown more restraint when dealing with the Yi Alliance. Then again, perhaps not. You're foolish. With the strength you've displayed, you shouldn't seek revenge. If you understood senior sister Lu's temperament, you should choose to endure quietly. Endure quietly. Hearing these words, Lin Che smiled but remained silent. In any case, offending the Qianqiu Alliance, to be precise, offending senior sister Lu, will be the most mistaken decision of your life, Yuan Chong said coldly. But before he could finish speaking, Yuan Chang's expression changed abruptly. For at this moment, the young man before him had suddenly vanished from his sight. Whoosh! Lin Che's figure shot toward Yuan Chong like an arrow released from its bow. The Linghan sword, wrapped in swirling strands of true qi, resembled an emerging water dragon as it violently crashed toward Yuan Chong. Even Yuan Chong couldn't help showing surprise in his eyes when he sensed the might of this sword strike. Not daring to underestimate it, he channeled his robust true qi into his fists and delivered a fierce punch into the air. The ferocious fist force nearly distorted the space before him. At that very moment, Lin Che's sword descended. Boom! With a thunderous boom, Yuan Chang's steps retreated frantically backward. Yuan Chong only managed to stabilize his stance after retreating nearly 10 meters. But his composure was now shaken. Despite unleashing his great perfection fist momentum with his 4th-level spirit martial cultivation, he'd still been forcefully repelled. Sword momentum at great perfection. After a stunned pause, Yuan Chang's expression transformed into one of utter horror. One must understand the path of sword cultivation was inherently far more arduous than other martial disciplines, demanding exceptional comprehension. His achievement of great perfection fist momentum already marked him as a genius among the outer court disciples. Yet this youth had actually cultivated sword momentum to great perfection. What shocked Yuan Chong even more was how the youth's first-level spirit martial cultivation could possibly contain such densely condensed true qi, possessing power completely comparable to his own 4th-level cultivation. Before Yuan Chong could process his astonishment, Lin Che pressed his advantage ruthlessly after that sword strike forced him back, allowing no respite. Explosive step. His feet stamped fiercely on the ground, leaving multiple afterimages in place. Lin Che thrust his sword straight forward. The power of this strike seemed to whip up a storm, with howling winds in its wake. The tremendous pressure caused all the floor tiles within 10 meters around Yuan Chang's standing position to shatter instantly. A trace of fear appeared on Yuan Chang's face. He quickly gathered all his strength, attempting to intercept this sword strike. Swish! However, when his fist technique made contact with the sword light, it melted away like snow under sunlight, utterly incapable of resistance. How could a perfected fist technique possibly withstand a consummate sword technique? Thud! Finally, the sword light flashed and vanished as Yuan Chang's forehead was pierced clean through. Chapter 32, Rules Only Bind the Weak. A powerful expert who had reached the 4th level of spiritual martial realm actually fell beneath Lin Che's sword just like that. In fact, it wasn't that Yuan Chang was weak. Even other experts who had fully comprehended the power realm wouldn't find it easy to kill him. The reason Yuan Chang died so quickly against Lin Che was simply because this is how sword cultivators kill. Simple, direct, and fatal in a single strike. This is also why all martial artists feel apprehension when facing sword cultivators. Senior brother Yuan is dead. For a moment, the scene fell into complete silence. As Yuan Chang's body collapsed straight to the ground, all Qianqiu Alliance members present turned deathly pale. Not even a spiritual martial 4th realm expert could match this youth. They gazed at the sword-wielding figure on the battlefield as if looking at an Azura god of slaughter from hell, a bone-chilling terror rising from the depths of their hearts. Run away! The next instant, all remaining Qianqiu Alliance members abandoned any thought of resistance and began fleeing madly in all directions. Do you really think you can escape? Simultaneously, Lin Che's figure sprang into motion. Exactly as Lin Che had said, with their speed, how could they possibly escape the spiritual swords controlled by Lin Che's Jinqi? With each step Lin Che took, it was as if he teleported. Sword rays crisscrossed around him as his center, and with every falling sword light, another person collapsed in a pool of blood. Ah! Ugh! As the wails and screams gradually weakened, before long, the remaining individuals had all perished at this location. Moreover, each was killed with a single sword strike. The wind carried a thick, cloying scent of blood. Lin Che stood sword in hand, surrounded by corpses at his feet, yet his eyes showed not the slightest fluctuation. Instead, they brimmed with a terrifying coldness. After standing motionless for a moment, he turned and began walking out of the Qianqiu Alliance. But before he could leave the Qianqiu Alliance, several figures suddenly appeared before him. Punishment Hall. All these individuals wore Punishment Hall uniforms, clearly disciples of the Punishment Hall. How ruthless! Not a single survivor was left. Their gazes swept across the scene resembling an Azura's battlefield, and their expressions changed, revealing undisguised shock on their faces. Among the Punishment Hall disciples, the leader was a hook-nosed young man with piercing cold eyes. His pupils trembled violently as he stared fixedly at Lin Che. They all died by your hands. Lin Che nodded. The hook-nosed man's face darkened further. Do you not know that killing within Daotsong Academy warrants execution according to Punishment Hall regulations? Upon hearing this, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Lin Che's lips. The Punishment Hall's swift arrival proved they had many eyes and ears within Daotsong Academy. Yet when Lu Qianqiu had brazenly led the Qianqiu Alliance to torment the Yi Alliance, the Punishment Hall never showed up from beginning to end. It certainly wasn't because they hadn't heard the news. There was only one possibility: they chose not to appear at that time. But now, they had come. Lin Che looked at him. Where was the Punishment Hall when members of the Yi Alliance were being tortured? Hearing this, the expressions of the Punishment Hall disciples darkened slightly, yet none spoke up. Are you afraid of Lu Qianqiu? Lin Che suddenly questioned again. At this moment, the hawk-nosed man said calmly, Lu Qianqiu ranks on the heavenly leaderboard, her future achievements are boundless, and most crucially she's the personal disciple of a Dan Pavilion elder. Unless absolutely necessary, the Punishment Hall wouldn't lightly offend the Dan Pavilion. Unless absolutely necessary. Hearing these 4 words, Lin Che laughed in extreme anger. Of course it wasn't necessary in the eyes of those in power. All members of the Yi Alliance were nothing but insignificant ants. Even if they died, not a single ripple would stir in Daotsong Academy. The existence of the Punishment Hall, its so-called rules, existed solely to bind the weak. Indeed, this has been true since ancient times. The strong make the rules, yet float above them. Only the weak are left to follow these so-called rules. So your appearance now, do you intend to kill me? The hook-nosed man sneered coldly while looking at the corpses on the ground. Actually, we don't even need to take action. If that woman learns of this news, you probably won't survive either. The person he referred to was naturally Lu Qianqiu. But before that happens, our Punishment Hall would be glad to do her this favor. A favor. Upon hearing this, Lin Che threw his head back in laughter filled with biting sarcasm. If this had been due to Academy regulations, Lin Che might have held Punishment Hall in higher regard. But the Punishment Hall's enforcement was merely to gain favor with a talented disciple, or rather, to make the Alchemy Pavilion owe them a debt. This clearly showed how utterly corrupt Daotsong Academy's so-called disciplinary organization had become. After his wild laughter subsided, Lin Che shouted directly, if you want to kill me, then make your move. Arrogant. Seize him. The hook-nosed man waved his hand. Instantly, two extraordinary punishment hall disciples charged fiercely toward Lin Che. But before they could get close, a brilliant sword light had already blossomed from Lin Che's hand. Thud, thud. The sword light arched like a rainbow, exuding astonishing momentum. In a single clash, it cleanly severed both arms of the punishment hall disciples, sending blood gushing forth. Arg! My arms! The two let out miserable howls as they heavily crashed back onto the ground. Sword momentum perfection. Seeing this sword strike, the hook-nosed man's face involuntarily twitched. Though surprised when seeing Lin Che actually dare to resist punishment hall's enforcement, the hook-nosed man's expression grew even colder. Your talent is remarkable. Had you not offended Lu Qianxiu, you might have earned a spot on the heavenly rankings someday. Pity you're too foolish. You shouldn't have made an enemy of Lu Qianxiu before fully developing. Given that woman's ruthless nature, you likely won't live to see later days. Nonsense. Lin Che found this man just as tedious as Yuan Shong, spouting the same meaningless drivel. Lin Che's attitude made the hook-nosed youth narrow his eyes fiercely. Without another word, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. Realizing Lin Che was a formidable sword cultivator, he understood he had to take action personally. Swish! After a moment of stillness, the hook-nosed youth abruptly charged toward Lin Che. As his figure surged within 10 meters of Lin Che, terrifying power ripples instantly spread out, making the void tremble. At that moment, the young man extended a single finger through the air. Heaven imprisoning finger. Boom! In midair, a 10-jang-long finger, seemingly cast from green jade, appeared and viciously thrust downward toward Lin Che's position, with rampant Xinqi raging wildly in all directions. Lower yellow rank combat technique. A flash of solemnity appeared in Lin Che's eyes before his qi suddenly boiled within him. Endless Xinqi gathered on his long sword as he swung it upward in a mighty slash. Boom! Still, after this exchange, Lin Che's figure was forced back over 10 meters. 5th level spirit martial realm. Sensing his opponent's cultivation level, Lin Che's gaze slightly hardened. Chapter 33, A Ruthless Opponent. Senior brother Duan Lai not only possesses 5th level spirit martial realm strength but also ranks 15th on the heavenly rankings. With senior brother Duan Lai personally handling this matter today, shouldn't a mere outer court disciple like you surrender obediently? Seeing Lin Che being forced back, the surrounding punishment hall disciples immediately began shouting provocatively. 15th on the heavenly rankings. Hearing this identity, Lin Che's expression darkened slightly. In truth, whether through sword chi control, mastery of sword momentum, or relying on unpredictable movement techniques, Lin Che's current abilities had already reached their limit against a 4th-level spirit martial realm opponent. Facing 5th-level spirit martial realm cultivation, these methods alone were clearly far from sufficient. After stepping into Lingwu realm, as one's cultivation level increases, the gap between each subsequent realm becomes increasingly larger. Of course, even so, it wouldn't be easy for this young man named Duan Lai to kill Lin Che. But Lin Che didn't have time to engage in a stalemate with him, because the longer this battle dragged on, the more dangerous the situation would become for Lin Che. Having made this judgment, Lin Che flicked his wrist and sent the Linghan sword flying out for another slash. Sensing the formidable potential contained within this sword strike, even though Duan Lai was at the 5th level of Lingwu realm, he didn't dare underestimate it and once again countered with his powerful finger technique. Boom! The two forces collided once more. But at this exact moment, Lin Che suddenly executed explosive steps, transforming into an afterimage as he dodged past the hook-nosed youth mid-air. When he reappeared, the punishment hall disciple who had spoken earlier was already swiftly captured in Lin Che's grasp. Holding the disciple by the nape with one hand, Lin Che summoned back the Linghan sword with a gesture. With a slight movement, the icy blade came to rest against the disciple's throat. What bizarre speed! Witnessing this scene, Duan Lai felt shock once again. That strange movement technique just now even a lower tier Xian rank movement skill might not compare. Yet this youth clearly wore the robes of a new disciple. How could he be so troublesome to deal with? Don't kill me. The punishment hall disciple held in Lin Che's grip turned deathly pale upon sensing the killing intent emanating from him. Seeing this, Duan Lai coldly threatened, destroying a Qianqiu alliance branch in the outer court might have left you with 1 chance in 10 to survive, but kill a punishment hall disciple and I swear neither heaven nor earth will hide you from certain death. Hearing this, Lin Che sneered coldly, if a punishment hall disciple dies by my hand, wouldn't the entire punishment hall lose face before Daocang Academy? In that case, don't follow me further, I won't show mercy if you do. After speaking these words, Lin Che leaped backward while holding the punishment hall disciple, vanishing beyond Qianqiu Alliance's gate in the blink of an eye. Watching Lin Che's departing figure, Duan Lai clenched his fists violently. Senior brother Duan Lai, are we really letting him retreat like this? A punishment hall disciple inquired. He won't escape. This is Daocang Academy, how could a mere newly enrolled disciple possibly turn things upside down? After a moment's consideration, Duan Lai added, go inform Lu Qianqiu. Duan Lai knew too well the methods of this ruthless woman, cold-blooded and vengeful over the slightest grievance. Once she learns of this matter, that brat won't escape Daocang Academy even with 10 lives, his death is certain. At Duanlai's command, a punishment hall disciple immediately disappeared from the scene. At this moment, Duanlai glanced in the direction where Lin Che had departed. His gaze, aside from being cold and stern, revealed a trace of excitement. It seemed Dao Song Academy hadn't seen someone courting death so boldly in a long time. This was actually somewhat thrilling to anticipate. After him. I truly want to witness how this fool who doesn't know his limits will finally meet his end. After leaving Qianqiu Alliance, Lin Che raced through the outer academy without pause. His direction wasn't heading toward the mountain gate of Dao Song Academy. In truth, having slaughtered so many Dao Song disciples, attempting to escape the academy would be utterly impossible. Any inner academy elder making a move would render Lin Che, at his current strength, completely powerless to resist. Therefore, trying to flee outside the academy would undoubtedly be seeking certain death. The direction Lin Che chose was toward a range of towering peaks within Dao Song Academy's territory. His figure undoubtedly attracted countless gazes along the way. Who is this man? Judging by his uniform, he seems to be a newly enrolled disciple, but the person he's apprehending appears to be a punishment hall disciple. Holy shit, it really is a punishment hall disciple. Is this guy insane? Is he trying to rebel against the academy? Daring to offend the punishment hall? What a ruthless bastard. This kid is absolutely ruthless. As Lin Che raced through the academy grounds like a blood-soaked Azure escaped from hell, dragging along a punishment hall disciple, every Dao Song Academy student who witnessed this scene stood dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in shock. Meanwhile, Duanlai and the pursuing punishment hall disciples felt their fury reaching boiling point. Finally, with murderous determination flashing in his eyes, Duanlai pointed at Lin Che's retreating figure and commanded, "No more restraints, kill him with full force." If they allowed Lin Che to parade through the academy like this any longer, even if the hostage survived, the punishment hall would lose all face within Dao Song Academy. As Duanlai's voice fell, two figures from the punishment hall shot forward, each launching a palm strike toward Lin Che's retreating back. Sensing the chi fluctuations from behind, Lin Che's eyes turned cold. Swish! Chi-controlled sword. The Linghan sword flew directly from Lin Che's hand, transforming into a streak of aurora light as it swept horizontally toward the source of the threat. This time, Lin Che showed no mercy. Thud! Thud! With one sword stroke, two perfectly good heads soared high into the air, then crashed back to the ground under everyone's utterly shocked gazes, rolling far away. This youth dared kill punishment hall disciples. Duanlai froze in place. A moment later, an extremely ferocious expression surfaced on his face as he enunciated word by word, "Do you really want to die?" Hearing this, Lin Che stopped walking and turned around. "I've warned you before, if your punishment hall keeps harassing me, I won't hold back. Did you think I was joking with you?" After saying this, Lin Che raised his palm. With the descent of a sword flash, the hostage in his hand slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Since the punishment hall had no scruples left, the hostage naturally became useless. Rather, it would only be a burden. By executing another punishment hall disciple right before Duanlai's eyes, Lin Che had clearly answered his question through actions. Chapter 34, A Glimmer of Hope. Witnessing Lin Che's actions, all punishment hall disciples felt their fury rise beyond control. Of course, despite their rage, they inexplicably felt a trace of fear rising from their hearts. This youth before them truly had no restraints. His methods were far too ruthless. At this moment, Duanlai was boiling with rage, his face twisted in hideous fury. Within Dao Song Academy, the punishment hall symbolized absolute authority. The mere mention of its name instinctively evoked reverence in people's hearts. But today, punishment hall disciples had been slaughtered like dogs in public, 3 lives already lost. This is undoubtedly a blatant trampling upon the dignity of the punishment hall. Kid, you're dead. Don't you know that Bei Lingchen, currently ranked first on the heavenly list, is the chief disciple of the punishment hall? What senior brother Bei tolerates least is anyone daring to trample upon the dignity of the punishment hall. Today, in full public view, you slaughtered 3 punishment hall disciples. You've touched the dragon's reverse scales. Not even the king of heaven could save you now. Bei Lingchen. Hearing Duanlai's threats, Lin Che gave him a calm glance before turning away once more. He was being ignored. Duanlai's face stiffened, yet profound shock reverberated in his heart. However reluctant he was to admit it, this youth before him was genuinely formidable, a sword cultivator who killed with terrifying efficiency. Among their group, unless Duanlai himself made a move, sending anyone else would be tantamount to suicide. Yet the youth's movement technique was bizarrely unpredictable. Even Duanlai couldn't guarantee successfully restraining him. Therefore, watching the youth depart, Duanlai did not order further pursuit. His gaze merely followed the young man's retreating figure, eyes filled with icy intensity. As the dominant force of Yangzhou, Dao Song Academy possessed incomparably profound foundations. Thus, its grounds spanned an extremely vast area with varied topography. In the eastern region of Dao Song Academy stood majestic mountain ranges, where presently, a young figure came rushing into these peaks. This person was none other than Lin Che. With the punishment hall disciples no longer pursuing him, Lin Che's situation had eased considerably. Upon arriving here, Lin Che looked up to find an illusionary realm materializing before him. Heavenly Mirage Realm. Legend held that this secret realm had been established by Dao Tsung's founder, and throughout 10,000 years, not a single disciple had ever successfully navigated it, shrouding the place in perpetual mystery. Lin Che was no simple-minded brute. He understood perfectly well the consequences of wreaking havoc within Dao Tsung Academy. Yet even before this, he had already devised an escape route. That is to seize a glimmer of survival within this illusionary realm. With this thought in mind, Lin Che advanced forward. However, at that very moment, an intense sense of crisis suddenly enveloped Lin Che. Boom! An immense ripple of Jinchi came attacking from an extremely tricky angle towards Lin Che's side, creating terrifying sonic booms in the air along its path. Lin Che's brows tightly furrowed as he swiftly dodged to the other side while simultaneously swinging his sword to counter the incoming assault. With this sword strike, Lin Che pushed the momentum of his sword technique to its limit. Thud thud thud. Yet despite this, after the clash, Lin Che's body was still sent flying over a dozen meters away. Upon landing, Lin Che tasted blood in his throat as a trickle of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth, clear evidence of serious internal injuries. His gaze turned ice cold as he looked towards the ambusher. It was a woman in red robes, exuding a cold yet captivating aura, with snake-like eyes that radiated venomous cruelty. In her hand she held a long whip, surrounded by an icy killing intent so intense it seemed to lower the temperature around her. Lu Chenqiu. Although Lin Che had never met this woman before, he could easily guess her identity. Did you flee all this way thinking you could pass that legendary trial? Lu Chenqiu glanced at the illusionary realm behind Lin Che, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. How utterly ridiculous. Looking at this woman, intense killing intent surfaced in Lin Che's eyes. It was she who had destroyed Xiaoyao's eyes. Truly, this woman had a viper's heart. Of course, Lin Che understood perfectly well that with his current strength, he couldn't kill this vicious woman. He truly couldn't. The 6th level of the spiritual martial realm was absolutely beyond his current ability to challenge. After making this judgment, Lin Che chose not to confront directly. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he strode straight toward the heavenly mirage realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chenqiu made no further move to stop him. For watching prey struggle in desperation had always been one of her pleasures. Yet as she observed Lin Che's retreating figure, she snarled, "I heard you slaughtered so many members of my Qianqiu alliance just to avenge those worthless trash from the Yi alliance. Rest assured then after your death, not a single soul from the Yi alliance shall survive. Ah yes, and that little girl, I won't kill her. Last time I merely destroyed her eyes. This time, I'll cut out her tongue, sever her limbs, and turn her into a human swine, doomed to eternal suffering. All of this, every ounce of agony is the price you'll pay for daring to oppose me." Boom! At these words, an icy murderous aura erupted from Lin Che's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet noticeably. One could see the veins bulging prominently on Lin Che's tightly clenched fists. But he didn't utter a single word, instead walking with even more determination towards the heavenly illusion divine realm until he disappeared into the entrance of the illusionary realm. Yet no one knew that within his heart at this moment, one thought burned with extreme intensity. Lu Chenqiu, if I don't kill you, I don't deserve to be called human. After entering the heavenly illusion divine realm, the surrounding space underwent continuous transformations. At this moment, a celestial staircase appeared before Lin Che. This staircase seemed forged from white jade, appearing to truly reach towards the heavens, its end vanishing amidst the clouds. Simultaneously, one could sense a vast, majestic aura descending from the celestial dome, causing each step to shimmer with radiance. Could this be the legendary heavenly path? Standing before such a magnificent sight, Lin Che could feel how insignificant he was. This was the handiwork left behind by the founding ancestor of Dao Tsung Academy, power comparable to the forces of heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine what supreme heights this extraordinary individual, who once established Dao Tsung Academy, must have reached. Of course, although Lin Che was shocked by the scene before him, he didn't forget his purpose for coming. Then, without further hesitation, he directly took a step onto the white jade steps. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly assaulted him, nearly causing Lin Che's body to tremble and almost press him to the ground. This feeling was like a pair of giant hands suddenly pressing down on Lin Che's shoulders, attempting to force him to the ground. Gravity! What terrifying gravity! Lin Che finally understood why no one had been able to reach the summit of the celestial mirage realm for 10,000 years. He had merely stepped onto the first step, yet already felt such immense pressure. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the gravity would be if one actually reached the summit. Chapter 35, Ling Daozong. Although experiencing the horror of the celestial mirage realm, Lin Che knew at this moment that he had no retreat. Continue. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Lin Che climbed upward again. Someone is challenging the celestial mirage realm. As the symbol of Dao Tsang Academy, the heavenly illusion realm would easily attract numerous gazes whenever someone attempted it in the past. This time was no exception. At this moment, whether in the outer court or inner court, everyone felt extremely astonished seeing a figure appear on the celestial staircase of the heavenly illusion realm. This person seems to be a newly admitted disciple. How is this possible? Is he mad? The heavenly illusion realm has existed in Daotsong Academy for 10,000 years, yet not a single prodigy throughout the academy's history has ever passed it. Now a newly admitted disciple dares to climb the celestial staircase. In every corner of Daotsong Academy, countless people watched the figure struggling forward on the celestial staircase, all finding it utterly inconceivable. It's no wonder they were so surprised. For generations of Daotsong Academy disciples, reaching the summit of the heavenly illusion realm has always been a dream. But dreams remain merely dreams. In reality, even those freaks on the heavenly ranking wouldn't attempt such an overambitious feat. Now a newly admitted disciple has actually entered the illusion realm. How could this not shock everyone? Look, he's already climbed halfway up the 1,000-step celestial staircase, someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze and indeed saw the young man's figure had unknowingly reached the midpoint of the celestial stairs. This sight left all witnesses astonished, proving this new disciple possessed extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, upon the celestial staircase, Lin Che's entire body trembled violently, his legs feeling as if filled with lead, every inch of his flesh seemingly petrified with unbearable weight. His eyes drooped low, as even the act of opening them had become an immense struggle. No one could comprehend this sensation like carrying an entire mountain that threatened to crush his spine. Just halfway there, with tremendous effort, Lin Che raised his head to glimpse the stone steps still stretching endlessly into the distance, a sight sufficient to invoke despair. It could be predicted that if he continued forward in this state, before even reaching the summit of the stone steps, he would be crushed into pulp by this ever-increasing terrifying weight. Yet despite this, Lin Che's eyes remained resolute, for he knew he couldn't retreat, he had to advance recklessly. I'm a sword cultivator. Nothing can make my backbone bend. With a furious roar in his heart, Lin Che's dantian began boiling violently at this moment. Not only that, but a powerful sword aura erupted from him, resisting the pressure from all directions. Thus, Lin Che continued forward. Though extremely slow, inch by inch he moved his feet, yet his steps never stopped for even a moment. Witnessing this scene, numerous Daotsong Academy disciples seemed frozen, their gazes following that tiny figure in the distant sky, feeling a profound shock from the depths of their souls. The entire Daotsong Academy seemed to fall into silence in that instant. Outside the illusionary realm, watching that figure persistently climbing upwards, Lu Qianqiu inexplicably felt a surge of irritation, even an ominous premonition taking root in his heart. The Inner Academy. Atop a verdant peak, an elder with snow-white hair and beard, whose fluctuating aura distorted the surrounding space, gazed at the distant scene with turbid eyes that stirred with faint ripples. He murmured softly, "Interesting, it's been long since Daotsong Academy last saw such an intriguing young man." By another crystal-clear spiritual stream, two equally imposing elders sat playing chess. Yet at this moment, though holding chess pieces in their hands, their minds were not on the game. How far did Bei Lingchen reach back then? The 900th step. Then he could no longer withstand the pressure and retreated. It would appear this one has surpassed Bei Lingchen, likely to reach the summit. Reaching the summit doesn't necessarily mean passing, for no one has ever completed the final step of this celestial mirage realm. Who knows what might happen after reaching the top? The two elderly men conversed, their eyes undoubtedly reflecting the profound impact of that figure within the illusion. Time ticked away, second by second, until it became impossible to tell how much had passed. On that celestial stairway, one final step. At the peak of the stairway, Lin Che's teeth chattered violently, even speaking feeling like an immense struggle. Merely uttering those few words caused his upper and lower teeth to clash fiercely, as though they might shatter. Not only that, Lin Che's entire body now seeped blood, his once refined features twisted into something monstrous. Yet amidst this inhuman torment, Lin Che was smiling, because only one final step remained between him and the summit. Without hesitation, Lin Che took that last step. Splash! As Lin Che arduously stepped onto the final stair, the mountain-like pressure surrounding him unexpectedly receded like tidal waters at this very moment. What's happening? Feeling this inexplicable change, Lin Che felt rather astonished in his heart. He had originally assumed that upon reaching the summit, the pressure within the celestial illusion divine realm would become even more terrifying. Yet reality turned out completely contrary to Lin Che's expectations. Moreover, in resisting that tremendous pressure earlier, Lin Che's dantian had nearly been drained dry, with the last trace of true qi already exhausted. But now, as that pressure abruptly dissipated, astonishingly powerful ripples of true qi surged within his depleted dantian, seemingly restoring it to peak condition. Could it be that upon reaching the celestial illusion divine realm summit, all pressure simply vanishes? A flash of surprise crossed Lin Che's eyes, but at this moment, he didn't dwell on it further. As the fatigue within his body completely dissipated, Lin Che felt utterly relieved in both body and mind, as if even his breathing had become incredibly smooth. At the same time, he finally had the mood to observe his surroundings. Looking down from the peak of the celestial stairs, layers of mist drifted past his chest, as if he were standing at the very edge of the heavens, his heart and mind expanding boundlessly. Through the mist, he could overlook the entire outline of Daotsong Academy. All mountains seemed small beneath his gaze. Now, have I passed the heavenly illusion divine realm? Lin Che murmured to himself. Not yet, a voice abruptly replied. Startled by the voice, Lin Che swiftly turned to look behind him. There, on the other side of the celestial stairs, stood a figure. No, not quite a figure. To be precise, it was a shadowy silhouette, as ethereal as a soul, existing in a state of intangibility. It was a youth, with lips red as cherries and teeth white as jade. He was not tall, in fact, rather short, yet before him hovered a black long sword in midair. Sword intent. Sensing the sword intent emanating from the black sword, Lin Che's eyes widened in shock. This youth, who appeared around his own age, had actually comprehended sword intent. And you are? Lin Che asked with grave seriousness. The youth smiled. Ling Daocong. Ling Daocong, the founding ancestor of Daocong Academy. Hearing this name sent violent tremors through Lin Che's entire being. For this was the very name of the exceptional talent who had established Daocong Academy centuries ago. Chapter 36. One Sword Across the River of Time. The youth before him was none other than the founding ancestor from 10,000 years ago. Shock flooded Lin Che's eyes. But then, a trace of confusion surfaced. Then why do you appear so young? Because you ascended the heavenly mirage divine realm at 17, came the reply. Thus, I manifest as I was at 17. With a faint smile, the youth continued, to truly conquer the heavenly mirage divine realm, the 17-year-old, you must surpass the 17-year-old me. Hearing this, understanding dawned upon Lin Che. At the same time, he understood why for 10,000 years no disciple of Daocong Academy had ever passed this illusionary trial. Because to pass the illusion, one must defeat the Daocong ancestor at the same age. One who could single-handedly establish a transcendent institution like Daocong Academy. One could imagine this outstanding figure must have been a supreme prodigy of his era, practically unrivaled among his contemporaries. How easy could it be to surpass such a figure at the same age? Just as Lin Che was pondering this, at this moment, Ling Daocong suddenly looked at him and asked, Junior, what say you to a duel between us? To cross the river of time and battle the 17-year-old Daocong ancestor. Though this sounded somewhat insane, an astonishing fighting spirit surfaced in Lin Che's eyes. This junior would be honored to try. Hua! As Lin Che's words fell, the long sword before Ling Daocong suddenly moved. As if traversing a segment of spacetime, the black sword arrived before Lin Che in the blink of an eye. Sword intent. Black radiance surged forth, its true chi ripples expanding a kilometer outward, endlessly spreading through the void. Sensing the terrifying might of this sword strike, Lin Che dared not hesitate even slightly. The Linghan sword in his hand shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! The next instant, Lin Che's figure was blasted dozens of zhang away, immediately spurting out a mouthful of reverse-flowing blood. This scene sufficiently demonstrated how utterly terrifying Patriarch Daocong's sword strike was. After sending Lin Che flying with a single sword strike, Ling Daocong stood up straight and said calmly, Junior, I won't hold back. Lin Che's gaze focused slightly, yet upon hearing these words, he felt not the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. Explosive step. Lin Che took a single step forward, leaving an afterimage behind as he actually chose to take the initiative and attack before the formidable Patriarch Daocong. Swish! 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 In Lin Che's hand, the Linghan sword erupted with myriad rays of light, instantly forming a tempest of sword energy that hurled forward, crushing towards Ling Daocong's position. Seeing this scene, Ling Daocong merely shook his head slightly and raised his hand. Boom! With a single point of his black sword in the void, though delivering just one strike, he instantly shattered the sword energy tempest created by Lin Che. Meanwhile, the terrifying force transmitted from the black sword sent Lin Che's figure flying backward again, another mouthful of blood spraying out. It was clearly visible that even though Lin Che had perfected his sword momentum when facing sword intent, no amount of strikes could bridge that gap. After all, this gap existed at the very realm of swordsmanship. Yet even so, after being repelled time and again, Lin Che showed not the slightest hesitation. Each time, he would stomp the ground and charge at Ling Daocong like a gust of swift wind. He would, rather break through the southern wall than turn back. This nearly masochistic scene continued for an unknown duration, when suddenly an inexplicable quality appeared on Lin Che's sword. This lad seems intent on creating his own sword intent amidst battle. Sensing the change in Lin Che's sword technique, a look of astonishment abruptly surfaced in Ling Daocong's eyes. Thud thud thud. Within the illusionary realm, a series of extremely dull impacts continuously resounded. Following each impact, a figure was sent flying backward again and again. Patriarch Daocong's terrifying sword force made Lin Che feel as if he were being struck by a colossal mountain each time, causing his chi and blood to churn violently and his internal organs to shift with every clash. Were it not for the unique nature of his dantian and the exceptional density of his true chi, he might have been literally shaken to death. Yet despite this, Lin Che refused to retreat despite the repeated blows. It was precisely within this near-masochistic behavior that a glimmer of enlightenment seemed to dawn in Lin Che's heart. Sword momentum is born from death's door, advancing with unstoppable force. Though it resembles overpowering others through sheer pressure, its essence ultimately lies in harnessing the sword's momentum rather than truly merging with the blade. Sword intent, however, penetrates the sword's fundamental nature, achieving true unity between man and sword. Every blade possesses its unique character: nobility, cold arrogance, sharpness, or deadly solemnity. When a swordsman genuinely merges with his sword and comprehends what the sword truly is, the blade comes alive. With sudden enlightenment and without any movement, the Linghan sword before Lin Che began vibrating autonomously. Accompanied by these tremors, an indescribable intent coiled around the entire blade, making the surrounding space appear ethereal and indistinct. A prodigy in sword Dao truly formidable is the younger generation. Feeling Lin Che's current state, Ling Daozong couldn't calm the ripples in his eyes. Sword intent. This young man before him had actually comprehended the sword intent realm amidst battle. Even after devoting his entire life to sword cultivation, Ling Daozong found the scene utterly astonishing. Sensing all this, Ling Daozong pointed at the black longsword before him and asked Lin Che again, "Young one, how about crossing swords with this old man once more?" "I'm willing to try." Lin Che gave the same reply, but this time his voice brimmed with unshakable confidence. "Good." With this single utterance, the sword intent around Patriarch Daozong completely erupted. As he thrust his sword forward, countless sword qis surged forth like dragons, roaring through the air as if trying to tear a rift in the heavens. It was clear that Ling Daozong no longer held anything back in this strike, having unleashed the very essence of swordsmanship to its limits. At this moment, Lin Che calmly gripped the Linghan sword. In an instant, he seemed to merge with the blade in his hand, his entire being transforming into an unsheathed sword radiating overwhelming sharpness. True unity of man and sword. This was the genuine sword intent realm. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Che likewise sent his sword sweeping forward. Two equally formidable sword intents clashed directly in midair, freezing the entire scene in a single suspended moment. After a moment of silence, the terrifying scene of violent collision and explosion that was imagined did not occur. When the blades of the two long swords came into contact, the shadowy figure of Daozong's founder unexpectedly began to shatter piece by piece, dissipating in the wind like flowing sand. Huff huff. The Linghan sword gradually pierced through the illusory body of Daozong's founder, until finally their figures seemed to intertwine as one. As their eyes met, Lin Che saw the gaze of Daozong's founder not disappointment, but rather full of appreciation and satisfaction. Clearly, Lin Che's talent in the sword path had already gained recognition from this extraordinary figure. After a moment, the last remnant of this hero who once single-handedly established Daozong Academy dissipated like smoke, returning to heaven and earth. Watching the fragments of light gradually dim and finally disappear completely, Lin Che stood sword in hand, remaining in place for a long while. After an unknown period of time, Lin Che gazed at the heavens and bowed deeply, saying, "This junior will forever remember senior's guidance and teachings." Boom! However, at that very moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy swept across the heavens and earth, rushing into Lin Che's body. Chapter 37, I Want Her Dead. Whoosh! After the battle between Lin Che and the Daozong ancestor concluded, the spiritual energy within this domain suddenly surged toward Lin Che like tidal waves. Feeling this phenomenon, Lin Che showed a surprised expression. But he quickly realized this was likely the Daozong ancestor's reward for his successful passage through the celestial mirage divine realm. With this understanding, Lin Che sat cross-legged, circulating his qi to voraciously absorb the incoming spiritual energy. After an immeasurable duration in this mystical state, a thunderous rumble finally erupted from within Lin Che's body. Kaboom! His martial bottlenecks shattered one after another, propelling his cultivation realm to unprecedented heights. Spirit Martial 3rd level. After refining that vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Lin Che directly broke through 2 cultivation realms, reaching the 3rd level of Spirit Martial realm. Feeling the surge of new power filling his body, a flash of excitement crossed Lin Che's eyes. Boom! At the same exact moment, within the heavenly mirage secret realm, an enormous pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. This radiant column pierced through the clouds, creating such a magnificent and shocking spectacle that it could be seen from every corner of Daozong Academy. Heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? This celestial phenomenon. Someone has passed the trial of the heavenly mirage secret realm. How is this possible? That's the heavenly mirage secret realm we're talking about. Not even the most talented disciples in Daozong Academy's 10,000-year history have passed it. I must be dreaming. As this heaven-shaking phenomenon manifested above Daozong Academy, every single disciple throughout the institution wore expressions of utter shock and astonishment. It wasn't just the disciples either. Even the numerous powerful elders within the academy raised their heads to gaze at the sky, their eyes rippling with waves of emotion. At this moment, it could be said that everyone in Daozong Academy was gazing at the location of the illusionary realm as if making a pilgrimage. Over 10,000 years of history, Daozong Academy had seen countless prodigies emerge, with numerous people attempting to pass the illusionary realm left by the founder, yet not a single one had succeeded. But today, someone had actually created such a miracle. How could this not astonish everyone? Without any organization, whether from the outer or inner academy, all disciples instinctively surged toward the illusionary realm, eager to see who this person was that had rewritten Daozong Academy's history. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already stepped out of the illusionary realm. Outside the illusionary realm, upon seeing Lin Che's figure, Lu Qianxiu's face turned deathly pale, completely drained of color. No! Impossible! This absolutely cannot be. You actually passed the heavenly illusion divine realm. What kind of joke is this? Lu Qianxiu looked utterly devastated, unconsciously retreating several steps, his entire being in a dazed state. Swish! At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly came from the sky, descending like a rainbow. Following it, an elderly man clad in purple robes appeared in midair, standing effortlessly above the ground. The aura radiating from this person was overwhelmingly powerful. Supreme Elder. Upon seeing the elder's figure, many disciples of Dao Song Academy trembled with awe and bowed respectfully toward the heavens. At this time, the elder's gaze remained fixed on Lin Che, his eyes flickering with intense emotion. You are a newly admitted disciple? The elder asked in surprise, noticing the robes Lin Che wore. Hearing how the others addressed the elder, Lin Che quickly bowed in respect and replied, this disciple joined Dao Song Academy only recently. Good to be so young and yet pass through the heavens illusory realm left by our founder, truly remarkable. It seems Dao Song Academy will soon nurture another extraordinary prodigy. On the aged face of the Supreme Elder, approval and excitement were clearly visible as he repeatedly uttered the word good 3 times. Child, what is your name? This disciple is named Lin Che, Lin Che replied. Lin Che, from this day forth, you shall be ranked as a true disciple. All resources within Dao Song Academy shall be made available to you. True disciple. Hearing these 2 words, all the Dao Song Academy disciples present felt a profound shock in their hearts, for they all understood perfectly well the significance of these words. Within Dao Song Academy, besides outer court disciples and inner court disciples, there existed one identity that everyone dreamed of attaining: the true disciple. A so-called true disciple was someone whom the entire Dao Song Academy would devote all its resources to nurture as its ultimate successor. This status was so rare that even the entire Dao Song Academy wouldn't have more than a handful of such individuals. Each one of them ranked at the forefront of the heavenly ranking, truly deserving to be called heaven's favored elites. With this promise from the Supreme Elder, one could easily foresee how this young man would soar unimpeded within Dao Song Academy, his future achievements boundless. Thus, at this moment, all eyes gazing upon Lin Che were filled with undisguised envy. Thank you for your favor, Supreme Elder. However, this disciple has one more request. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Che suddenly spoke up. Oh, what is it? The Supreme Elder was slightly taken aback. At that moment, Lin Che turned around and suddenly pointed at Lu Qianxiu, his gaze icy cold as he declared, I want her dead. I want her dead. As Lin Che spoke these words, a surge of intense killing intent radiated from his body. In the distance, Lu Qianxiu had lost all her previous composure. Her face darkened with extreme tension, even showing traces of fear. Indeed, it was fear from the moment Lin Che cleared the heavenly mirage realm. Her mind could no longer remain at peace. For the Supreme Elder glanced at Lu Qianxiu, easily sensing the profound enmity between these two. Lin Che then proceeded to recount the previous events exactly as they had happened. After recounting these events, he turned to the Supreme Elder. The enmity between us has reached life and death. Had I failed in the illusionary realm, I'm certain this woman would have murdered me, and in the most cruel manner possible. Such hatred cannot be resolved, therefore, I implore the Supreme Elder to uphold justice for this disciple. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder narrowed his eyes at Lu Qianxiu and asked in a grave tone, is this truly what happened? Sensing the Supreme Elder's anger, Lu Qianxiu's expression changed. However, before she could respond, a sudden voice abruptly intervened. What an audacious junior, daring to use influence to bully my disciple. The thunderous reprimand seemed to shake the heavens, and as the voice faded, an elderly man in a blue robe materialized on the scene. Master! Seeing this elder, Lu Qianxiu's demeanor immediately steadied. This man was Elder Danqing, a highly influential figure in the alchemy pavilion and none other than Lu Qianxiu's master. Master, this brat is taking advantage of having passed the heavenly illusion realm and gained the Supreme Elder's favor to bully and oppress me. Even wanting me dead, my death would mean nothing, but within Dao Song Academy, Master's dignity would suffer and the alchemy pavilion's prestige would be utterly trampled. I beg Master, for the sake of the alchemy pavilion's reputation, to surely uphold justice for this disciple. At this moment, Lu Qianxiu appeared completely different from her usual domineering and ruthless image. After seeing Elder Danqing appear, she put on an extremely aggrieved expression, actually tearfully accusing Lin Che with sobs. Chapter 38, Top of Heaven Ranking. Elder Danqing raised his hand, signaling Lu Qianxiu to say no more. Then he snorted coldly at Lin Che. Brat, so what if you passed the heavenly illusion realm? You're merely a newly admitted disciple. With your current status, you dare scheme to kill a heaven-ranking genius. At such a young age, your heart is already so malicious. My disciple merely injured a few outer academy disciples and destroyed some worthless girl's eyes, yet you actually try to incite the Supreme Elder to harm her. Do you think Dao Song Academy belongs to your family? Merely just. Hearing Elder Danqing's words, Lin Che's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. and catching sight of Lu Qianqiu putting on this hypocritical act, pretending to be the victim, only made the fury in Lin Che's chest burn even hotter. How could someone distort the truth and sink to such despicable depths? Elder Danqing continued, Supreme Elder, this little beast slaughtered wantonly in the outer academy over some insignificant nobodies, even daring to defy the punishment hall's discipline. I say he's born with rebellion in his bones if we don't severely punish him. Enough! Before Elder Danqing could finish, the Supreme Elder coldly shouted, cutting him off. Seeing this, Elder Danqing's expression changed slightly, but given his status and cultivation level, he clearly couldn't act presumptuously before the Supreme Elder. So he snorted coldly and immediately fell silent. The Supreme Elder remained silent for a moment before turning to Lin Che again. After all, Lu Qianqiu was ranked on the heavenly list and has the alchemy pavilion behind her. Even if she made mistakes, they don't deserve death. Lin Che, I can guarantee she will never dare to attack you again within Daotsong Academy. Moreover, she will be punished with 3 years of confinement in seclusion, not allowed to take a single step outside. In addition to this, regarding those victims of the Yi Alliance you mentioned earlier, Daotsong Academy will arrange proper settlement for them. As for you, you'll still be promoted to true disciple with this. Are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Lin Che just sneered coldly, though his gaze remained unwaveringly firm. Though Xiaoyao was just a maidservant, during Lin Che's most difficult year with the Lin family, this young girl had stayed loyally by his side without complaint. In Lin Che's heart, he had long regarded her as his own younger sister. How could 3 years of wall-facing be enough punishment for this vicious woman who destroyed her eyes and condemned her to lifelong darkness? No threats or future prospects mattered anymore. The moment this cruel woman harmed his loved one, Lin Che had sworn in his heart to make her pay tenfold. With this conviction, Lin Che enunciated each word clearly. I demand no conditions, I only want her dead. In Daotsong Academy, it's either her or me. Boom! Elder Danqing erupted with an oppressive aura upon seeing Lin Che's attitude, pointing at him coldly, you ungrateful little beast. Just as Elder Danqing was about to strike, the Supreme Elder raised a palm, instantly suppressing his momentum. After a pensive silence, the Supreme Elder declared with finality, your condition, this old man accepts it. What? Supreme Elder, this absolutely cannot be. Elder Danqing's face showed astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqiu's expression turned shocked as he unconsciously retreated 2 steps. In truth, for the Supreme Elder, this decision wasn't difficult. From Lin Che's attitude, it was clear that if Daotsong Academy didn't punish Lu Qianqiu, he would never let the matter rest. He might even choose to sever ties with the academy. Even though Lu Qianqiu was ranked on the heavenly list, compared to Lin Che who had passed the heavenly illusion divine realm, this choice truly didn't warrant hesitation. That was the heavenly illusion divine realm, something no one in Daotsong Academy's 10,000-year history had ever passed. One could imagine that Lin Che's future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless, potentially even elevating Daotsong Academy to unprecedented heights. Wait! Just as everyone thought the matter would conclude here, another cold voice rang out from the sky. Whoosh! In the distant sky, a 7-colored one bird soared above the azure clouds, its trailing feathers shimmering with radiant hues that rippled outward in multicolored waves. Above the rainbow-feathered phoenix stood a young man. Clad in white robes with strikingly handsome features, his jade-like demeanor was secondary only to the overwhelming aura surrounding him, so powerful it seemed capable of crushing the void itself. Xuanwu Realm. While this cultivation level might be unremarkable among Daotsong Academy elders, this individual appeared to be merely 20-something years old. This inevitably evoked astonishment. Bei Lingchen. It's actually senior brother Bei. At the sight of this formidable youth, countless Daotsong Academy disciples gasped in shock. The name Bei Lingchen shone too brightly within Daotsong Academy. Not just within the academy, throughout the entire Tsungfeng Kingdom, Bei Lingchen stood as the undisputed leader among the younger generation. Reaching Xuanwu Realm at 20, top-ranked on the academy's heavenly roll, chief disciple of Punishment Hall. When such countless glories converged upon one person, it extinguished even feelings of jealousy, leaving only genuine worship in people's hearts. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. After Bei Lingchen appeared, he first gave a slight bow of respect to the Supreme Elder. Then, with a cold smile playing on his lips, he directly stared at Lin Che. I don't care about your feud with Lu Qianqiu, but you killed 3 disciples of my Punishment Hall. This matter demands an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Lin Che frowned, sensing the other party's arrogance. Very simple, kneel and apologize. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, an immensely powerful aura erupted from Bei Lingchen, like rolling thunder descending from the heavens, bearing down upon Lin Che's location. The top genius of Daotsong Academy had actually launched a direct attack against Lin Che. Chapter 39, The Daotsong Dean. Kneel. Standing tall like a deity, Bei Lingchen commanded from above. With a single word, an overwhelming pressure instantly crushed down upon Lin Che below. Boom! In an instant, Lin Che felt as if a towering mountain had been directly pressed upon him, nearly forcing him to prostrate on the ground instantly. Sensing this immense oppressive force, Lin Che's gaze turned extremely solemn. The next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted from within Lin Che's body, fiercely resisting that crushing pressure. Fortunately, within the heavenly illusion divine realm, Lin Che had already developed an instinctive reaction to such sudden heavy pressure. Thus, though his body bent slightly, it quickly straightened again. Crack! Crack! Even so, his knees emitted sounds akin to bone fracturing, his legs trembling violently. Clearly, the might of a Xuanwu realm expert was not so easily withstood. The fact that Lin Che could still stand at this moment was entirely due to his extraordinary willpower. Noticing Lin Che's spine still rigidly straight, Bei Lingchen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he pressed down again with his hand, unleashing an even more overwhelming pressure that came rushing forth. Stop this! At this moment, the Supreme Elder waved his sleeve, completely neutralizing the pressure Lin Che was enduring. This youth has conquered the heavenly mirage realm, a once in 10,000 years prodigy for Daocang Academy. He cannot be killed, declared the Supreme Elder. Upon hearing this, Bei Lingchen's gaze grew even colder. He killed disciples from my punishment hall. I merely demand he kneel and apologize. Is that so unreasonable? Kneel and apologize. Lin Che wiped the blood from his lip, stared at Bei Lingchen, and suddenly let out a ferocious laugh. You know full well I'm a sword cultivator. Sword cultivation cultivates the heart. If I were to kneel before you, my sword heart would be tarnished forever, dooming me to mediocrity ultimately. You know I'll never kneel, you're just looking for an excuse to kill me. Bei Lingchen, your sudden appearance now is because I passed the heavenly mirage realm, isn't it? You fear I might challenge your position as Daocang Academy's top genius in the future, that's why you're scared, isn't it? Scared? How could a mere newly admitted disciple like you make me afraid? Bei Lingchen's face stiffened slightly, his eyes suddenly turning as cold and sharp as blades. However, since you've said so, I'll kill you openly today. Let's see who can protect you then. The Supreme Elder frowned deeply, clear displeasure surfacing on his face. Bei Lingchen, I said earlier this youth passed the heavenly mirage realm and cannot be killed even as the top ranked on the heavenly list. Do you disregard even this elder? This disciple naturally wouldn't dare oppose the Supreme Elder, but at this point, Bei Lingchen let out a cold laugh. If the Supreme Elder insists on protecting this person, then from today onward, I, Bei Lingchen, shall withdraw from Daocang Academy. What? Hearing this, the Supreme Elder was shocked. As the chief disciple of Punishment Hall, I must uphold its dignity. If he doesn't die, it would mean the sect has abandoned me. I wonder whom Daocang Academy would choose between him and me. The Supreme Elder's brow furrowed tightly, an expression of extreme difficulty appearing on his face. The choice between Lin Che and Lu Qianxu would not be difficult to make. But between Lin Che, who passed the heavenly fantasy divine realm, and Bei Lingchen, currently the top-ranked genius and chief disciple of Daocang Academy, choosing between these two presents an extremely difficult dilemma. Enough! This farce should come to an end. Just as the Supreme Elder found himself in this agonizing predicament, a mighty voice resounded through heaven and earth, shaking everyone's hearts. Whoosh! A bronze mirror appeared in the sky, measuring a full 10 zhang in size. It radiated dazzling brilliance rivaling the sun's rays, emanating an incomparably majestic aura. Projected beneath this bronze mirror, the towering figure of a middle-aged man appeared before everyone's eyes. That's the Academy head's life-bound artifact, the Haotian mirror. At the sight of the celestial mirror, countless spectators gasped in shock, their souls trembling. No one expected today's events would even rouse the Academy head himself. Of course, the majestic figure projected in the bronze mirror was not the true form of the Daocang Dean, but merely a doppelganger. At that moment, the Dean's doppelganger fixed its authoritative gaze upon Lin Che and spoke. Regarding the dispute between you two, you should take a step back. You should take a step back. Though merely 4 words, they undeniably revealed the stance of the Daocang Dean. Between Lin Che and Bei Lingchen, the Dean ultimately chose to stand on Bei Lingchen's side. The Supreme Elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly sent a mental message. Dean, this youth passed through the heavenly mirage divine realm. Before the Supreme Elder could finish, the Daocang Dean interrupted. Between a genius who has yet to mature and one who already stands at the pinnacle, if forced to choose, I would naturally choose the latter. After all, no matter how talented this youth may be, his future remains uncertain. On the martial path, one may fall at any moment. Whether he can successfully reach the mysterious martial realm in the future is hard to predict. Having reached this thought, the Daocang Dean spoke to Lin Che with undeniable authority. Passing through the heavenly fantasy divine realm is sufficient proof of your talent, but this is not your leverage against the Academy. The Supreme Elder's previous promise to you still stands. However, since you killed a disciple of the Punishment Hall, you shall follow Bei Lingchen's words, kneel and offer an apology, and this matter will be considered settled. After saying this, the Daocang Dean added, of course, you have a second option, betrayal of the Academy. Betrayal of the Academy means my death. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's eyes turned icy as he questioned. Exactly. With your talent, if you harbor disloyalty toward Daocang Academy, the Academy will never allow a future threat to remain. The Daocang Dean's words were blunt and unsparing. Ha ha ha! At these words, Lin Che suddenly threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. He had merely wanted to seek justice for the insignificant members of the Yi Alliance, yet he had encountered so many obstacles. Strength, it was still because his own strength was far too weak. Even though passing the heavenly fantasy divine realm had proven his talent did not equate to power. In the eyes of these Daotsong Academy elders, I'm still just an insignificant nobody who can be crushed with a mere flick of their fingers if I disobey. Hearing those unrestrained laughter, everyone present was somewhat moved. Yet after the wild laughter, Lin Che's expression suddenly turned calm. He declared, "I choose to betray the academy." Whoosh! As these words fell, all members of Daotsong Academy were profoundly shocked. They originally thought Lin Che's burst of wild laughter was merely venting, that he would ultimately yield to reality. But who could have imagined Lin Che would make such a choice? "What did you say?" The Daotsong Dean's voice turned dark and gloomy. "I have but one life, precious though it may be, yet my dignity is worth more than life itself if I cannot stand against Bei Lingchen. Death is the worst outcome. But without dignity, I'd become nothing but a walking corpse. What meaning would life hold then?" In Lin Che's heart, a martial artist cultivates precisely to avoid being oppressed by others. It's not merely the pursuit of martial power, but also the tempering of one's spirit and backbone. If one must place their face beneath another's feet to be trampled just because they are stronger, then what's the point of pursuing martial arts? "You have spine, I'll grant you that wish." The Daotsong Dean narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing more. Boom! At this moment, the primordial heaven mirrors suspended in the sky suddenly radiated waves of killing patterns, instantly forming an overwhelmingly terrifying crushing force that descended toward Lin Che's location. Chapter 40, Rising Under Oppression. In the distance, as the Daotsong Dean made his move, a vicious grin surfaced on Lu Chenxiu's face. Earlier, she had indeed felt unprecedented pressure, but once Lin Che was dead, all that pressure would vanish like smoke. High in the sky, Bei Lingchen remained expressionless, though his gaze toward Lin Che carried a trace of mockery and disdain. At this moment, fully enveloped by the terrifying killing intent, Lin Che felt no fear of death, only resentment. He was still young, if only he had time to grow. If he were currently a Dao martial realm expert, he could solve all the oppression before him with a single sword stroke. Unfortunately, he had no time. Such was the cruelty of the martial world. In the air, terrifying killing runes interwove, seemingly ready to crush Lin Che into dust at any moment. Yet at this critical juncture, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A radiant true Qi giant hand, as if piercing through the celestial curtain, suddenly came streaking towards them. Finally, just as the Haotian mirror descended, it clashed against the mirror's force. Boom! 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 The moment these two formidable forces collided, countless explosive sounds cascaded forth, like a tsunami erupting across the land. The terrifying shockwaves forced all Daotsong Academy disciples below to retreat frantically. Even many hidden elder-level observers were shaken from concealment, their figures trembling into visibility. What is happening? This shocking scene caused everyone present to tremble in their souls, letting out waves of exclamations. Someone within Daotsong Academy could actually withstand a terrifying strike from the Dean's life-bound treasure. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak extremely far from this location, the Daotsong Dean sensed something, his figure trembled, and his true body instantly descended upon this place. Immediately, his gaze turned toward a certain direction. "Since you've already made your move, won't you show yourself?" Swish! As his words fell, the void trembled briefly before a graceful figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman dressed in black robes, her hair cascading like a waterfall, with breathtaking beauty that made one unconsciously hold their breath. Yet when the elder generation of Daotsong Academy saw her, their eyes all trembled violently. The Hall Master of Martial Hall. Martial Hall, a name practically taboo in Daotsong Academy, nearly forgotten for 10 years, but this didn't mean the taboo had disappeared. In truth, none among the older generation of Daotsong Academy elders could forget the turmoil from 10 years ago, a turmoil that almost affected the fate of Daotsong Academy. Under the awestruck gazes of countless people, the black-robed woman pointed at Lin Che. "This person, I'm protecting." These simple words caused everyone present to change their expressions. At this moment, Lin Che was in a dazed state. Because he recognized this woman, she was precisely the black-clad beauty he had encountered in the Divine Wind Mountains, but she was the Martial Hall Master. Lin Che unconsciously swallowed hard, feeling as if he was dreaming. Of course, no one was paying attention to Lin Che at this moment. All eyes on the scene were focused on those two transcendent figures in the air. The Daotsong Dean's face was extremely gloomy. 10 years ago, you said you would no longer interfere in Daotsong Academy's affairs. The black-robed woman replied, "He once saved me once. Now I'm saving his life. Is that unreasonable?" Lin Che had saved the Martial Hall Master. This statement naturally carried no credibility, though no one dared to voice any doubts. Even if this was just a random excuse fabricated by the black-robed woman, these elders wisely chose to remain silent. But the Daotsong Dean's gaze remained gloomy, seemingly unwilling to back down. Noticing the Daotsong Dean's attitude, the black-robed woman frowned slightly. Without further comment, she simply asked Feng Feiyang, "If we were to fight, what would be the outcome?" At this, the Daotsong Dean's expression softened somewhat. It wasn't that he feared the Martial Hall Master's strength. In fact, they had crossed swords 10 years ago without any decisive result. If the other party truly insisted on protecting this boy, he couldn't kill him. Not only could he not kill him, but a battle between two Dao martial realm experts would affect the entire Dao Song Academy. She only needed to protect one person, while he had to safeguard the entire Dao Song Academy. Seeing the Dao Song Dean's silence, the black-robed woman turned to Lin Che and said calmly, "Let's go." Hearing this, Lin Che didn't move. Not only didn't he move, but he actually stepped forward. Witnessing this scene, the black-robed woman frowned again. Then Lin Che's footsteps halted before the assembled Dao Song Academy elders as he spoke. "I was wrong." Upon hearing these words, everyone's face revealed a flash of understanding. It seemed this youth was still terrified after all. Even with the martial hall's master stepping forward to protect him, he had clearly sensed that terrifying pressure. Was this meant to give Dao Song Academy's higher-ups a way to save face, or an attempt to ease the tense confrontation? Yet Lin Che's next sentence caused their expressions to change abruptly. "My mistake was overestimating myself. I thought passing through the heavenly mirage realm was sufficient to prove my talent and worth. But now I understand only true strength, only power one firmly possesses, can prove anything. My mistake was not knowing my limits, believing my current strength could challenge Dao Song Academy's might makes right reality. But since I've erred, I'll see this error through to the end. Today's grievances, today's hatred, I will carve them into my memory, and I ask you not to forget either." Lin Che gritted his teeth, the veins standing out on his tightly clenched fists. He suddenly raised his head to stare at Bei Lingchen. "1 year from now, I will duel you. I shall personally wash away this humiliation. If I lose, I, Lin Che, will accept death willingly." A newly promoted outer sect disciple actually challenged Bei Lingchen, the top-ranked genius on the heavenly ranking. Madness. At this moment, everyone was dumbstruck, thinking this youth must have gone insane. But for Lin Che, everything he had experienced today made it impossible for him to remain calm. If not for the appearance of the black-robed woman, he would already be lying dead, his passing unnoticed and his death utterly humiliating. Yet such was the way of the martial world. Lin Che neither blamed heaven nor others, nor lamented the unfairness of fate. After being saved by the black-robed woman, he could have chosen to live on in obscurity, avoiding such extreme actions. But Lin Che refused this path. "You all wanted me dead." Then he would place himself in mortal peril to seek rebirth. Lin Che wanted to transform this pressure into vigorous motivation that would constantly drive him forward. To remember today's humiliation, and within a year, rise from oppression to repay tooth for tooth and blood for blood.